is alive. The resurrection begins here today. The UKL is back. My name is Trajan. I'll be your host here today, and I'm joined by Temporal and Sheikah, both big faces in the scene in their own rights. Coaches, casters, they've done it all, and they're ready to walk us through this return of the scene. The revival begins, as we have said. Okay, Temporal, just give me the vibe. You're both here, fresh out of work. Me as well. We both left work, came in the door, and got straight onto the stream. Give us the energy. Where are we at right now?
I'm so excited. The evening's on. It's like sitting down in front of Robot Wars in the year 2000. You know what you want. You know what you're going to get. It's local, and it's going to be so much fun.
Yeah, and we all would love to be Jonathan Pierce, truly. One of my commentary idols for sure. That man who brought Robot Wars to the masses. How about you, Sheikah? How are you feeling today as the UKL kicks off?
Very, very excited to see what these teams have to show us, honestly.
Yeah.
It's nice to have UK League of Legends back in full swing.
Yeah, because we just don't know, right? That is once again the beauty of the UKL and the grassroots competition, right? There's faces that we know, faces we recognize, names that we have seen time and again, up against a bunch of randoms we'd never heard of before, and they could go toe-to-toe, and we just don't know who's going to come out on top. But today we finally get some data, and we can see how the scene is doing, as we can take a look at the format. Let's see what the UKL is going to look like. How are we going to be testing these players in the season upcoming? We do have another double round robin. 8 teams, 4 invited, 4 qualified through the open qualifiers. You can see them on your screens there, and we have some loose expectations potentially as to how they're going to do. But Temporal, out of these 8 teams, are there any names in these organizations or rosters that immediately jump out at you?
There's a few. We've been around the block a few times. Huge luck to Belfast Storm in reclaiming their first place. They've done it a few times now. This would be the three-peat for 4 out of 5 members of the roster, so no doubt they're quite excited to get things started.
Every real region's had a three-peat. That's how you know it's a proper region, okay? Maybe we'll have to get that on deck so we can step up in legitimacy. Sheikah, how about you? Are there any of these teams and players that really spark your interest coming into day one?
Arcadeia. Every day of the week, Arcadeia. I mean, they absolutely swam through open quals, only dropping 1 game to what is now Venomcrest UK. So I'm definitely very excited. Very excited to see how they're going to do and whether they're going to come in swinging.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit more about Arcadeia, perhaps. We'll talk about the journey they made it to get here. Sheikah, walk us through exactly that. You mentioned the win over Venomcrest, but what did the open qualifiers look for them as a team, maybe on a more individual level as well?
So across the board for Arcadeia, they've come in with a few well-known names, most commonly Synapse, Blank, Galaxio, names that jump out to me immediately. It's people who have been in the UK scene for a very long time and have proved themselves time and time again. And they pretty easily swam through open quals, to be honest here. 3-0'd that first day, only dropped 1 game throughout the playoff bracket. It was a good showing from them, a very good showing from them indeed.
Yeah, for sure. We looked over some of that footage, and there are certainly some very high-ceiling players on that roster, and I cannot wait to see more of Synapse's top LeBlanc, that's for sure, if he's ever allowed to play that one in the actual games. But as we look at the other side of the upper bracket, another of the favorites coming in, Tempest Gaming. A very, very strong roster coming in here, Temporal.
They did fantastically during the open qualifiers, and I think it wasn't a huge surprise. Some other fantastic names from years gone by here. We have Bear Tree, Dunlosey, Mr. who hopefully has fixed his jungle pathing, Kusai and Buzzy have all been through the UKL before in various rosters, various teams. Their new member, however, in the marksman position is Scream from the MENA region. Now we're all EMEA, so it's all one region altogether. A few appearances at Intel Arabian Cups, and quite an exciting prospect.
Yeah, for sure. Just a lot of name power, a lot of experience, and some actual factual championships under the belt of some of these players, UKL championships at that. So let's look forward down into the lower bracket. The teams that had to struggle and scrap a little bit more to get here. Let's look at Venomcrest. You mentioned them already, Sheikah, going down to Arcadeia in the upper bracket, but they still made it down below.
Absolutely did, with a very strong showing over Nuclear Vikings, I believe it was. To secure them. No, it wasn't Nuclear Vikings, sorry. It was...
I think it was, right? I think everyone beat Nuclear Vikings to qualify by the end of the bracket.
Yeah,
Everyone had a crack
I
at
think
them, you know?
so. I don't think I'm entirely... Yeah, I think I might have balanced on there. But this is a roster, I mean, you look at it and immediately you see KZ fast-legged, Two people who have been around in the UK scene for a long time now. And of course, you're looking across the rest of the board. You've got players like Dandy, Eno, and Bartholdi, all who have had stints in the NLC and close by regions within recent memory. So definitely interested to see how this roster performs now that they've made it into Division 1.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of names that have maybe not quite found the success just yet, but they've certainly been around a long time, got a lot of comp experience under their belt. As we look at the final lower bracket team, Verzik Esports. Now, this is the first real big question mark that we've seen here. We just don't know much about this org tempo, about these players. Is there any kind of read that we can take? All of their VODs were disappeared off Twitch, so I'm at a little bit of a loss, I'll be honest.
Jolly Boy's been around for a while. That's the name I recognize. Can't place him to a team, so if you fancy going and finding that one on Leaguepedia for me, I'm more than happy to find that. Oh, is it you? Is it you?
It wasn't me, but did play in Zal Esports in NLC Division 3.
XL Esports. Yeah, exciting to see. I think they did put on a bit of a clinic against G5. This is from memory now, as we mentioned. I haven't spied any of their VODs recently. I think they're quite exciting, quite an unknown quantity, and that's a nice thing to have in a tournament.
Yeah, absolutely is. We just love to see some of the upsets come through and to get to know some of these new names that could become the the Dunlosies and the Blanks and the Bear Trees that we now have kind of seared into our brains after years of their performance in the region. This is where it all starts at the grassroots level. But these are the 4 teams that qualified in. We'll meet their upper or their invited counterparts throughout the day as well. But for now, let's talk a little bit about the game that they're actually playing. The patch 13.17 that we're on here. We're approaching the Worlds patch as well. But let's just take, I guess, a quick read of something impactful for both of you off of this patch. Temporal, I'll come straight to you again. What can you give me a single pick, perhaps, that you think is just very much a pick to watch? A high-impact champion, could be any role or any level. Just anything that really stands out?
Especially at this level of play, the buffs to Orianna that allow her to skip any mana itemization, which was always rubbish, let's face it, and just plow straight into maximum damage. Matters a lot for the 2v2s and these sort of level of play you'll see in the UKEL, where one big shockwave will twist a fight on its head.
Yeah, for sure. Players like Limsey, people might remember of the past, currently the mid laner now for Belfast Storm, have been big Orianna aficionados in the past. We'll be eyeing those buffs very closely. How about you, Shika? Anything else that stands out for you on this patch that might be impacting the meta here?
I think coming over from last patch, this Jarvan's still going to be such an influential pick on so many of these teams. Of course, the problem we see at a lot of grassroots level is an inability to necessarily commit. So definitely could be one of these champions, because once you're in, there's no getting out. Your team's got to come or you're going to die.
Yeah, you got to pick your moment. You got to make sure everyone's on the same page here, or it can get a little messy, as we saw in the open qualifiers. The one thing just before we head off to a quick break that I really loved seeing up some of the open qualifier play is how willing some of these teams are to commit to pretty tricky team comps, like Kai'Sa Jace poke compositions to try and execute split pushing with LeBlanc on one side, and a Zeri on the other. It's very, there are some complicated ideas being bandied around at the UK grassroots level. How well they can execute on them, obviously, it's a learning experience for everyone, but there are certainly some success stories out there in the open qualifier. So for now, we'll call it for a quick break. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everybody, to dive into our first matchup a little deeper. We'll see you in just a few minutes.
Pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on fleek, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 got it.
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. You wear a new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well, you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
welcome back everybody. It's time to get stuck in to the first matchup. Myself, Trajan, Temporal, and Sheikah are going to break down Verzik Esports versus Belfast Storm. A complete unknown name versus a name that many will recognize from seasons past, including their players. So let's get out the way first. Let's start with Verzik. We don't really know, right? It's a bit of a mystery. We don't know many of the players. You don't know the team's history. Okay, you want to take it? You want to take it away, Tim? You want to talk about Verzik? You know,
it's new. It's exciting. Look how shiny this screen is.
They
Focus
do.
on
They
that.
are very new. We can
Focus
see
on
their
that.
roster on your screen here: Lars, Goldie, Hollow, Gino, and Jolly Boy. So, the one bit of information that we do know, right, is from their Twitter graphic. They posted a Twitter graphic and they announced this roster, and the champions that were selected here. Lars, the top laner, has Kassadin. So
Nice.
That's good data right there. Goldie with Viego. Gino has Zeri. Jolly Boy has Bard. And I don't even know the champion that Hollow has because it's some skin that I haven't seen before. So we really just have no idea what's
That's
coming
it.
here.
You'll have to go and look at Verzik Esports Twitter and tell us, guys. You have to.
Yeah.
Involved.
Please go and check that graphic. Drop it in the chat. Tell me what that mid lane champion is and what Hollow might play in
Rise.
this game. It's
That is
Rise.
Rise.
There we go.
That
there
is
we go.
young
Sheikah
Rise.
knows the skin knowledge up there for Sheikah. Thank you very much. That's the talent that we've got coming through here. So, who knows what they're going to show us, right? Let's instead focus a little bit more on Belfast Storm, because these are players and stories that we have told many times before. And I'll pass it to you first, Temporal, as someone who has very intimate knowledge of working with 4 out of 5 of these players in the past.
The Belfast Storm roster built up of previous Nuclear Storm Gaming, previous champions, and then the roster that was Hive changed into Lucent for playoffs. Rengis, Wilhelm, Vanguard, and Zerg reprise their positions as they look to make the three-peat. Rengis, big on his tanks, big on his engage, similar for Wilhelm. In the bottom lane, Zerg tends to play your hook and your displacement champions while you're setting up for a hyper carry for Vanguard.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely, it's quite a strong kind of fortress that they will often build around that late game hyper carry in Vanguard. But Sheikah, what is your take on these players in this roster? Having seen, a lot of games out of these people in the past, do you think they still have a strong place here?
I think they could definitely be one of these teams to take a very strong showing, especially in this first game. As we've mentioned, Verzik, one of these teams we don't really know much about. New players coming in. Will the tenure of the Belfast Storm lads show through? I think so, especially bringing Limsey in with this roster as well. A very solid control mage player gives you another avenue to play through while you've got tanks in the other 3 roles. Gives you another carry to maybe look towards. I'm definitely excited to see if these players can prove that veterancy can beat rookies. But it's grassroots. Nobody knows one way or the other.
There is a
Who knows one way or
huge
the other.
disadvantage for Belfast Storm in that we can no longer take games reliably to 45 minutes in League of Legends. We've sort of done away with that, guys. So I hope you're ready for a few more burger flips at Elder, especially without Nice Guy Dom's Twisted Fate to set up a mid-game bridge.
Yeah, for sure. The mid laners, they used to have Nice Guy Dom and Dano as well in the past, I believe, right? Temporal, how do you feel Limsey is going to fit in, right? We know this guy does have history on the control mages, and Dano also like a big Syndra player in the past. Do you think this is a decent stylistic fit for these 4 players, or is it maybe going to be a little bit odd one out?
I think a lot of the good champions, Limsey can still play. Like, I'm sure he's competent on Syndra and Cassiopeia, who are sort of, as you mentioned, Dano's biggest things. I don't think we're going to be seeing Twisted Fate and Ziggs. Maybe you see a bit of Ziggs from Limsey. It's a bit more standard.
well.
Twisted Fate also recently buffed. It's going to be like a little bit of a different situation though, so it suits the style just as well, but it will not be exactly the same.
Yeah. What about, okay, Sheikah, what about the titular Vayne for Vanguard? Because we see some ugly Triforce static shift nonsense now coming out of the Vaynes these days. Do you think this is a pick that we are likely to see, and I guess potentially earning a ban still for this player?
I think it will probably get banned just because you respect Vanguard. It's in the name. You kind of have to show the respect. Let's be honest here. But Vayne is one of these champions who comes online. It used to be a really hard scaler, comes online at level 6 now, comes online once you hit that Trinity Force. And that's a scary situation to be in when you've got a hyper-scaling AD carry coming online at a second item. You don't want to be anywhere near her. And if you are, especially since my read on Verzik, from what very little information we have, is they also have 3 tank players. That Vayne's going to just start to rip through you, left, right, and center.
yeah, the late game shredding definitely very, very strong that Belfast can play through, and I guess we'll see if Limsey can also step up and be a potential secondary carry, if he's going to go for the enabling instead, and they are just going to be the all, you know, eggs in the Vanguard basket as they have been before. But do you think that Rengis potentially Temporal has a place to step up as like an alternate bruiser carry? He has the tanks and the engages, but is there Aatrox's and potential, you know, Darius Fiora kind of angles to come out of top lane?
Rengis is really good at Aatrox. That's very fair. The Fiora also pretty good. I believe he took a break from competitive. So there's sort of that gap there, and Ornn is no longer the Death Mage Templar tank AD carry mage assassin that he was. I'm hoping, because the message I sent to Rengis when he was coming, I was like, so you're going to play Cassante, right? Cassante is that champion compared to Ornn back then, where you just 47% in solo queue, you take it to competitive, and look, he's just killed every champion in lane. And he's like, I haven't played it yet. And I was like, but you're in the tournament. So hopefully he's mastered Cassante, and it's just going to be solo bowlers left, right, and center.
Yeah, the Cassante play certainly, you see what it does on the big stage, right? You can see what they're able to do with it, and then you see players who go, I want to do that. I want to be that Cassante. And then you see the games, and you're like, well, maybe Ornn is still open. You know, we could still.
Ornn's still there. He's alright. He's pretty good.
Maybe we just pick Ornn. We did see some Cassante in the open qualifiers. I remember viewing a game of Innos with Sheikah yesterday, and there was some Cassante, right? At lane, it was super bad, but in the team fights, it was actually good. And that's normally not the way around. Exactly, right?
Let's
Normally
be fair. Let's be fair. That was into Synapse's Renekton.
Sure. Right. So it's like the Renekton matchup definitely, when you get set behind as you're doing that game, seems pretty tough for him. And Synapse is on or he's off, right? And that was definitely an on game for Synapse. So we'll see maybe if the Cassante can make another run back if Inno is given that chance to redeem himself. But for now, we do have a small update just as the small in-game delay kind of continues. We are getting a quick sub in for Verzik. So, I mean, it's not like we had a player that we've had in-depth analysis of that we now have to throw the analysis out. It's another player that we've probably never met before. So the analysis stays the same, but we will keep you guys up to date as we get more information on that. But for now, I guess let's zoom out a little bit. As we've talked about Belfast, we can't really talk much more about Verzik. In terms of the rest of the tournament, the rest of the games today, I don't know if you guys have the schedule or have seen the schedule more or less in front of you. Are there any games that you can pick out that you really are excited to see as a potential match of the day candidate, just from what we do know about these teams? I'll come to you, Sheikah. You got your hand up.
Ruddy Arcadeia.
Yeah, that's a good call, actually.
Well, we kind of talked at the top of the show of Arcadia being this really big beast alongside Tempest coming out of open quals and into Four Nations. And Ruddy have got a pretty decent roster set up for themselves in terms of names that have been in the UK scene for a while. I'm really interested to see how that game plays out.
Yeah, the land gods of the Painkillers roster picked up by the Ruddy banner. Stylistically, personality-wise, it's a great fit for sure. You know, that is a match made in heaven with Don Jake at the managerial position as well. Going to be cracking some whips, I don't doubt. And who knows, maybe we'll even get a Don Jake interview on deck for us at some point during this split. That's all I want. That's as a host, that's all I could ever dream of is interviewing Don Jake when he's on his absolute madness. But Temporal, what about you? Do you have an eye for that matchup, or is there anything else that stands out?
That one's pretty exciting. We do have a set of bangers here for you on day one of the Four Nations tournament. I'm going to go for game 4. I'm going to say you're going to have to stay up all night to watch DMG Esports versus Venomcrest. The Venomcrest Cobras are the academy team. Venomcrest also playing tonight for their lives in NLC 1 as they try to promote from NLC 2 within the same ecosystem. The Cobras, formerly known as Sign These Nuts in the open qualifiers. Very exciting team, full of UKEL and UKLC veterancy. KZ, who was on, I think, Barrage for a long time in the UKLC, amongst others. Versus DMG, an unknown quantity with mostly Chinese nationals who are all new to the UK and new to the UK scene. Very exciting to see how something we've understood for so long will pair up against something we've never seen before.
Yeah, that DMG, the whole DMG angle is the biggest question mark of all.
They signed them so early, and I was just like, "Who are you? Are you incredible? Very maybe. No idea."
not even just the fact that the previously Domino rebrands to DMG. Kicks the door in of the UK scene is
Surprise, we're local everywhere.
yeah, sponsored by Kia for some reason. The two things that Kia sponsor are the LEC and DMG.
DMG.
Why are we bookending like this?
DK as well. Like, we're only
Yeah.
at the top level of
it's
esports.
only the best.
And DMG as well.
Yeah, so this is a
Exciting
very much,
stuff.
we're all just kind of side-dancing like, what's coming out of this org right now? Because we just don't know what the energy is coming in. It's pretty big names across the board. And then, as you say, a completely unknown roster of, they were apparently locked in ages ago, and we'll just see what happens, right?
It's the best kind of unknown where they could just win undefeated, I guess.
They could just
Like,
steamroll, right?
I understand.
the-
I think, like, this was from a trusted source, but again, I can't verify it's the truth. I haven't spoken to the players. They're the students over here. Are these three gods from Ionia, like, come down to these small British Isles?
Yeah, like, you never know who you'll find in the UK collegiate system, right? just hiding there, and they've gone like 5-3 in the Newell, and they're actually just like grandmaster 60% win rate, and they just don't have the teammates to get it over the line. There is a player in a recent Scottish competition called Battle for Glasgow, where the three major Glasgow unis play against each other, and randomly the Glasgow University team, their AD carry has played in, I think, the VCS second division before. And he just rocked up into this like random function room at Strathclyde Uni and completely just giga clowned on everyone, on Zeri, obviously. And then he just took his trophy, got named the MVP, and left. And this is
Like, yeah,
just
thanks. I guess I go.
I'm out.
yeah, the absolute just the Chad energy coming off him was insane. And he was just like this cute little dude, very mild mannered and just like absolutely styled on everyone on the stage. So this is the people that you find in the UK just buried, just under the surface. BCS second division AD carries just popping up. So we never know, and this is we have to hold the expectations in check, I guess, for DMG Esports, and we'll see what they can pull out. Because obviously, given that we don't know much of these names, we don't know how much they've played together, right? We don't know what the synergy is going to be. And as I think, Shika, you alluded to, for Belfast, one of the big advantages they have is that synergy of four of these players, and Limsey as well as someone they've undoubtedly been playing with and hanging out with before. So that synergy aspect could, I think, just be the downfall potentially of some of these new teams, or maybe it could be something that once you get it on top, that second round robin starts to look a lot better. So are there any of these teams, I guess, just to stretch this out a little further, that you think have like a particularly high ceiling, I suppose, Shika? So maybe that won't come struck out of the gate, but you think given a bit more time, they could start to contest those known quantities?
I think
These are
the
pretty-
ones, the team for me, who if they're not going to start well, but are going to ramp up, has to be this Lionscreed roster. I think on paper, just looking at them, I'm not convinced they're going to come out the gate very well. I mean, we know of Cormac, we know of Kumakun, we know of Craney. They've been around for a little while individually, but they've never kind of shown amazing results in their past. I think if they're actually going to do it this split, it's gonna pick up mid to late. It's not gonna happen in the first week or two. It's not gonna happen in the first game or two. It's gonna take some time, and that's kind of akin to what we saw from Lionscreed just gone in NLC2. They started out pretty weak and ramped up over the course of the split. So I think if there is any team that's going to do that, it will be Lionscreed.
Yeah, I think some of these names do have the individual kind of pairings. The bot lane duo of Kumakum and the Heathen. Craney is a very well-travelled Scottish mid laner that I personally have spoken to and seen play at Scottish Esports leagues. And Cormac, as you mentioned, we know. Obsidian, the only real kind of unknown quantity for me, but they've got individual experience. So yeah, if they can bring it together, perhaps they do have a lot of, a surprising amount of experience and skill to bring to the table. And if they can just put those pieces together in the right order, they might be able to make it work. But for Temporal, are there any other these rosters that you think have a high ceiling to play for, even if they're not strong out the gate?
If we're talking about scaling, and maybe not the best start, Belfast Storm, for sure.
You think they're going to be weak
you
out the gate?
guys-
You don't think they're going to be good?
No.
Too long of a break, perhaps?
Not even a break. Like, to form diamonds, you must apply a reasonable amount of pressure.
Yeah.
In the past, those pressure points have been going 0-2 in week 1 on Hive, and then hiring a coach Important
certain
step.
coach.
Important step. Certain coach. Can't think who that
Some
might
no-name.
be.
Didn't stick around.
Every now and again. And the other pressure point was going to the lower division of the playoffs, because once playoffs was secured, our win rate dropped. There wasn't need to over-engineer a high standing in round robin, and then you had to go to the lower bracket. The magic would not form any other way. So I wasn't particularly stressed going to lower bracket, but suddenly there was no more room for mistakes, and that's when it came on.
Yeah.
The other answer, other than the one I have sort of pre-bottled and prepared, I think Venomcrest might not start the cleanest. I've just got this feeling that these solo laners we've seen before in Inno and Dandy in the UKEL previous, and now in the Four Nations, might need some calibration. I'm not super worried. Like, if they start good, I think they'll finish great. But I'm not sure we're going to start out the gates at 100%. Jika's worried that I've slandered Inno now.
No. I was going to say...
take it away, Sheik. It looks like you've got a point to add.
My concern is less the solo laners and more the bot lane. I think, statistically speaking, from everything we've known from that bot lane, they could have very different styles. I think if anything's going to let them down in the early weeks, it will be that bot lane.
Sure, we'll see if that is panning out. We'll see. Obviously, we'll have a game from every team every day. We'll see if Venomcrest do have any issues down there. But for now, it's into the draft. It's into the hard data. These are the known quantities. We know what these champions do, guys. We know what these teams are. So let's get stuck in. We do have the band starting to tick down, and we'll hope that the overlay plays nice with us. Anyone who is a fan of the LEC knows the eternal struggle between casters and technology is an ongoing losing war. But it seems like we've got a ban ready. So instantly it's the Valkai. Let's come to you, Sheikah, first. Are there any expected bans just from the meta or maybe from these teams? Is there anything that you know, any of these bans we expect to come out early?
I think, if anything, Belfast Storm take away Thresh. I know Jolly Boy is a big Thresh player. I know for a fact that as a champion that he has enjoyed to play and is very good at. So if anything, I expect that to come out in first rotation. But the Rakan instead...
Rakan's great. Right? It enables your Nautiluses and your Threshes, which Belfast really want to pick to highlight the Vayne. And Azir, fantastic takeaways from Belfast. Limsey's Azir to be feared, especially if Hollow isn't feeling this patch fantastically. It opens up flexibility. Xayah, the last thing. Banning Vayne is very much a delicate coin, guys. Are you sure you don't want Belfast to pick a short-range AD carry? Do you want to make this harder for yourself?
Yeah, it's the mental intimidation factor, perhaps, high out the gate. And we'll see if he gets a chance to play it later on. As the first pick, Rel, comes in for the side of Verzik. So again, this flexible champion from jungle and support, still very engaged focus, and I guess into Zerg's potential pool. Do you think this is a fine pick, or do you think Zerg is going to be able to punish this in some way?
I think it's fine. It's still flexible. It's still open. That Rel can go in the jungle. I really like the Ornn takeaway to wind it back slightly. I love how fast Belfast Storm are drafting. That is 1, 2, 3 quick locks. All of them from the past in this team's previous incarnations. The Kaiser, a favorite if the Vayne wasn't dealing enough damage sort of in a controlled fashion. The lockdown here from Bard and Sejuani, that's a 1-2 combo we know and love.
Yeah, for sure. And that classical Zerg pick, as you'd alluded to, right? Even if it's not the Thresh, which is like a bit more of a variable champion, perhaps, but the Bard can be everywhere. I don't know if it's... I think it's next patch that's buffed, or if we're on live. Is it buffed with the...
it's buffed on live.
You know what? I'll check that out for you. Let's keep going, though.
We'll check it. Yeah.
The Orianna ban, a fantastic thing. When the Azir already banned away, Azir ban does open Orianna up to a lot of 2v2 success. The Lilia, similarly, able to mess with short-range AD carries.
Yeah, I'm liking the presence that we have of Lilia, honestly. I remember the game that Sheik and I were watching as well, we saw Lilia come out of Dunlosi, and I would love to have more Lilia players. But as we get into the second round, it's a Felios Thresh in bot lane, Renekton into Ornn in top lane. So Rengus is going to be looking to do a bit of wailing, a bit of battering in that top side.
Love it. And who better to understand the Ornn than the person I made play it like 20 games in a row? Sorry, Rengus.
Okay, but this mid lane matchup that has rounded out the draft, the Vex into Zoe. Vex certainly high performing right now, but Zoe I haven't seen for a while. Sheikah, what are your thoughts on the Zoe, especially coming out now in this game 1?
We saw it from Kusai in open quals, wasn't super impressive, but one bubble is enough to win the game. I don't know if Limsey's going to be able to do that. Not a champion I thought was in his repertoire. I thought, we were looking at standard kind of Orianna, Azir, Victor, Corki, Syndra, general kind of control mages. But I mean, this is a statement if they can make this work. They've definitely gone for a poke pick type composition. And if they can get it off the ground and running, Verzik need to be scared, because the only safety they've got for their admittedly pretty short range AD carry when you've not got Calibrum is a Thresh Lantern. And let's be honest here, a ward is enough to counter that ability.
If that target access is fan to the Aphelios, that Zoe will be absolutely crucial. Pretty poor 2v2 and pretty vulnerable on its own though, so let's see Belfast come together if they're going to overcome Verzik's individually stronger champions.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily, I guess, a pick that falls straight into the everything on Vayne God. Let's just bring up a nice front to back together, and we'll protect this Vayne, or, Vayne equivalent, I guess, the Kai'Sa coming out instead. Highly mobile, great scaling, variable build pass. There's still a lot of options there, but it's not necessarily going to be all on Vayne to win this game with the Renekton and the Zoe there. So we might see a little bit of a different style coming through from Belfast. We'll see how it works. We'll see how well prepped it is. And on the side of Verzik, this is the first state that we've seen from them. I like the committal and decisiveness they have with the Ornn and the Vex and the Thresh, right? I like that they can take and create plays themselves and take the game into their own hands and not let Belfast scale up. So how do you feel about the Vex pick specifically coming out here, Temporal? As it has been buffed and now soaring up in solo queue priority, do you think this is now still a very good kind of comp champion now that it's in its current state?
It's definitely strong enough. Then there's the two angles of diving into resets, which Bard should pretty easily shut down, and then the standing on top of Aphelios, which is great when you come together at team fights. Makes lane assignments a bit painful though. The Thresh should be able to fix this. Hopefully the Vex isn't made vulnerable in the sides. So not her strongest point. Similar sort of power to something like the Orianna, not like an Azir that can move away as well as it moves forwards. So if we're going to see Belfast attack a side lane, that Vex is a prime target.
Yeah, certainly a bit vulnerable when they don't have the vision advantage and out looking for the plays themselves. But as we go into for the rest of Verzik, I'm gonna keep it a $150. I'm trying to remember who the jungler was, like what the champion that they picked. Rel. It was the Rel did end up going into the jungle. So we have this Rel Thresh combination with the Vex and the Ornn. That is a beefy, aggressive frontline coming through here. I guess, in a matchup against like the Zoe poke and the Kai'Sa poke, do you think they're going to have any issues, Sheikah, in managing to get these options off? Or do you think they have enough tools to close the gap effectively?
It's a very standard front to back with a dive mage in mid lane and so many other engage options elsewhere across the map. You've got the Ornhorn, you've got the crash down into Magnet Storm, you've got just finding a hook. And I mean, when you look at the carries on the side of Belfast Storm, they're pretty short range, right? I mean, sure, Zoe's got Portal Jump for the Paddle Stars, but relatively speaking, she's pretty short range. Sure, Kai'Sa can poke from afar with W, but still pretty short range. And then you've got a Renekton and a Sejuani. Yeah, that top side's going to be an absolute bloodbath if this Ornn cannot play safe, because I mean, it's melee plus Sejuani and it's a Renekton. You're just going to get focused. Yeah. And a Bard. So, I mean, you have a lot of ways to just start a fight like that. Force the Tempered Fate on top of yourself, and it hits everybody that's fighting. This allows your Aphelios to position a lot safer as well. So I do, if you can find that engage on these short range carries, I'm very, very happy with the chances that Verzik have of coming out of this game very, very strong.
I like that you touched on the Renekton Sejuani up in top side, because that is going to be for me a little bit of a test of what Verzik's kind of early team play and laning understanding is like, is how do we deal with an Ornn that is definitely going to get bullied and dived, that is really should be getting pummeled in this matchup. We'll see how they can handle it, what that early strategy looks like as we are getting into game. We're going to pass it over as the UKL starts up again here in 2023 over to Dr. Annie Junko.
Good afternoon, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, and welcome back to UK League of Legends. My name's Harry Dr. Evans, and I'm joined here today by Junko.
Yo, how you doing, Doctor? Great to be here. And it's going to be an exciting game over here, of course. We do have Verzik's Esports versus Belfast Storm, and just like Verzik's Esports is quite new to a lot of people. So am I, very new to here, so, apologies if I'm a bit nervous, but I'll try my best.
We'll figure it out. I mean, This works. It works quite well. You know, we know nothing about what you call it, about Verzik, but we do know a fair bit about Belfast Storm. Likewise, what I'm saying is half the people in this game, or half the casters in this game, don't know what's going on, but also half the players, no one knows what's going on. So it kind of balances. Is roughly what I'm trying to get at. We should be all right. But
Yeah,
right now, nothing crazy going on. A little bit of a cheeky invade, but it's spotted out.
For sure. And I mean, in that case, you know, it definitely makes me relate quite a bit with the players on Verzik Esports, totally knowing nothing about what's going on over here. I mean, more like that nobody knows what they are about, of course. And we do see the jungle starting over here, and we see that on top side, we're going to start on the top side for both junglers on Verzik Esports and Belfast Storm. So maybe they're trying to play more for the bot lane.
Yeah, we'll see how that one pans out, if that's going to be the case. Of course, both of these ADCs have a lot of late game potential. I wouldn't be surprised if the plan for Wilhelm was to start top, you know, do a cheeky full clear, and then reset and just run straight back to top. Sejuani, you're not clearing fast enough that you're going to have time to get that gank off before your camps spawn, but it may be a little bit more unexpected, and you really do want to try and get that Renekton going early. As, you know, Zika was saying, over on the desk, you have so much power up in this top lane, so you might as well use it. However, we also saw a pretty early crash come through from the Belfast Storm bot lane, so they're trying to set that wave up to bounce back towards them, maybe then trying to hold a freeze so that Wilhelm can get that level 3 gank off around that 330 mark.
Yeah, with that aggressive push over here, we do see already some aggressive warding coming out from Zerg to the red side jungle, so everything that is going on with Goldie over here is going to be noticed and detected and definitely notified to Belfast Storm.
Yeah, so Goldie should know at least about that first ward. Well, not about the second one, but it shouldn't matter too much. I mean, ultimately, you know, they know that the Rel started top, right? Renekton walked in and just saw that one happening. And at the end of the day, it's a Rel. We're not expecting anything too crazy. So finding out they're on red, that's not going to matter too much. What I'm interested here is Wilhelm's little path here is going straight on over to the blue before Wolves. I'm not sure if maybe he's planning a little double back. He's going to just ignore the Gromp and not going to contest bot crab. And then wants to go for like top crab and then move up into top lane. But no. Just wants to come on down. I think just getting the buff earlier to make it spawn faster or just to help out with general clear speed.
Yeah, and now with here, Verzik Esports, with them pushing quite a bit here on the bot side, I wonder if there's going to be any action going on. There is, of course, that scuttle happening in Zerg, and Wilhelm is around, and Goldie is spotted. He is slowed. He's not stunned yet. Now, Wilhelm is going for the slow as well, but they are getting surrounded, and in the end, the Lantern comes out to save Goldie. So, yeah, not too bad.
You know, Goldie gets out. The crab will go on over to Belfast. I do like the sort of just a bit of a demonstration of your synergy and of your experience for Zerg to just take the tunnel in there. Because Zerg has no prize. Zerg is just going into a 1v3, absolutely. But if you're fast enough, you know, you're going to be able to stay out of range of the Thresh if you just keep moving. And that's something that you need Wilhelm to be on board for. So this will eventually be a 1v3. But right now, it's a 2v1. And if we act quick, if we act decisively, we can try and push that Rel off, which is exactly what they do. And they manage to get control of both the crabs.
Oh, wow, that's a super nice victory for the side of Belfast Storm. I mean, already, if we look at the gold lead, about 300 gold. Maybe it's not too much right now, but it can definitely balloon up to something more significant as the game progresses on.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty nice to take that one early days. And, well, we were saying earlier as well about, you know, how much the Belfast team want to just take those opportunities to go for picks. You find someone out of position, you just absolutely send it and preferably try to poke them down first. You do now technically have a very slight XP lead on your jungler. So if nothing else changes, bit of a Ceteris Paribus, shout out to Mr. Lane, my 6th form economics teacher, you will then be able to hit level 6 first as Wilhelm, and maybe you can then try and find yourself a very cheeky, very aggressive, very fast engage before Goldie has their own level 6.
Yeah. I mean, that level 6 from Wilhelm with the Sejuani ultimate, of course, just makes her so much more potent in ganks. And that's definitely something that Verzik Esports is going to have to look out for. Otherwise, over here on the map, seems pretty even so far, honestly. I'm not really sure if we expected any like lane to do super well against the other, but it's kind of interesting to see that, like, so far, not a huge advantage going on for any laner. Maybe except top lane here, Topataco taking quite a bit of poke. Gets Sengir gets to level 6, so he immediately has to back off, potentially having to use the TP.
Yeah, a little unfortunate for Rengus there. I think going in just, you know, one creep off of hitting level 6. Maybe they thought they were going to hit level 6 and then pulled aggro by stopping like their own minions dying, something like that. Because, you know, by the time they hit level 6 there, everything is on cooldown. Not really any point trying to push any further for that kill. But they do at least, I say, manage to force out that TP from the Ornn, which is going to be pretty useful if you can capitalize on it soon as well.
Oh, wait a second, but the ult coming out here, quite a bit of a trade going on. Both sides having to use ult, but in the end, they're just going to back off. It's the usual top lane wet noodle fight. They both do a lot of things, deal quite a bit of damage, but in the end, has to back off. But now, for sure, one thing that cannot be backed off at all is this dragon over here, the first dragon at Chemtech Soul, of course. Verzik Esports have a bit more control over the pit at the moment. We're going to have to see if things work out for otherwise in the map. Limsy trying to do some pokes. A nice Q Thresh hook coming out from Jolly Boy, getting Zerg very low. The ultimate comes down. First blood for Limsy on the support. Both supports going down. The dragon is taken by Goldie. So Verzik Esports gets out with the dragon, but in the end suffers some kills going on, and Hollow is completely trapped. Can Hollow get out in time? Wait a second. Do they know?
Oh, thank God.
Oh,
No,
I don't think they know at all. Hollow's just gonna get out. What a back from Hollow.
Oh my God, that's crazy. He manages to sneak out that one. You can see, you know, Rengus checking all the little bushes, all the little nooks and crannies of where could they have gone. But they managed to make it out of that one alive. And that's a bit of a rogue fight. At the end of the day, you know, it's a chem shard. It's pretty much the worst dragon. So you're not
I mean,
really
it's
trying
super.
to die for it, but
Oh yeah, for sure, and it is super nice that in the end they did manage to not get Hollow killed at all, and he was able to back off just fine. Because otherwise, maybe Belfast Storm would have felt a bit better about that whole exchange. But now they lost the dragon and 2 kills, or the kills were even. My bad.
yeah. So ultimately, that works out pretty well for Verzik. It's weird because in those situations, you're sort of expecting it's just who's more insane to take the fight here, because it's not worth losing the game over this, you know? I mean, not going to lose the game right, with 5 minutes in, but it's just a Chemdrake. But, you know, sometimes you get down to when you get down to the dirt here in UKEL, then you can go, yeah, no, we'll fight it, sure, and you can be a little crazy. And given that it was only, you know, support and jungle who died off that, it's like, yeah, well, Goldie was probably looking for a reset anyway, and nobody lost any, like, you know, major CS or anything. Any wave state's getting ruined by that, so it wouldn't all, you know, even kills works out pretty well for Verzik, and I believe they got, I'm actually not sure who got first blood. Maybe it was Limsy who got it.
Yeah, but in the end, one thing that I kind of forgot to talk about was Belfast Storm with their AD carry and mid lane both getting the solo goal. Maybe in the end it was better for them. Both carries definitely have to feel good about this. Hollow is drowsy, asleep. Gonna take a huge poke here, having to back off. That definitely, of course, extends the prio that they had for this Herald and gives the Herald to the side of Belfast Storm.
Yeah, I mean, Hollow has to be very careful now. They should know that Wilhelm is potentially approaching from this top side, having seen them take the Herald away. And, I mean, Wilhelm might just want to drop it here. It looks like Goldie's coming in to defend the tower. I don't think Goldie's very diveable. And Wilhelm, yeah, doesn't even want to deploy the Herald there. You know, just, you know, one plate just for Wilhelm. Probably not worth it.
Just drive by, say, hello, how you doing, and just backs off.
Yeah, sort of get on in. Just show your face. Just let your presence be felt before you get back to the clear. And as we can see, you know, in terms of if things did end up going all equal, Wilhelm is up 1 level and is up 4 CS. So I'm going to say that I'm a genius on that one, even though it didn't really matter because Goldie has now hit level 6 before Wilhelm can get an ult off. Both junglers now pathing down towards the bot side, and that could be a bit of an opportunity here once Zerg hits 5, but Wilhelm a little bit slower.
Yeah, again, they're going very aggressively into Vanguard over here. Vanguard potentially caught out with the Kai'Sa. Ooh, Jolly Boy with a bit of a misplay, missing out the hooks. Zerg was able to dodge that, of course, and now boom comes in the ult from Wilhelm, able to cleanse it away, so they are fine. Zerg is caught out and he is killed by Hollow, assassinated out, and uses Zerg's own magical journey to just get away. It's like, I kill you, and then it's like, boom, okay, I'm gonna use your card to get out of here.
Oh no, Zerg playing for the wrong team. Oh, what's good on top lane? Rengus, calm down. Bit of a cheeky dive once you see 4 people show their face down bot. He gets rewarded with a plate, maybe 2 as well, given that Toba does not have the TP, but yeah, for that play bot, I mean, you like the idea behind it, but ultimately Goldie's just there first, and by the time Wilhelm gets there, you know, he's going and trying to send that that ultimate over on towards Small, but Small's got cleanse, and even if he doesn't, no one else can reach that. So you have to think that maybe it's just worth calling in on that play.
Jolly Boy.
We run it back.
He's potentially ambushed here, is flashed in by Wilhelm. The amount of CC going down over here. Jolly Boy maybe going to go down. There's a Limsey as well. Oh, wait. The stopwatch comes out, but it's not enough in the end. And that's another kill for Limsey, of course. So Limsey feeling great about this whole exchange.
Tell you what, I didn't love the stopwatch up until that hook came out at the end there. Just getting the stopwatch off to, you know, clear out those Sejuani stacks. Yeah, you're going to die, but maybe you can get a hook play onto Vanguard. Only they didn't have the cleanse. Now, the Herald comes on down. Vanguard's going to go ahead and catch 2 of those plates, shared, of course, with Wilhelm. They won't be able to get the third, though. As why is on here?
Oh, my God. Vanguard over here. 2 Toba tackles like, I don't care about my lane. Boom. I'm going to kill Vanguard. And bam, gives the kill to Smoke Critter. A little bit of respite for all the bad things that have been going on in bot lane so far for Verzik's Esports.
Tell you what, that's not too bad. I mean, it's bad for Toba Taco for sure, but Toba's like, yeah, no, I've been dove by a Relecton, or it's over. I've got nothing going on. Now you're on, you've always got something going on in lane, but honestly, you know, getting that CS, getting that XP, it's not going to help you in the lane, so you might as well drop a little TP down, and then you can go and get your ADC back on into this game, handing over that kill, and also getting a bit of prio here for the Drake. Now, the Drake's been done pretty slowly, but Aphelios...
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's going to be a prio for long.
Keep an eye on Limsey and Rengus, though, off on that.
Yeah, no, they seem a bit surrounded because Wilhelm is on the side over here with the flank, of course. And going in on Smoke Critter. Smoke Critter is slowed, and Rengur is here as well. Rengur, they're all getting chomped down, but oh, nice spear coming out from Hollow, getting them so low. But none of them are dead yet. But then Toba Taco comes in and it's like, yes, I'm going to get the kill. Vanguard getting chomped down too. Oh, nice hook coming out from Jolly Boy and gets the kill on Limsey. So in the end, that is going to be a shutdown given to the Aphelios. A lot of nice gold going to the side of Verzik's Esports, and the Dragon is still up for them to take.
Okay, lots going on. A lot of gold going on over. I mean, I like the flank, you know, coming out from Rengus there, but it feels like we lost track a little bit of just where everyone was on the Verzik side, and you know, there's not enough burst to get through those frontliners who are the people that, you know, Rengus ends up walking into. And we're just not quite at the stage where we can look for that massive all-in. You know, maybe once Vanguard's got a couple items under their belt, then it's not going to matter who you get the flank on, if it's on Ornn or if it's on Aphelios. But at this point, sort of a lot committed there to not really end up getting too much. And then the Drake does go on over as well. So that's going to be a second Drake, and I believe it's an ocean map. Yes, it is. So that ocean map is going to be real nice with the Ocean Soul when it comes to dealing with the poke of Limsey and Vanguard. Verzik can just stack themselves 2 more Drakes.
Oh man, for sure. And if we look at Smoke Critter over here with the AD carry, 2 kills, 5 assists, and 1 of the kill being shut down, we're looking at a monster game potentially for Smoke Critter. He's got to feel good about that.
Yeah, very much his game to take over right now. Ooh, having finished up that cheeky cull as well. So a lot of gold sitting in their pocket when they take this recall, probably just off the back of this wave. Hollow and Limsey, a little bit of a scrap, but nothing crazy happening there. But we do have the Herald spawning up in just a matter of seconds. We can see that Zerg already on this side of the map might want to set up for a dive on top before that objective, but he is spotted out by a pink. So even if Wilhelm's to make their way on over, it's probably not going to happen.
Ooh, we lost Fog of War on the map. Seems like there's a little bit of overlay issues going on. It's, at least for me, it seems like it's stuck at 11:22, so this game is still at 11 minutes. I've never seen League of Legends where the timer stops like this.
Nah, we don't need it. We don't need to
we don't need it at all.
Ooh, we do need to hit those Qs though. That could have been a pretty sizable chunk of damage coming out onto Goldie. But not going to connect, and that may end up, you know, leading into an objective if you get one of those connecting soon. So we'll keep on fishing. No real pressure for Belfast quite just yet to really force this objective. They can sort of poke it out a little bit, but I guess they do need to be aware of that old Vex split push. You know, the true menace that we've all come to know and love. And as long as she's staying down bot lane,
taking the Herald over here, it seems like they're not going to contest it. So in the end, the Herald is going to go over to Belfast. And yeah, no, that's pretty good for them. I wonder where they're going to use it. Maybe potentially mid over here, since everybody seems to be bought from the side of Verzik Esports, trying to catch out Limsey.
I mean, honestly, yeah, I don't hate this play from Verzik at all. You go, yeah, fellas, we're not going to be able to contest that Herald at all. So we're just going to go put a simple 5-man bot to
Potentially
take
maybe
down,
losing out a second turret, but then their Ornn is there. Maybe he's going to have to use his ult just to wave clear.
Well, the Herald got deployed, so we lost a turret, but you know, that was always going to happen once that Herald's gone over. They'll trade it back by taking a turret on the bot side. And I think, yeah, they did end up losing that one top as well to Rengis, but again, this all sort of seems like, well, we were going to lose those eventually anyway, so we're not going to be too worried about them.
Yeah, I actually like that playstyle, kind of like just, you know, taking the L's wherever there are and just trying to take the wins wherever you see them, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with turrets is that, like, it's just, you're always gonna lose it, right? Like, that gold's going eventually, and at certain points in the game, that can matter a lot. And if that gold goes, you know, into the right place, that's gonna matter a lot. But, you know, once we get to this point where plates have fallen off, and it's not like the, you know, 600 you get from a tier 2 going onto a Jack split push. It's like, yeah, just give them the turret, like, we're gonna get it eventually, and right now it's not gonna give them a major spike that's gonna help them win the next objective, because there is no other objective. So we can just hand it over, we can trade on the other side of the map, and we should be alright. It's not always going to be the case, and you know, by losing both of those topside turrets, it has now opened up that west quadrant, which will be a problem when Baron spawns, but we're not exactly at Baron's problem, you know, quite just yet, and there's going to be a lot of time for Verzik to trade that one back and get those turrets of their own. But right now, we're focusing over on towards the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, the dragon is up in at least a couple more seconds. And once this dragon is up, we're going to have to see how the fight's going to turn out. If Verzik Esports gets this fight and gets the dragon, well, that is going to be Dragon's sole point already so early on into the game. And that's going to feel great for them, because at least for me, it feels like they have a better late game comp. So it's just more advantage for them as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, again, that soul's going to be pretty menacing. Wilhelm, we'll be a little careful here. We'll be spotted out. Might look for an engage.
Ooh, wait a second. 2 stuns going in by the Bard, so they're both caught out. Oh, there's so much stun coming out, so much CC. And Small Critter is completely caught out. Shut down all the way going to Rengear. And yes, with that, the DPS is completely gone from the side of Verzik Esports, and they're all just backing off and scattered away from this fight. And just like that, they don't even get to really fight. And Belfast gets the win, and they're also going to probably secure the dragon in that case.
That is a beautiful engage coming out there for Belfast to finally put a stop to this Drake stacking. They'll be able to grab themselves these. And that's what it's about. You know, once you've got yourself a couple of items, then you can start going for those engagements on the front line. But not only that, you know, Zerg hitting that juicy Tempest Fate over onto the backline, and then just flashing in to essentially, I think, was the middle of about 4 people to just guarantee that the stun lands. Somehow makes it out alive as well, just for a little bit of, you know, icing on the top. But that's the, you know, the kind of aggressive play you need to be making on this here Bard. And again, it's the kind of play that I think you only really make once you've got that sort of level of veteranship, where you go, yeah, no, I'll just flash it in the middle of 4 people just to hit one, you know, second and a bit long Bard stun, because I think it will win us the fight. And it turns out it did.
No, yeah, I mean, that Bard all over there, that's one thing I always love about watching Bard in competitive play, is the X factor he brings in. It's like, they're in, like, most of the game, it might look like he's not doing much, he's just running around, just collecting chimes, just doing a little poke here and there, but then you get that one amazing ult, or that one amazing stun with your Q, and boom, the fight has completely turned on his head, and it definitely makes for an exciting fight. And Belfast Storm, with that fight, gets a nice bit of advantage, and maybe a bit more control in this game that they were desperately looking for.
Yeah, I mean, even though the gold was in their favor and they had those turrets, just because of those drakes, it felt a little bit like they were starting to fall behind, starting to lapse that control. But, you know, hard to argue that as the case now, as you know, we're moving up a bit more towards the top side here, you know, just trying to slowly push out that vision line. You can see 2 pinks down already on the top side and 2 more in the inventory of Wilhelm and Zerg. So maybe Belfast want to push this vision line up and try and get some control of that their dragon, or their Baron even. As yep, Pro is secured in mid, so it's going to make sure to walk it on in, maybe get a ward in lane. Yep, there it is. Get that one down. And now go ahead and join the rest of the team. Again, as Bard, you can kind of get a little bit crazy with it as long as you know behind you.
Oh,
is
wait
safe,
a second.
You can always just tunnel out. Yeah, what's going to be the play here? We're just trying to set up something. We're trying to trap in the bush, maybe.
Yeah, it
Honestly,
really feels
we
like
don't
they're
have
trying
the
to dance
fastest
with
Drake.
this.
I think the Verzik sort of realized there's not much threat. It's like, they're not going to do it. It's going to take a while to get that one done.
Oh, wait a second, but that means that they're going to do it because they don't expect it. But maybe, I mean, there is that ward there, so of course they do know.
They know that ward's there, so this is a trap. They're trying to find...
Oh, Helm of the Gods coming out here. Toba Taco going in so early, though. Where's the follow-up? I don't see any follow-up coming out so far from the side of Verzik's Esports. Of course, we do have Hollow and Small Critter on the backline here, trying to get away from Rengar, and Rengar does go down, of course. Oh, and that's another ult that comes in, and Hollow is going to get another kill and another ult. But, of course, this one does miss in the end. And, yeah, no, just like that, Verzik's Esports getting a nice, solid win over here, and it's their turn to maybe start off the Dragon. But all the members are quite low, especially the tank member.
Yeah, Belfast Storm hit the worst bait of the evening and asked to leave the function after that one. That was a bit of a rough one. I mean, you see the idea, but when it's Toba Taco who's walking up, it doesn't really matter if Wilhelm's going to throw the ult. I think Wilhelm was trying to sort of stun Toba out of Toba's own ult, but all that really ends up happening is, you know, the Call of the Forge God still goes through, still gets the knock-up, but then also you've wasted this massive CC on an Ornn. No one's there to do any DPS, but Rengus is committed, so he's now stuck in the middle of 3 people, and Vayne God's not really hitting anything, Limsey's not really hitting anything, and Zerg's missed his ult. So it's all sort of gone pretty downhill from there. Fortunately for Belfast, they were able to stop that Baron being picked up, but in the process, you know, a couple of people go down, and they've lost all of that vision control that they set up. It's not a massive gold lead picked up for Verzik, but it is a little bit scary for Belfast.
Yeah, and from this whole exchange over here, Small Critter feeling good now with 2 core items completed over here with the Gale Force and the it was a Storm Razor, right? That's the item name. I completely forgot. That's my bad. But with that, this Aphelios is completely online and super scary. I would never want to face this guy in my solo queue.
I don't think I'd have to worry about facing him in solo queue. I think there's a I think there's a strong numerical difference between you know, me and some of these guys. Who's to say which way it goes? Who's to say? Honestly, you know, it's anyone's guess. But you know, that vision has still maintained control up in the top side for Verzik, and now they're looking on over towards the Baron again. Don't think again they're going to start it. Neither team really has a fast
wait a second.
Ooh, big stun.
Small Critter stunned out.
Wilhelm.
But in the end, yes, my bad. The hooks come out, and Small Critter completely caught off over here. Vayne God gets the kill, and they are now closing in on the other carry as well. So Limsey goes down as well. Goldie trying to get the Magna Storm out here, but there is no more DPS because both carries are dead. And that is going to be Belfast Storm winning this fight. And with this team fight victory, ooh, a Drowsy. They're not done yet. They want to go for more. They're just going to almost get an ace over here. Jolly Boy getting the hook over here. But, oh, another Drowsy coming out. Limsey is absolutely a sniper on this champion. And an ace comes out. And Belfast Storm is in absolute control of this game. They are going to get the Baron. They're going to say, you know what, Verzik Esports, get out of here. It's our turn to take control.
Okay, is managed to pick up that mid-throw as well there. They're going to get themselves the Baron for all 5 members. And the clean ace there. So that is a pretty good turnaround for Belfast. Like, it didn't look great, you know. Wilhelm starts it off by, you know, threading the needle on that Sejuani ult. Does not find the angle onto Small, though I respect the attempt of it. But then there wasn't really any peel coming through for Small Critter, even though they weren't, you know, tagged up by that stun. It seemed like the front line was sort of too busy, again, trying to deal with Rengus, maybe trying to throw themselves onto someone else. And then Vayne God just ults on up and can easily take him out. And both of these comps, you know, we've got these big front lines, but we need someone to actually bring, you know, the damage in, and that's in both comps. I think it's just the ADC. So if one of them goes down at the start of the fight, you know, a Zoe and a Vex aren't really going to pick up the slack as this Drake does get started.
Yes, and the stun comes out, but 3-member stun from the side of Zerg, and the stun comes out from the Q as well. Small Critter is completely surrounded. Oh my god, Rengar is literally within 5 members and just shredding everybody to pieces like Swiss cake over here. And everybody from the side of Verzik's Esports is completely falling apart. At least Hollow gets the fear on everybody, but that fear isn't going to kill anybody. And in League of Legends, you can't fear your opponents, you have to kill them. And boom, that is exactly what Belfast Storm gets done, and they're going to get the Dragon.
Okay, so kind of a menace with some of these engages. Again, Wilhelm, you know, he tried to get a little custom with the ult. Didn't end up quite connecting, but I respect the attempt on these angles. But then this time it works out when Rengus comes in for that flank. He just manages to get you know, enough damage out and just distract people enough that Vanguard can keep on putting out the DPS. Now going back, picking up a third item, just getting so strong. And it's starting to feel a little bit like these fights are decided sort of entirely by Zerg. You know, we had that great fight earlier on, we've had this one, then the fight of the Baron, that's the one where Zerg's ult didn't find anything. So if Zerg can keep on landing these, you know, high-value tempered fates, well, then Belfast Storm may well be able to pick themselves up a win in the inaugural game of the season.
No, yeah, I mean, it's going to be such a nice win for them if they do get it indeed. And Zerg, like you mentioned, I feel like it's completely playing out of control. The two engages that he did this game where it's been like sublime. My God, what a treat to watch, of course. And like, you know, usually we like to, oh, wait a second. Ooh. Oh, is Jolly Boy just cut out? Yes, he is. He's probably just going to go down here, right? No, yeah, that's just so much damage coming out. And Jolly Boy, unfortunately, can't do much. Another kill for Vanguard on a rampage. And this domination just continues, and they still have the Baron buff, so they can just push as much as they want.
We'll see what the plan is here. It's probably just going to be a standard, you know, 4 people run straight down mid. The wave's a little bit low. Hollow might be able to clear out that cannon, but you know, the next one is making its way on in, also including Little Cannon, so a fair bit of damage going to come out on this turret. And whilst this is going on, Rengus is just ignoring Hollow and hitting up that turret. Oh
my God, that's so many stuns coming out. Chobataco trying to go in with the God over there. Oh wait, Lindsay maybe getting a bit low, but over here on the fight, of course. Oh, Vanguard just ults into the middle of everybody and is shredding everybody down. Vanguard currently is not targeted at all. Gets the double kill, potentially a triple kill, and Jolly Boy is back, but of course he's back when everybody's dead. So in the end, Jolly he cannot do anything about this game, and he just goes down. And I think that's going to be the end of the game, and Belfast Storm will win their first game at UKEL.
Potentially. Should well be. I don't really see Ruddy being able to do too much to hold this one off. Hollow gave it a good go. But at the end of the day, Vanguard dangerously close to 2 Pentas in that game. It sort of felt like as Belfast Storm return and they pick up the first win in the first game here at Four Nations.
Wow. What a strong showing. And in the end, we really didn't need that gold graph and the timer to be active. We could really see that once they got that team fight victory, that decisive one, which led to the Baron, that it was the game was completely in their control. And from then on, we didn't need to know any of those statics.
Yeah, we didn't even do it. It's you know, the only stat that we need to see is the Bard ult cooldown. It really felt like, you know, if that one's up, then Zerg is cooking. And if it's not, then yeah, we might have a little bit of a problem. But all in all, you know, a real strong showing back to the league, and you know, getting back to start of UK League. It's interesting because, you know, I thought that this game was going to be a bit more of a wash. It usually is when, you know, you have a team who, you know, we know as well as Belfast versus a team, you know, like Verzik, where we don't really know anything. But this was very close for the vast majority of the game. It was only up until that very end bit, you know, where we just get those sort of like 3 Bard ults in a row, but Zerg is able to take over the game. You get the 5 kills, you get the Baron, then it all starts going well for NSG. Until that point, Verzik were holding pretty strong.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it really didn't feel like they were playing like super bad. It really felt like more excellence coming out from Zerg's Bard, where like Verzik's Esports just weren't ready for such a Bard, like such a high level gameplay coming out from him, like the ult angles and stuff like that coming out. They just weren't prepared to dodge it at all. And once they got hit, the team fight was just over.
Alrighty, well, that will be it from us two for now. We're going to head on over to a short break for the analyst desk. We'll come back in and get us nice and ready for Tempest Gaming versus Lionscreed as our second game of the night, so don't go anywhere.
pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on flip, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that Lambo with the 10 on it. Everything on flip, 14 got a rims on it. I pull up in that, 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 pull up Lambo with the 10 on it.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Rams, hey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids...
Welcome back, everybody, as our first UKL game is in the books. Belfast Storm taking the win over Verzik Esports. It was at times a struggle for them, though Synergy did end up winning out in the end. Let's quickly talk about this matchup before we move on. Temporal, tell us about Belfast Storm in this game, the story that they followed through there. What did you like? What did you not like? How did that game one go for them?
Alright, in a slight moment of alarm, the first 25 minutes are just a warm up. A little bit of shenanigans, sometimes overextended in fights and sometimes didn't respect level advantages in small unit fights, which was a big thing for Verzik. Well done, Verzik, especially that Vex play over the wall and bottom lane onto Zog's Bard. Very nice. But It's not enough for the clean team fighting unit from Belfast. Very, very happy that the two-time champions are already back to this one.
Certainly showed us a bit of that class here, but I love that you mentioned Hollow on the Vex. Sheikah, tell us more about that mid lane matchup, because we had some expectations going in there, but a lot of them didn't really play out how we thought.
No, so I mean, Vex traditionally very happy in this kind of matchup. He's just kind of going to absorb waves, be with the team, absorb waves, be with the team. But Lindsay really coming in with a good performance on the Zoe there. I mean, finding bubble after bubble. I said at the start of the game I had concerns as to whether he'd be able to pull it off. The answer is yes. Finding the important bubbles left, right, and center, playing the lane really well, playing the roams really well, and evidently being a replacement piece for the old mid laners of this Belfast Storm roster is not playing a factor at all, acting as if they've been together for years.
Yeah, certainly doesn't seem like he's missed a step, and they could have some good synergy going forward. But for now, we're going to have to skip straight on to game number 2. Not much time to work with here, so let's talk about it. Lionscreed versus Tempest Gaming. Your pick for a potential match of the day, Sheikah. So let's talk a little bit about Lionscreed first. As you touched on some of these players, a roster you thought might have a very high ceiling.
Yeah, so I mean, Lionscreed as a roster, if we go ahead and take a very quick look at that, is Cormac, Obsidian, Craney, Kumakum, and the Heathen. Definitely a roster that I believe is going to ramp up as the split goes on, following traditional Lionscreed traditional Lionscreed ways. They tend to scale up as the split goes on. Cormac, around for a while. Obsidian played, I believe, with G5 throughout open quals, had some good showings. Craney, as you mentioned earlier, Trajan, been around in the Scottish scene a little bit more recently, a very good player in their own right. And then Kumakum and the Heathen been around in the university scene for a while and on London United as well. So definitely a strong set of individual pieces, as well as that duo down in the bot lane. But I think it might take a little while for them to ramp up, especially up against the likes of Tempest.
Yeah, I think this is probably my biased team, right? Kumakum went to University of Glasgow as I did, and Craney is our top Scottish mid laner. So that's my secret bias team, is probably Lionscreed coming forward. But we will remain even-handed for now as we move on to Tempest Gaming. Let's talk a little bit more about them. We flagged up the name value, the experience, the championships, all of the veneration we must have for some of these players in this scene. Temporal, walk us through a little bit more about this roster.
Battery, multiple time returned to the UKL, back in top lane where he's native. Last time it was in mid, and it was a bit different. I'm expecting to see more of a sort of performance like Rengus, where he's dominating the team fights and he's making those late game decisive shot calls. That big sort of important difference from the top lane. Dunlosey has been here forever. He's going to play a farming jungler. Hopefully it doesn't take too long to get going. I know I've critiqued a lot of Graves' gameplay and competitive. The split, he's going to get his fishing rod out and he's just going to chill out. He's going to have a good time.
Yeah, that was one of the Lilia players that we mentioned before, Dunlosey, in the open qualifiers. Some really good carry games. If he starts trophying, he can actually, sometimes he can use the gold to great success, but he has to get there, it is true. But he has such great lanes to play off, right, to give him that time. Kusai, I know, Sheikah, you definitely have thoughts about Kusai as a player, how aggressive he is, how much kind of attention he draws from the enemy team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Kusai, first interaction I ever had with Kusai, it was the last UKAL split when he was on London United, along with Dunlosey at the time. I had the joys of playing against them in that split. And this player is very unique. This player is very aggressive. This player is very... I'm gonna make a play, and if it doesn't work out, it's fine. I just want to prove that I have the ability to be the better player in this situation, and it works out for him 9 times out of 10. Be fair to the guy. I mean, Tunisia and Prodigy, they won that split for a reason, right? This guy is a very, very good player individually, and bouncing off of a jungler like Dunlosey, their mid-jungle 2v2 has always been very, very scary. This is a very, very good basis to build around across the split, because you've got such a solid mid laner.
Yeah, that mid-jungle duo seems very strong from them. If they can harness it properly, it can be a duo that can run over you if you're not kind of respecting them and you get them let them get their comfort picks. And that mid-jungle sector is something that I think some of these teams have very strong duos, some of them don't. But I guess my question to you, Temporal, on that subject is, mid has historically always been like, oh, it's the most broken role in the game. It affects the whole map. It does the most damage to the game. It's just so strong all the time. Everyone loves to moan about how strong junglers are. Do you think the mid jungle duo is still kind of like the strongest centerpiece of any roster that can be that most important piece, or have the side lanes top and bot been given a bit more agency, I guess, just in the general balance of the 5-man roster as of the last maybe year or so?
It's more in current year that mid jungle duo will, you know, start and engage in that 2v2 or 2v1 to try and push out a mid wave, then move somewhere. And then as a consequence, those side lanes get more agency or more things happen on them, and your Renekton goes up in priority and that sort of thing. So that's more what I'm looking to see from this. And if you're going to go visit anyone, why not Scream and Buzzy in the bot lane?
Yeah, why not go to your just horrendously experienced AD carry, honestly, down there, as you touched on before. All of the experience in the Arabian Leagues, Arabian Cups, Arabian 2nd Division as well, I believe, for him. And then Buzzy, who has just played all across the European scene, played in the Baltics, played in the Czech Republic, in the French scene, the Nordic scenes. The guy has been everywhere, done everything, all the way back to the Square One Championship days that Temporal and I were still back on, even all those years in the past. And certainly a very versatile player as well, that we can say. We're just decrepit. We are so washed, bro. I am 28 in 2 days. It is Jover for me. It is completely Jover, and I still
I've been
can't
28 for
grow
a long
beard.
time, Trojan.
Okay, so this is why we have Sheik as well here, to balance the age ratio, just to
Child, what is up with the kids?
To keep us vibrant, because my god, we're just turning to dust right here. But, you know, if it's time for a UK scene resurrection, maybe we, Temporal, can be buoyed up by the new life coming in to UK League of Legends. Definitely just in time, not a 13-year-old game. But we shall hopefully see a lot of action coming out of Tempest and Lionscreed. I know that a lot of these players, some of them are very experienced, some of them are quite young, but all of them are still very hungry, and a lot of them very active and aggressive and mechanically skilled. And then it's about kind of how they bring those pieces together. Something that, again, Sheikah and I saw when we were looking at these games is Tempest really do seem like they know how to play together. And in the same way that Belfast can come together as 5 very well, it seemed like Tempest really had that same skill.
If we're going to critique Lionscreed or much here, then I would say like they are sort of a team that's formed a bit newer. And if they're going with Obsidian in the top lane, who was not on this team through open quals and was not practicing this team, was on G5 and was a mechanical monster. I wonder if we're going to see a bit of a lineup like the first game, where the coming together of Tempest, who will have played more games together, is slightly more important, especially with veterans like your Battery, like your Kusai and Dunlozy, that have played together or in the same league and around the same time, will be more valuable than Lionscreed. I personally think so, but you know, if Obsidian wants to pop off and solo kill Battery, I'm not going to complain either.
Who are we to stop him? You know, we would never dare question him in that endeavor. But I think Tempest does seem like the favorite, maybe we could even say. No one's done a tier list just yet. Okay, so we can't say for sure. I'm sure Temporal, you have something for us in the works.
I have
some
strong
sort of
feelings right now. I do.
Some sort of organized list by rank in the works for us to see. But
just vibes,
Sheikah,
just pure vibes.
Dude, it's entirely vibes. I remember famously one of Middlecot's tier lists that after the first week of games, the most accurate thing I could do was turn it upside down, and then it was way more accurate. You know, it was just that was the level we were bringing. You know, not to completely dog on Middlecott, just complete stray out of nowhere. But Sheikah, if I make this loose assertion that Tempest could be one of the favorites, how do you feel about that assertion? Do you think they do have this claim to be a single standout favorite here, or do you think it is just, you know, maybe one of a few that could take that top spot?
Coming off of open quals, I'm definitely in agreement with you. I think them and Arcadeia are the two teams that could definitely just sweep this league down flat. I think they had very good showings in open quals, and we don't know much of the invited teams, right? We haven't seen them play as a group outside of the Belfast Storm game we just saw, and we don't know how consistent they are. But Tempest and Arcadeia both only dropped the one game in open quals and made it through that upper bracket to get here with us in Division 1 of the Four Nations tournament. So I think if any team that we've seen is going to do it, it's going to be one of those two.
Yeah,
that's a reasonable assumption. Unfortunately, they do have to go through DMG's mystery players.
Yeah,
the Storm, as we have just seen, that just at 25 minutes rains and lightnings down. Like last night here in the south, it was pretty stormy.
Yeah.
Pretty stormy.
Yeah, it was.
Got an idea.
Bro. just about.
Top
he just
four,
about
top
survived.
4 for sure. Top 4 for sure.
Yeah,
But
I think
far into
we'd
the
have
top
to say
4?
top half. Yeah.
And then
I mean,
we do have to remember, this being a UKEL tournament, this is really important, by the way. London United only once didn't just like hone in on 4th place, like the old curse of Curse Gaming. Just like Magnet decides, you're playing too well. Let's get to the end of the season, down to 4th, or you're gonna miss playoffs, up to 4th. So with so many players from the pre 4 Nations era, I think I'm gonna put them in 4th.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if a team that was first seeded in UKL in regular season ever actually won, because I'm not sure they did. I think that we don't tend to have like
spring they didn't.
This one team that just kind of transcends and wins everything, right? It's normally a fairly close run thing.
Interesting. They might be the ones to break the curse.
They could be the ones to actually just be, this is the team, this is the one we all get behind. We get this Tempest roster coming together, we fire them into the NLC, do 2 divisions, and just like that, the UK's back on the map. That's how we do it. That's the plan, guys. That's the simplest route. And we'll see if Tempest can live up to that, or if Lionscreed can spike them. If they can come up with a bit more synergy than maybe we would worry about them having in the early stages. And even though, as we say, that they do have maybe, we need to see them bring these pieces together, the amount of history and different scenes and stages that they have played on is certainly something that I am keeping a close eye on for Kumi and Heathen. Have played in the UKLC, right? They've played at the top of the UK scene before, and Craney, having played on an actual LAN stage, some experience that not many of these players have. Painkillers, of course, have their 5-man squad Insomnia series record, but Craney has gone on to a Scottish stage as well.
Every time.
Yeah. Just eternally silver medalists.
Just the way of it with some teams.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I don't know who is ever going to knock the Cabbage Core family, etc. off that pedestal. They just seem like the actual land gods of the country.
Watching this.
Yeah.
I'm sign up to 4 Nations when open quals doubtless open again, because the lower end of this tournament always open-ended. Go to tournaments, win some tournaments. Why not?
Yeah, I'm assuming that Cabbage Core don't qualify. Like, they don't have enough UK players somehow.
No, see, that's the difficulty. They don't have the drive to show up every Monday and Thursday. Right?
They don't have hearts of champions. That's what it is. They don't have the winners mentality.
Be fair to them. They are the Cabbage family. They are made of cabbages.
They can do it on a rainy weekend in Birmingham, but I don't know about a rainy weekend in these British Isles.
No, they can't do it in the UKL remote dimension.
Too big. It's too big. The patch can't spread that far.
No. They were just too intimidated, clearly, by it. They couldn't step up. But we'll see. Maybe down the line, maybe they end up just getting too mad at us all poking fun and join the open qualifiers soon in the future. We will. I'm not sure. Just as an update, get in here. We need to see if you guys are good at the UK scene, not just literally Insomnia. Don't just have a have a deal with player one going.
What about when you have gone to sleep? Huh? What about then?
What then? What then, I ask you? We'll give an update on the draft when possible. We are currently waiting on this to be potentially remade. We are going in soon, as production will tell us. So they do we do a proxy draft into the draft offline. So we will see that comes around as soon as possible. Look forward to draft, I guess. Let's focus up on the match once again. We'll stop dogging on Cabbage Core for a bit.
Right,
for what we saw out of that first game. Okay, meta-wise, I think we didn't see anything. I think the Zoe was maybe the strangest pick, because even the Bard, these are champions that we know are familiar in the pockets of players like Zerg. Is there anything?
Lindsay's played a little bit of Zoe. This is not super left field. I think Zika should set us up for Kusai's pool, which is not the most standard thing in the world.
Probably not as going you to have be learned, the control mages.
Yeah.
So what do you previously? Yeah, what else we got? What are you expecting to see out of Kusai here, Sheikah? What do you think is the best suit for him?
You want to talk about Zoe players? You can't without bringing Kusai into the equation. One of the best Zoes I've ever seen at a grassroots level, unironically. A very, very good control/burst mage player. The Zoes, the Syndras, the Orianas, the Victors, the Azirs. believe it or not, has played the Jace as well, something I wasn't expecting. So can pull something like that out. But these burst mages are another thing that Crusade's a massive, massive fan of. Your Zoes, your Vexes. I'm terrified. This player, it's not a champion pool. It's not a champion ocean.
Yeah.
It is a champion Neptune. It is a champion Neptune that this player has available to us.
A celestial body.
Yes.
Of champions.
It is a celestial body of champions. He will take pretty much anything and go, yep, I'll have that mid lane, thank you very much. And I'm terrified to see exactly what he can do into
to quickly go over solo queue account. All the champions you've mentioned are there, and we're looking at a 4KDA on all of Ari, LeBlanc, and Orianna with neutral or positive win rates, heavily positive for Orianna, and the classic, the one to fear, Irelia in the middle.
Oof, dude, that is
a little bit of a change from last game.
Yeah, the pocket Aurelias are absolutely terrifying as we are into the draft. Lionscreed versus Tempest game, and you can see the mid lane focus already coming out. The LeBlanc denied from Kusai and Craney's Fizz removed. Fizz is the one trick previously for Craney. You cannot give him this champion. He is certainly very skilled on it, and he does have other mages and assassins to offer, as it is a lot of AP being denied so far to Flora.
Rakan gone again. 2 mid lane picks away from Kusai in addition. Ziggs and Poppy, not a huge surprise, seeing as Dunlizzy loves to go fishing and just prop his hammer up on his camp chair. The Xin Zhao as well, a bit of a return to form. Jarvan, we highlighted on the top of the day, Giga, was a huge pick.
Yep, and I mean, what do you pick into the Jarvan normally? It is that Xin Zhao. They can match each other very well in the early game. They have very similar play styles, and they spike at very similar points because of their choice of build, shall we say. It's basically, it's just Gore Drinker into Shojin. It's all Gore Drinker into Shojin.
Yes, it is certainly. They have identified the good items on this patch, and maybe we'll say goodbye to them when they take mythics away, but not for now. As we do have the Jarvan, Kai'Sa, Nautilus on one side. Great team fighting, great engage, front to back. It's a solid core for Lionscreed Academy. Kumikuma and a hyper carry as well. We can't be upset about this. But the return to Dunlosi, Xin Zhao, plus the blind Ezreal as well, something that often people would start to pick out to try and counter these shorter range AD carries in lane, still gets that matchup into the Kai'Sa, and paired with the Braum for Buzzy. This is a pick that's very much comfort for Buzzy as well. Very versatile player, as we said, but the Braum certainly seems to be something he'll go back to more often than not.
Yeah, really nice into the Nautilus and the Kai'Sa. That low range just gives you that little bit of an extra way to step up and get on a fight. Tempest now banning away some of Cormac and Obsidian's picks from top and jungle. Not a huge surprise. Sorry, from the top lane. And Lissandra as well. So that sort of short range scrappiness will not be such a presence in this game.
Yeah, there is a normal pool for Craney, which is things like Syndra and Cassiopeia and Lissandra, and then there's Fizz, Vlad, and Kassadin, which sit there just under the surface waiting to pounce if you give them a chance. So we'll see what the option is going to be. It looks like he will have the counter here, as it looks like we're going to have the mid lane for Kusai picked, some mages being hovered, and the Azir potentially the choice. So not the assassin, instead something with a bit of scaling and a bit of backline DPS to dish out.
If you were going to pick the Fizz, this is it. I don't think there's a better situation.
Oh, but so with this Jinx, we potentially do have the flex, but we'll see what the pick is going to be. We won't talk too much about the hovers, but yeah, we will see it at some point. I think it's eventually there's going to be a meta shift. There's going to be too many good mid laners, and then the Fizz will sneak through. But for now, it's just a Syndra. It's a very standard matchup up there. And Craney into the Azir. I imagine this is more or less not super favored for either side in the laning phase.
Yeah, we get a quick see into how deep Beartree's willing to go early season on the champ pool. This is a Kled game. This is the Kled game, maybe. There's a few unique things to go into the Renekton here that can punish a blue side pick for the Lizard Wizard.
I'm assuming he's not locked the fiddle, because the counter's still going.
We're with you, viewers. We're not sure exactly.
Yeah, we're sweating and hoping. Here we go. Is the swap into the Alawi? This is
Alright, really decent champion to this lineup. As soon as Jarvan's fixing things in position, and once the Syndra's E, the Scout of the Week, is out, that Alawi will have reasonable positioning to do what she doesn't quite do best, but is very impactful at when she does, and that's impact a team fight.
Yeah, so it feels like a champion that whenever anyone actually picks Alawi, a lot of the people watching, all the analysts go, finally, somebody picked it. Yes, thank you, please. So
between UK colorcasters, there are an unfortunate amount of us who play top lane who are all on Ilaoi for years now. We're just the worst. Yeah. We're the worst people.
We are the absolute worst. And yet here you are watching us. Big mistake, but you know. So we have this matchup set up.
It's good.
Yeah, exactly. This is the content you won't get anywhere else. So, Sheikah, looking at those drafts just before they fly from our memories, do you think anyone got a particular large advantage here? Because it seems like Lionscreed is a bit more simple and well-known quantities to operate, whereas there's a bit more kind of the off-meta picks, the more individualistic champions for the side of Tempest.
I really like Tempest setup here. They've said, okay, we're not going for Scream and Buzzy this game. We're just going to give them the safest lane we can. There's options there, sure, but we're not making them the main focus. You've gone for Azir Ilaoi as your top side. You unlock this Azir, you roam up as 3. What in the world is this Renekton ever going to get to do? I mean, the Renekton's paired up with... what was it? It was the Jarvan. So you don't really have an amazing 2v2 at base. Then you're looking at Ilaoi, Xin Zhao, Azir. So much, like, just... you're dead on the spot. And Tempest have the option to play teamfight, and they have the option to play poke. Azir does still have enough range to play poke with that Q. It's on a relatively low cooldown now as well, so I like Tempest comp a lot more. They have a lot more options, a lot easier to execute, and it plays to their strengths very, very well.
Yeah, and
I'm also favoring Tempest. I think just the Shurima shuffle fixes, like, you know, before Azir would have been like, oh, this interacts with this and you save this cooldown for this, and it's like, once shuffled, whatever engage from Lionscreed is in so much trouble, and they could just coalesce together. Not much AoE on the playback from Lionscreed. I think it's a pretty good draft. On the other side, if that cooldown is not used, if the members of Tempest do not come together and organize that team fight, you know, Lionscreed can scrap their way out. They can mix it up a bit.
Yeah, for sure. They've got good pick potential, burst potential. They have some ability for Kumikum as well, who is traditionally a player that is often set up as a late game team fight win condition. We saw him hovering the Jinx before. This is the archetype he is used to. And we'll see if Tempest Gaming can bring the team play that we want to see out of them, right? We saw plenty of it in the open qualifiers. One of their great strengths to put alongside the name value. And we want to see it from the get-go, right? We want to see them come in strong and show why we've put all this faith in them, so we don't look stupid in front of all the viewers. So please be good, Tempest, because we think you're good. So please be good. Otherwise, we'll come looking like fools. So we'll see how they go into this game. With Dunlosi specifically on the Xin Zhao, and not the farmers, not the Graves or the Lilias, something that maybe needs to get a bit more done early. Temporal, do you think this is something that he is well suited for? Do you think this is a game in which he has options to kind of use this champion early on, or are you expecting it to be more like matching what the opposite jungler is doing?
He's picked it up a few times before. I would like to see him try and meet the Jarvan, try and get that 1 versus 1 going, try and knock the Demacian Prince down a peg and stop that acceleration into Gore Drinker, Cleaver, and Shojin in some sort of order that turns Jarvan into a 2-second CC killing machine. But then the Xin Zhao also scales quite well as well. Once the Shojin's in, you know, you got your nice low cooldowns, you got loads of damage. Both of them, like, Jarvan should probably try and avoid the Xin Zhao and get, like, an independent lead. So however Dunlosi chooses to attack that, getting his own faster, more successfully, more reliably, by moving into his lanes with more CC, or just chasing him down, both good angles.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what the choice is going to be. We are moving presently into game number 2. We'll see if Tempest Gaming can live up to the expectations we have put on their shoulders, or if Lionscreed Academy can come out swinging and show us they can put these pieces together and build some sort of giant evil UKL Megazord to take this league by storm. We'll be passing over to the casters shortly, and I just saying that just to pull behind the curtain, guys. I have jumped the gun slightly, so you know I've done a fumble, but you know. This is,
you know, the prep wasn't there. We needed to do the montage about how Lionscreed combine into Megazord like right now.
Exactly. I needed to request the Megazord graphic. That's my bad, guys. And next time, I'll have the Megazord graphic for you. But for now, what I do have for you is Dr. Ernie Jonko with game number 2. Take it away, lads.
And yes, thank you very much, and we are back into it, of course, and we're going to see who is going to win between Lionscreed Academy and Tempest Gaming. Megazord versus High Expectations. I'm your caster, Ejun, and I'm joined by the man, the legend, Doctor. Doctor, how you doing, man?
Doing good. Ready to get on into some Legend League. Just taking a hot minute, and already we've got some shenanigans going on. Oh, what's going on over here at this red buff? Oh, fellas.
Oh, these shenanigans are coming in hot, and I mean, last game was pretty nice. It was a nice appetizer. Now I'm ready for my main course. Of course, I'm having some good high-level league gameplay going on, and so far, very content. And we'll see if there's anything they want to do before the game goes on. Doesn't seem like too much, so in the end, maybe Zinzao going to start on the top side. Same with the Jarvan.
Nothing crazy coming out of the bag thus far. Nobody even doing any ward placements. Oh, maybe a little bit. Oh, Craney walking on up. They're going to get some intel on Dunlosty's path. And we'll see what he does. Is he going to do the same thing he does every game? Where he just like full clears and then ganks and then just somehow ends up with 5 kills because he last hits them all and then just turbo takes over the game and he's been doing the exact same thing for the last 7 years. Let's find out, probably. Also, it has definitely not been 7 years, but I've seen it too many times. I really have.
My, and of course, from the side of Lionscreed Academy, I do have a special little bit of a soft spot for Cormac and Obsidian. I did cast a lot of their games in G5 Esports, so I'm hoping they do have a nice performance. You know, shout out to them, of course.
What's happened to Cormac's health bar? Brother, we've been in lane for 20 seconds. You cannot have lost half of it and had to use a pot. I understand.
I'm sorry, I
that
cast a
Alawi's
curse.
strong, but brother, all I know about Cormac is a clip I found by accident earlier where he TP'd in and 3 people were waiting for him there and he somehow got a kill and nearly made it a double and didn't die. And that was on the Renekton, but well, other than that, I don't know all too much about these players, but I unfortunately know far too much about Tempest because they've kind of just been clapping the UK scene in general for the last couple of years. Although Obsidian sneaking his way on up top.
Yeah, early gank attempt, but Beartree, of course, with the nice ward, is going to be able to get out to safety, of course. Little question for you, Doctor. Cormac versus Beartree on the Renekton versus the Illaoi. What? I'm not super experienced in this matchup. Who would you favor more in the early game, at least?
I got, on the specifics, I got no clue, but it's Beartree, and Beartree goes kind of crazy. So, I mean, the thing about it's probably still Illaoi. I mean, it's very hard to get an advantage against Illaoi as long as she doesn't make a major mistake. And honestly, like, there's a chance that Beartree wins it 1v2 there. He's not even level 6, but just the fact that they were in the middle of 2 tentacles, as long as Beartree can keep control of the tentacles in the lane, it makes it so difficult for any help to ever turn up. And then you can always have the lane in a really menacing spot. Like here,
yeah, and it's
gonna takes that trade, but when you're in the middle of 2 tentacles, it's a bit scary.
Yeah, no, and it for sure. And the Beartree's, I mean, the gank in towards Beartree, attempted by Obsidian, failing, is definitely going to hurt them a bit because Dunlow's immediately taking advantage of that and taking this red buff away. So Dunlow's going to have 3 creeps. Ooh, but wait, I can't talk about Dunlow's too much because in bot lane, we do have a little bit of a skirmish going on. Players are getting low. Ignites are used, but Dunlow is here to help out, and we'll see Buzzy and Killua and Dunlow going in on Andawolf the first, and Andawolf going so low, and the ignite will be enough, and that's going to be first blood for Tempest Gaming. Buzzy with a nice 400 gold in his pocket.
Okay, and Dunlosy does it. He just clears. He gets to the lane. There's a fight going on. The lane, he picks up a kill. Oh, brilliant. He can't keep getting away with it. This time he doesn't pick up the kill. Buzzy does. At the end of the day, I'm ultimately just flaming the man for being a good jungler. But it's just the same every single time I watch him. And he always manages to find this invade one way or another. Obsidian showing top early. That was a pretty risky one. Obviously, you want to get the early pressure out as Jarvan, but not really at the expense of your bot side, which did go on over to Dunlosy. Now, the kill going over to Buzzy doesn't matter too much, and it was a kill onto the Nautilus. So, again, it's not like, Kai'Sa is going to lose huge amounts of gold, but Nautilus losing some XP in terms of, the creeps that died. Could matter later on. Beartree now in a 1v2.
Potentially saying the second time is the charm, going in hard on Beartree, and that's going to be the kill on Cormac. Cormac and Obsidian high-fiving each other with a nice little bit of a gank over here. So Cormac with this push, definitely in a much more comfortable position compared to his very early game.
Yeah, I mean, the CC lock just enough to take down Beartree there. If he's level 6, it's a different story, but without those tentacles auto-swinging, not going to be able to find himself those heals. Big wave stacks up nicely for Killua to pick up. And wait, hiding in the bush so long, he just gets away with it.
Oh, wow, that's just such a clean kill. And unfortunately, quite a bit of a misplay from Lionscreed Academy, not even checking that bush. This is something we learn in Bronze, like something like always check your bushes, make sure there's nobody there.
No, I think Kalua might be a genius. Because he threw the Q out of the bush from very far back, and then walks out the bush. And you'd like to do it if you've got a guy there, you know, Buzzy throws a Q at the same time, you look for the play. So, you know, Kalua positions it like Buzzy's recalled, and he's trying to maybe hold the wave or something to let Buzzy catch it.
Wait, okay, yeah, I didn't even see that part. You're right, Doctor.
He could be. A genius.
Yeah, that was a genius play. My bad. That was not a miss. That was, or maybe a little bit of a misplay, but still very well played from the side of Killua and Buzzy together in the bot lane. But there is a gank potentially going out over here. Buzzy trying to look for a roam angle, but Adawolf is there at least as well. The dragon is up, so there is a bit of a prio advantage for the side of Tempest Gaming. We'll see if they want to take this.
Well, might have a little bit of a kerfuffle breaking out, although you know, pretty heavy item advantages for that fight over on the Tempest side, and it looks like Lionscreed not going to give this one too much attention. At the end of the day, Obsidian really wants to just take the opportunity to, you know, grab a couple of camps. He's managed to farm it up whilst Dunlossie has been getting those ganks off, but you need to keep that momentum going and just accept that Dunlossie is going to, you know, be the one to make stuff happen on the map. You're the one that's going to hit level 6 first, and then be able to try and force some fights. So all going on in is Corbin, maybe trying to bait out the old ult. Doesn't manage to do it though, and well, he's now reasonably healthy, but again, still in a little bit of danger if Beartree can get another tentacle over on towards that top side of the lane, and then manage to find himself an E.
I mean, yeah, no, I mean, Beartree, like, despite the early game just falling to the gank, is completely just having a nice time against Cormac. 20 CS up, of course, and constantly kind of pushing into the tower. Not afraid at all about the presence of Obsidian at all, but maybe he should be a bit afraid sooner than later because Craney is coming in, and I don't think Beartree really knows about this, so he's just going to get stunned here out of the open.
He might win it.
Oh, wait a second. Yeah, he got the ult down. Cormac is going so low. Is he going to go down? Oh, no, he does escape, but I don't know if Craney has the DPS to take him. Oh, my God, he gets the kill on Cormac. His tentacles are completely... Oh, double kill goes down, and just like that, Beartree gets a double kill. A terrible, terrible disaster for the side of Lionscreed Academy. And the Herald is, of course, the Herald is up too at the perfect timing.
Oh, there just can't be a single lapse in CC there, and so when Craney turns up and Cormac doesn't have the W available, it doesn't matter. You know, if you get one opportunity to cast your W as Alawi, especially when you can hit multiple members, you get the ult off. Even if you CC the Alawi during the W, it still goes off. You still get the tentacle slams. You still get the heals, which are all you need. And so Beartree manages to pick up a double. Now, was it worth flashing under turret to go 1-for-1? Well, actually, looking how that wave is stacking up, maybe. But yeah, it's more about sending a message. Oh, Dunlossie might get forced out here.
Yeah, no, Dunlossie is completely caught out, and he's just going to go down. So oh, wow. Yeah, no, Dunlossie just going down. He was the only one who couldn't really dash out of there. All of his teammates are like, we're out. How are you doing, Dunlossie? And Dunlossie says, guys, I need a lift.
I think that Kusei had the angle to hit the eye there, but he couldn't because there was a soldier down. And soldiers don't proc the eye, I think. And then they count as a spell, right? Oh, I'm not sure. I think Kusei might have been able to steal that because that was at 1k, but it looked like he wasn't able to get the auto on it. So, rough times for Tempest there, but in the Baron.
Oh yeah, but it's definitely got a feel. Yeah, no, it's definitely got a feel for Lionscreed Academy, especially after their kind of fail towards Beartree, giving Beartree 2 kills. At least getting this Herald, they can definitely get a gold lead somewhere else in the map, if not top lane, of course, through a gank. But I wouldn't go top lane if I was me anymore. I'd be like, yeah, forget that lane.
Yeah, it's a little doomed. I mean, Beartree, he's getting to the point, once you have that cleaver finished on Alawi, you can actually just kill someone. I don't fully understand how, but you can kill someone if you just hit 1 E and then just ult and get the tentacles auto-slamming. Even though it shouldn't work. That's if you're maxing the E. It looks like he's actually maxing Q. Oh, no, he is maxing E. I just can't count. I'm trying to count as passive. Yeah, so there's huge amounts of damage coming out here from the Alawi. You probably don't want to be sending Jarvan up there anytime soon. Instead, I think it's probably a mid angle. It's so rough because the Braum just sort of ruins Nautilus. Top lane's, not going great. And if you're Jarvan trying to, get an ult on mid, you're probably just going to have him slash dive his way on out.
Oh my god, no, it's not even close. And Beartree gets another kill on Cormac. it just
He's
gets
just
out with a
gonna-
slither of HP, almost getting the proc on the tower, but in the end gets out of range in time. And just like that, Bear Tree is absolutely feeling amazing this game, like his reputation that was set by the casters and the analysts in the pre-game. He's playing absolutely great so far.
Yeah, he's kind of just going to sort of keep doing that. He's also managed to pick himself up 3 plates as well. So he's
Jesus.
sort of on a bit of a rampage. That is surely the cleaver, and at this point you probably just turn it into a hole breaker and just keep on going. Send it on over with the split. Obsidian got nothing going on if they go up top lane, so yeah, there really is a lot of pressure on this Jarvan to make something else happen somewhere else. Especially with this Drake spawning up soon. This might be just a little bit too early to go for the bot play, but I mean, again, it's so hard for the Jarvan here. Ezreal shifts out, Nautilus just tanks everything.
They're trying
like
to force
this.
a play though. Adawolf into Buzzy and Killua. Buzzy is getting a bit low, but oh, the nice flash ultimate. But he does go down in the end, but not without completely killing Coon. Oh, flashing just to get out of there. Maybe a bit too precautious with the flash, but at least better safe than sorry.
Oh, I mean, again, that's sort of the problem. It's so hard to make the plays here. Buzzy, slight mistake, you know, he gets knocked up by the Nautilus ult during his W. You know, it has a very hard window to do it. Ends up being a 1-for-1.
Oh my god.
But, so this is again just what I'm saying. What can Obsidian do? He's really got not a lot going on in any lane because it's always sort of going to look like this. And if he goes in on Kusei here, not only will Kusei be able to simply just shuffle him or dash out, but also we've now got Dunlussy here on the counter gank. Drake has spawned. We might have a little bit of a fight in River.
Ooh, wait, Kusei maybe a little bit caught up. The ult completely misses up, but Obsidian is way too alone here, way too isolated from his team, and that's going to be an easy kill to Kusei. Cormac is absolutely having not a good time at all. Oh my god, I feel so bad for him. Bear Tree, he has a family, my man. He has a family, and he can't get out, and he just dies to tentacles again.
Yeah, I mean, it's once the ult's out as well. The most painful part is you don't see the hitbox of the tentacles. The hitbox isn't accurate normally, but you know, once the Alawi ult is out, you don't even have that little extra warning. It's so hard to dodge those because they will come out at different times. Yeah, no word for Cormac to live there. Turret picked up in top lane. Dragon picked up down on bot lane. Maybe Chicken's picked up as well for good measure. Dunlossy, he's on a ward, he knows it. Simply chooses to not care. Craney, he's lurking, but really, what else can you do other than steal away the Chickens? Dunlossy has the ult to disengage if he needs it, which would also send the Jarvan away. So Dunlossy very confident to walk all over the map now as a bit of a cheeky Ezreal ult to do a bit of poke on bot.
Ooh, wait a second. Adawolf potentially getting caught out here. Buzzy goes a bit. Oh, wow.
it's
Nice
dragged up.
ultimate. Gets 2 kills. Adawolf flashes away to. Oh, okay. Not safety. He does go down. Buzzy is super low. This is quite a bit of a hectic fight. Cormac gets a kill. Flash kill into Buzzy. And now there's Bear Tree, and they're like, okay, what do? We have to run away. We can't fight this man. Bear Tree is an absolute monster here in the Rift. He's an absolute god. You have to build a shrine against him just to do anything into him.
That's crazy because Bear Tree's teleporting in with no ult and no tentacles set up. But now at this point, he's just got so much gold that people can be terrified. I mean, look at the amount of health he's got there. Almost probably having that Iceborne finished up. I wouldn't be surprised. He's got 5 plates. And the first blood turret as well. Oh, Craney, buddy, you can't be here. You can't be here. Oh, it's not looking good. It's not looking good, bruv. I mean, Bear Tree has the ult available. If he pops the ult here, I think it could be a bit of a dead Craney situation.
No, yeah, he just doesn't even need to like care about Craney right now. He just takes that bot tower down, and I mean that's actually a question I want to ask you. What do you do against Bear Tree if he decides to keep pushing sideways?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a great question. I mean, especially if he's not going to use his ult, he's holding onto that one for when 5 people turn up. There's not really a lot going on. I mean, Kum eventually is going to be a problem for Bear Tree. You know, that's a lot of percent health damage. Alawi tends to just stack a lot of health, and you know, the Kai'Sa can outrange her. But at this point, the problem is the more people you send, the bigger a problem it's going to be. Maybe Craney can wave clear it if they play it safely enough, but they're probably going to need a bit more AP for that. And then you would just need Obsidian to force something somewhere else. But as we said time and time again, it's so hard to force those other things. So this really does seem sort of like a bit of an impossible task for Lionscreed, you know, on draft alone.
Yeah.
Off the back of this Alawi being so strong.
And Tempest Gaming not letting go at all at the pressure they're trying to build up here, takes the Herald. And another thing that makes it so tough is there isn't a single lane from the side of Lionscreed Academy that's like comfortably doing well. They're all a bit either even or behind, and in most cases it's behind. And that's just going to be such a big issue. They don't have the wallet enough to maybe win these fights. Trying to go on Killua, trying to force something out here, but that's not enough damage coming out, and Adawolf just goes down. Cormac is getting a little bit low here. The tower does go down, and with the tower, Cormac goes down as well, and Kum has to run away. Ooh, the Ezreal poke is deadly right now. Lethal damage coming out from this guy. You wouldn't believe he is like the AD carry that he says he is in lore at least.
Oh, Killua put another deep. So meanwhile, Battery picking up a bot lane turret as well. Should be able to grab that one. Actually, yeah, it was a little bit lower. Doesn't have that demolish and a little low on health. Might actually need to be a bit worried of Craney here. He's going to try and burst for turret.
Oh, wait, he gets the shutdown.
Oh,
well, that's so nice.
1k, 950 going on over to Craney there. Oh, Battery a little too keen for that one. Trying to, obviously, if he can get the turret, then maybe, but not going to be able to find that one out, and hands over a massive shutdown to Craney. That could be a big deal. That's going to help not only if Craney wants to get involved in the fight and just try to burst the Ezreal or the Azir before they can dash on out. It would be difficult to do for a Braum. But also if Craney wants to go ahead and just play the side lane just to wave clear against Battery, that one's also going to be an option.
Yeah, for sure. And that shutdown, like you mentioned, going to be so important, of course, because they just need something to get them in the lead. I mean, come team fight, they're like, we talk about the Craney on the Syndra and how much damage she can do in team fights, but she can only really burst down one character, right, out of the 3 that are super fed in the side of Tempest Gaming so far. And wait, ooh, Killua completely CC'd out over here and getting chunked down so low. He's just gonna go down. Buzzy is getting a bit low, but Kum needs to watch out for Dunlosi. Dunlosi getting the kill over there. Adawolf. Ooh, wait, and now Craney is in here, so Buzzy gets low, probably gonna go down, goes down. Adawolf is getting low too. This fight, once again, is very, very hectic, very scrappy so far. But in the end, Lionscreed coming out a little bit out on the edge, I would say.
They are and they aren't, because, you know, again, ooh, Battery chilling up on top. Actually, looks like, yeah, because of the wave state, it should be fine. Battery's not going to get damage onto that turret, not going to get a massive demolish proc. So, yeah, in that case, it does work out okay. But actually, yeah, as we see all these people come on up towards Battery, that means no one's heading towards the Drake.
Wait,
why do I feel like
can't Battery actually
he's not going to win it.
Ooh, oh no, yeah, he missed the W over here, and the CC chain is coming down. The Syndra ult comes in, and Bear Tree does heal a bit, but not enough. But with this, Dunlosi takes that advantage. The fact that there's 3 members away from him, of course, and is going to secure the dragon. They're also going to secure the bot lane tower. So, yeah, you got Bear Tree, but at what cost?
Yeah, well, the cost of 600 gold to Kusei at the very least. Alongside that Drake being picked up, and I mean, if Bear Tree hits that E, maybe. But yeah, it doesn't help that Craney picked up that 1k, and now actually has a little bit of damage to help take him down. But again, if your Lionscreed very much on the back foot here, being pulled all around the place. I did like the engage in mid lane. It was, let's be honest, a bit of a send. They didn't really have the most information about where everyone is. But honestly, you have to do that in this situation. Like, there's 2 people mid, just go in and hope no one else turns
Cormac.
up.
Yeah, no, Cormac just caught out here, and it's just going to be the easiest kill that Killua has ever done. At least in pro play, maybe. I don't know. He's probably had easier kills, but still, that's a very easy one at least. So Cormac, unfortunately, caught out again. So he is going to go down. Like, unfortunately, not having the best game that he could have had on this Renekton.
Yeah, I mean, he's got nothing going on. Let's be honest at this point. It's a little rough. As Battery just sort of running at them 1v2 and not really taking a lot of damage.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care at all. That's just so much damage coming in. Okay, they are 3 people, though. Oh, wait, Verzik just flashing in. Maybe getting a kill on Adawolf. Gets a kill on Adawolf, and Obsidian, I don't think you have to damage, buddy. He's just healing up from this whole exchange here. It's absolutely going wild, and he gets a double kill. 1v3, and he comes out with 2 kills. Bear Tree is an absolute monster.
Look at Kum himself. He was 1 tentacle
away
from being... And those were firing at him, you know, when he was sitting there after having his spirit broken, and... Yes, we can't throw ourselves at Battery. I mean, genuinely, Nautilus is just a health pot to Battery at this point. And it's
I mean, it was depressing to watch just how much they were healing from that whole exchange. Like, Battery just couldn't die at all.
Yeah, it's the problem with... Well, the thing with Alawi is that people don't really think about Alawi, is that her ult is basically Jarvan ult, but worse, in terms of it's a circle, and if you're stood in it, you die. And so the best way to counter Alawi is, you know, cough, cough, something like your boy Skarner top. but just anything that can get her out of that circle. And that's not a Jarvan, that's not a Nautilus. They're very much stuck in her role. Hey, you have a Tristana in the mix, you have a Lee Sin in the mix, you're cooking. But these two, no, she's just going to use you as a health bot. You're not going to be able to out DPS her. Especially when Kum is being forced out like that.
Yeah. I mean, if Kun could stay in for maybe a couple more seconds, I feel like Bear Tree would have lost that in that trade, of course, and like would have gone down. But just the fact that Kun just took so much damage, had to back off there. Like, and of course, this means that Tempest Gaming does get the Baron as well, and they can begin this push and slowly choke out the game. Like Lionscreed Academy, I don't feel like they have much chance left. They really need to get something going right now, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, they've not got a lot going on for them. It's unfortunate. Sort of happens. Such is the case, as you know, Tempest are very much sort of proven. It seems that they are the ones who deserve to win this game. Now they sort of just have to try and find a way to end it out. There's maybe an opportunity for us to just send a complete 5-man squad on top of Bear Tree, and you just try to burst him, you know, whilst he's stunned. But at this point, he's got the Hull Breaker online as well. You know, we've got the Baron and Powered minions coming in both lanes. Kusei moving down bot doesn't actually have the TP up quite just yet if a fight was to break out, but honestly, who's to say how necessary he would even be? As again, we just wait for the waves to turn up. Now they're a little bit off timer. You know, such is the difficulties of having the longer lane up top versus the shorter lane on mid. But again, no one's really trying to collapse onto the Alawi. So
no, yeah, no one wants to go close to her at all, and I completely understand it, but your base is crumbling. You have to do something here. Lionscreed, if they don't do anything, they're just going to roll over and die, it feels like.
Yeah. This is kind of where we're at. And, I mean, I haven't got a lot. Battery at some point is going to get Penta, surely. But right now, there's just a fair bit of damage coming out. Both inhibitors picked on up, and now, very methodically, the rest of Tempest make their way down. But ooh, Battery.
Ooh, they do go in on Bear Tree now, though, but it's 3v1 last time, and last time it didn't work out, so why would it work out this time? Bear Tree just making sure everybody backs off. Obsidian and Cormac going in, but do they have enough damage? I honestly don't know. He is getting a bit low, and with Craney in the mix, it might be enough. Okay, he is potentially going to go down here, and yes, he does go down to Kum, so that is really good. But what's the cost of that? They're going to lose the tower, they're going to lose the inhib and bot lane, and that means 3 inhib is going to go down for the side of Lionscreed Academy, and in the end, Tempest Gaming with the macro win goes out and feeling good about this whole exchange that's happened.
This is all according to plan for Lionscreed, because now they've got an AP Kai'Sa who can farm up 3 waves of supers. They are going to lose the soul, but admittedly it's Ocean Soul, and Ocean Soul is not going to help you win the game here for Tempest. So realistically, you actually kind of wanted to go over. If you're Obsidian, you don't try for a steal here. You let it go, and then you try steal the Elder. Now, you're not going to steal the Elder, but you have to give it a go. So I feel like we don't want to contest this too much, you know. I think we're okay with just letting this one slide.
They really want to look for it. They feel like it's do or die moment for them, at least in Lionscreed.
Game.
Trying to go in, but Buzzy with a nice dream and ult, and just like that, yeah, Adawolf goes down. He's just dead. Oh my god, a nice Emperor's Divide coming out. The double kill for the side of Kusei, and this fight is going from Ferric to decisive because Kuku is going to go down to Killua, and that's probably going to be the end. Oh, look at Ferric, he's just dancing over there on the Nexus. He's like, man, I wasn't even in the fight the whole time, and he just wins the game for Tempest Gaming, and Tempest Gaming going to get their first victory on UKEL Division 1.
Alright, well, we had to give it a go. You know, we had to give it the old college try if we were Lionscreed towards the end of that game, but, you know, I mean, it is what it is. That game was over long before Bear Tree went for that backdoor, as is such the case. I mean, honestly, again, you know, it's Ocean, we don't need it. Just play for an Elder Steal, maybe, try and take the farm. But it really did just feel like, you know, bot lane is sort of unwinnable counter, mid is ungankable, and then top lane's been going downhill from 1 minute 20 seconds into the game. So now our early game jungler doesn't really have anything going on, and ultimately, you know, a little bit of a draft if it felt like. Then coupled with the fact, hey, these guys on Tempest are pretty good.
Oh yeah, for sure. I was super impressed with them, both macro-wise and micro-wise. Like the individual laning prowess and how they capitalized those laning, like those laning advantages into like objective victories and just kind of slowly choked out the game. Especially Bear Tree, in my opinion, MVP for sure.
Hi, going crazy, even though I think he probably had the team's highest number of deaths. But that will do it from us for game 2. We'll be heading on over to a short break before we come back with the game we've all been waiting for. It's time to Ruddy up with Ruddy Esports versus Arcadeia. Coming to you in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome back, everybody. A bit of an explosive game too. We set up some favorites for the league, and I think we've found one, guys. I think we've found a little bit of a favorite. Tempest going crazy in this game. Absolutely stellar from them. They did show us the synergy we wanted. They showed us the mechanics we wanted. I feel pretty good about it. And a certain player stood out a little bit in the top lane, Temporal. Maybe you could tell us a little bit more about some wailing that went on in that top lane.
You know, Ilaoi pretty good into Renekton, and you get to abuse that melee match. We saw that in a denied early 2v2, and this 2v1, you know, Cormac's out, the tentacles off the side, just completely smashing, and Flash W to complete a 2v1 kill with no conversion onto the roaming laner behind. And then in this other clip at Bear Tree, just, you know, he accepts Cormac coming towards him, and then completely blows him up anyway. This is just such domination. And actually using the lead generated in the first few minutes, so even faster, even more exciting than Belfast Storm earlier.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, we thought we were done. We thought that was the replay. On the second one, maybe that was the end. No, we've got more. We've got more solo kills, in case you guys want to see more Ilaoi solo kills. Bear Tree went so wild in this lane, showed us the exact reason why all the analysts go crazy when Ilaoi gets picked.
Dip, duck, dive, and dodge, and still die. Unlucky Cormac.
Not the lizard could not escape that trap, sadly. Bear Tree with a great start to this series. Cormac having a bit of a slow start, though. She could tell us a little bit about that top lane matchup, specifically, not just the Ilaoi popping off. How do you think this went so badly for Cormac, besides the fact that he is off Darius?
Well, the problem with the Ilaoi is he's just very, very good into a lot of these melee bruiser type top laners. She wants to be brawling in your face. She wants you to be just standing on top of her and hitting her because she can get her tentacles and go, meh, meh, boom. And it's just
complete with sound
death
effect.
incarnate. Yeah,
Yes.
meh, boom.
We need
Death
the skin
incarnate.
with that sound pack attached. That's what we need. We need Sheikah Ilaoi coming soon to the Riot Store. But it was just a very quiet one for Cormac. Definitely a different speed of Renekton that we've seen today, but this is just the nature of the champion, right? It can be absolutely invisible when shut down in this way. But another matchup that was less explosive, but still had a lot of power and influence over the game at various stages was the mid lane. Was Kusai versus Craney. And Temporal, you were telling me about how you thought both of these players actually had a pretty good showing in that first game.
Yeah, you know, despite one lane being very one-sided, the mid lane was quite balanced, quite easy, going from both players. And, you know, it was about the sort of availability on the map. And I think it was a real shame the Syndra ended up spending more time roaming to top lane, be it just on time or not really to huge impact against Bear Tree's Ilaoi. And on the other side, we had the Azir, who was there in every fight. And Kusai was just behind Dunlozi every time he needed to be, and it really allowed the Xin Zhao to sort of traverse forwards. 4-0-1, I think, in the mid game there was really strong, really powerful, and really made the difference in that mid 2v2.
Yeah. It was not the over aggro Kusai, but a very good one, that's for sure. And then we'd love to talk about the rest of the members of Tempest. Everyone had their part to play, but sadly we are a little strapped for time. We're moving on forward to game number 3. Ruddy Esports versus Arcadeia. And now, Sheikah, I'll let you lead us off here. This was your actual match of the day, and you, specifically about Arcadeia, seem very excited about this roster and the potential they have. Where do you see the strongest parts of Arcadeia?
Arcadeia is very much more than the sum of its parts, right? I mean, look at this roster. You see some very good individual players. You see Synapse, you see Blank, you see Brixton, you see Galaxy, all very, very good players in their own right. Not too acquainted with Tea Time, but has shown very good things in open quals as well. But when you actually add the sum of this team's parts, you're looking at a solid laner who can do pretty much whatever you need him to. A proactive jungler who can make sure to give lanes leads where needed. A solid mid laner who can play multiple different styles and fill the role you need. A very good scaling AD carry who has been largely one of your primary points of focus throughout the entirety of Open Quals and has largely been the main carry on all the teams he's been on from start to finish. And a solid support who can both roam and keep the AD carry safe while finding these leads left, right, and center. A very, very strong roster, and one of my personal favorites to go for that contest for that top 2, top 3 spot.
Tea Time's a monster as well.
Yeah. There we go. You heard it here first. Tea Time confirmed monster as well. That's 5 monsters out of 5. That's pretty good. So we'll see if they can show us a performance similar to Tempest and maybe widen that top of the league. Give us another favorite to think about moving forward, as Tempest really did set the bar very high in game number 2. So if we look at Ruddy in a little bit more detail as well, Ruddy Painkillers, you could call them, picking up that Painkillers roster from the repeated Insomnia position. There will be a lot of names that people will know, Akkers and Sin from previous times, Crisis as well, now role swapped into the mid lane, and Tyron and Jamsu for the real old heads in the crowd. So give us your read on this team, temporal, kind of power level, the synergy together. Do you think they're going to be able to stand up against some of these very impressive teams we have in front of us?
I think Akkers is just like the UK top laner that we didn't really push hard enough, that could have gone the distance.
I think so.
And you know, I think we've just seen what Beartree can do at the end of the split. I'd love it if Akkers was in the same position where he can just dominate the top lane. I want to see more proactivity out of him. This Ruddy lineup, a recent show up at the UK LAN. They came second. I wanted to see more. I wanted to see more power from Akkers expressing himself in the top lane. When it comes to the rest of the roster, so I pull them up in front of me. Tyron, you know, he's probably not going to pick Eve and Zach every game anymore. He's way more balanced now. He's no longer all in on the weird picks. And someone I think who's matured throughout like this 2020 through 2023 era of league, where we've sort of seen these local leagues develop in a certain way, where there's like long divisions, lots of games, and not much capitalization. I think this might be the split where it can show that off. It can show the growth. Sort of hope that also that goes through the mid lane. No more Udyr jungle every game for Crisis. Also on the control mages. If that mid 2v2 can come together, that's going to be really strong. In the bot lane, Sin and Jamsu, bit less known in the UK scene. They've been here for a while, but without major championships, so quite exciting to see if they can all be a part of this journey.
Yeah, for sure. It's a combined over a decade, well over a decade, in fact, especially from Tyron's side of UK.
I think Tyron's
League of
a
Legends
decade on his own.
Yeah, he's 2014, I think, was the earliest date I could find on Leaguepedia. 2015, 2014, something like this. So they are the true old heads of the region, and we'll see if they can bring us in, still show us something strong here as we're into the draft once again. And, you know, maybe Tyron isn't playing Eve every game, but he still earns himself a ban, I guess.
Arcadeia not putting it with that one, and likewise Tea Time losing 2 of his favorite tree-based friends. No cuppers under the orchard today.
Yes, this is just jungle focus, very heavy jungle focus. What have we seen so
Junglers,
far today?
we hate them.
I know, just
they ruin
get them out.
jungling.
They've been strong for far too long. Someone's got to teach them a lesson. Ban it all. We'll see if the Jarvan lines up as well. Tea Time did play that at least once in the open qualifiers, and it has been just super high priority, but looks like Arcadeia maybe might be ready to focus on that mid lane instead.
Yeah, Tristana from Crisis just, has been present, and it's sort of that ominent mid laner that just doesn't need to do a lot but push waves. The Poppy away as well. Something else that Erling Haaland, Akkers here, really, really strong. This blue one's really open, especially when you got a team with like weird picks. Pretty excited to see. I don't expect to see the bot lane just locked in as a whole, so wouldn't like to see an enchanter there. The Xayah, pretty nice at picking that up.
I see this top lane Nocturne Sheikah, and I'm just, the flashbacks start coming through, the just traumatic experiences that Synapse enacted on the top lane with this pick. They will flex down to a meta point instead, but they've gotten what looks like a LeBlanc online for Brixton.
Oh, that's
Sheikah,
flexible.
how do you feel about
That's
this pick
flexible.
in here? Yeah.
It's very flexible. We saw an open call. Synapse can take this into the top lane, and I'm very excited to see if he does. I mean, you're also
I don't
picking.
think we get it game 1.
You're
That's
also
crazy.
picking like a quite. You pitch yourself into a corner with this Xayah. You have to play front to back team fight. They draft 1 or 2 poke champions. You're kind of gonna cry.
Yeah, it's a struggle.
Yeah,
You've also got the modulation. This is the first Rakan that has not been banned today, so 100% presence and the first pick for the Rakan.
And it's onto Galaxy as well. One of these Rakan lovers.
More flexibility. Let's go, Arcadia. This is a great first phase.
We're just getting all of Synapse's champions.
Yeah,
that LeBlanc could be top mid. That Trundle could be top mid jungle.
I think very much love the Trundle coming back in as that Sejuani answer. It does seem to be performing even at high levels. It's just a really strong answer coming through here, and great mobility, great skirmishing through these champions versus, yeah, this very like front to back. We've got scaling DPS, we've got big beefy engages on the side of Ruddy, so maybe a little bit more of a simple game plan there for our old painkiller side. As we get to the second round of the bans, the Silas removed from Crisis here. A role swap player, used to be jungle, now into the mid lane, maybe does have a little bit of a shallower pool, hasn't had time to really get that depth in the role, and if they can keep him down, perhaps they might find that advantage for Brixton.
With that Nico ban away, there's a chance for Arcadia to draft trap on 5. No Silas, no Rumble. So if they do play the Zeri here, I don't know if that Draven's been locked in. No, it's still open. There is room for a huge front to back. They're going to go for Ezreal instead, so kind of similar front to back, hard to lock down and sort of fire over multiple sort of fronts. You know, you don't just play Ezreal and like run at someone, similar to Draven. You don't have that all-in burst. The Sin Twitch is a classic. I'm not sure this is the place for it though, with the Trundle able to run him.
Yeah, I remember watching the Arcadia versus now Venomcrest series, the qualification match into the UKL Division 1, and that's where we saw the top lane LeBlanc come out, and it looked like a lost game, but the way they used that split push, the way they used that strategy they drafted, was able to snatch victory out of what looked like a sure defeat. So this team is great at playing with this somewhat unorthodox style comparatively, and we know that we must have faith in them to be able to pilot it down, as it is confirmed. The Orianna for Brixton means Synapse is just giving us the goods out in game number 1. Into the Renekton, do we expect any problems here for the LeBlanc, or is it just going to be absolutely horrendous for Akkas?
Where were you when Red 2 blue counterpicked blue 4? Like, what on earth was that Renekton locking with the LeBlanc open? The LeBlanc has some points of risk where the Renekton can dive through the wave, but in doing so, he is open to just being like chained and locked down, and the trade will never be lethal. Like, you have to take so many slices and dices through the wave for that to be an issue. So I'm pretty sure the LeBlanc's happy. Does end up in a bit of a weird position with split pushing. So the unit of 4 from Arcadeia, ignoring the top lane, has to hold out against a Sejuani, has to hold out against Nautilus, Lissandra, Renekton perhaps flashing forwards. So what I want to see from Ruddy here is just gas all the time, and that should prevent a split push setup here from Arcadia. Depends how the early lane's going to go, if that's going to be possible.
Yeah, it is. Arcadia, as we'd spoken about previously, a team that, especially in top and bot, has very strong lanes, right? With Blank, as Chica's spoken about, and Synapse as well. You have experience with these players that they can absolutely dominate in the right position. Now, sometimes they can't. Sometimes they do fumble somewhat, right? It's been known to happen. But they are, I would say, more often than not, in the right position. So Sheikah, do you think that Arcadia have given themselves a good enough draft here to use those individual advantages, or do you think that they're going to come up short against just the very strong unit that Ruddy has drafted themselves?
I think they've given themselves more than enough tools. I mean, they've not only got 1 but 2 different split pushers, so you can go 4-1, you can go 1-3 run. You've got a relatively safe 3 with Rakan, Ezreal, and Orianna. Very hard to jump on these 3 champions. You're really not in that much danger at any point in the game. You've got engage tools, you've got split push tools, you've got disengage tools, you've got safety, you've got poke, you've got team fight presence. There's so much this comp can do. My worry is it's maybe a little bit too difficult to choose one and execute it. But with the tenure of the players on the side of Arcadia, I think it's possible. I think they do have a good chance compared to just the death meatball that is Ruddy.
Yeah,
you know what I'm not super educated on, but like want to see, is if you're right, then that split pusher ends up being like static shift Triforce LeBlanc.
Yeah,
like, I don't know when you modulate between AD and AP, but like I was like, in my brain I was like, what, the Renekton gets Gore, Drink, Hysterics, Death Stance, how's she ever gonna kill him? And I was like, by auto attacking. Of course. Why didn't I think of that?
I will right click, and then the problem is solved. For
I think this was the exact matchup he played it into an open cause as well. Was that LeBlanc Renekton matchup? And he just went static into Stormrazor, into Triforce, into Rapid Fire. You just get Kershey's plus Sheen, and you just go W bonk, go back. W bonk,
toxic.
go back.
It's so toxic.
I love it.
Oh dear. This is them just laying out the carpet now and going, well, oh, you guys have a free Vayne ban, you guys have a free Fizz ban, we'll just get a free LeBlanc ban for the rest of the series, the rest of the split now. Even if it gets nerfed, if they finally knock it out better, we're gonna have a LeBlanc ban that you have to ban every single game, and that's useful stuff as the meta shifts and changes. I think that ultimately it is, as you kind of flagged up, that Sheik, it's going to come down to how Arcadia choose to execute on this comp, if they have their wits about them, if they're able to hold up under pressure of if Ruddy are going to play together, use the synergy, use their team play that they have built up at LAN and at various competitions to just ball it down the middle and just say, no, you have to answer. We're going to do this now. You have to answer us now. If Arcadia can hold up under that pressure, as we've seen they can do, this could be a time for them to pick them apart. Otherwise, Ruddy might just win through the power of friendship, as it were. And I think that's really what it's come down to so often today, is one team's synergy and team play just being so much higher than the other. You know, we've had all the drafts have had options and things to play through, but that synergy and that connection seems to come through at the end of the day. But I guess a last quick prediction, we kind of asked Sheikah, you feel like the draft that Arcadia has enough tools to get it to work? Temporal, do you think that Arcadia are going to win? I'm going to change and ask you for an out-and-out prediction of this match.
I love the Ruddy painkillers. I really want them to do on this series, but you can't ask me to vote against my boy Ethan on LeBlanc top lane. Like, that's not who I am. I love the weird stuff, and we're going to see Arcadia pick up game 1.
This is a principled position for Temporal here. You pick LeBlanc top, you get the vote.
My identity. Weird stuff in top lane.
Exactly. Let's hope it gets even weirder, guys. Back over to you, Doctor and Ijoko. Take it away, game number 3.
And we are back, everyone, and with another hopefully exciting game over here on UKEO Division 1, Ruddy Esports versus Arcadia. It's going to be another exciting invited team versus team that went through open qualifiers. I'm your caster, Ijun, and I'm once again joined by Doctor. Doctor, how you doing?
Who's gonna tell him? Who's gonna tell Sin he forgot his items? It might not matter. But if someone lives here with like 3 health, and that's Sin's Doran's Blade difference, then it's a bit Jova. Is he gonna notice? I thought if there was a fight and he got a kill and then he would recall, it would be alright. He's noticed. He's aware. I mean, it could have been tech. Maybe it was tech that he wanted to get the first blood, just come to lane with like a, I don't know, turn up with a pickaxe or something. But
oh, that would be like some huge galaxy brain
notice.
play.
He swapped his trinket and didn't buy items. Okay, he's noticed.
Oh my god.
We're safe. Okay, all right. Woo. All right. So that wasn't the
already the minions haven't even like come to lane yet, and already the game is super exciting with all these decisions. Of course, we do have both junglers starting on their top side once again, trying to play it for the bot side. I really feel like it's interesting. Synapse's LeBlanc is going to be super interesting to watch. It's such an unorthodox pick, but of course they had success with it.
It's so gross. So we saw it in one of the games, at least I saw it in one of the games that he played during quals. I don't know if you saw it either, but
oh yeah.
Yeah, he just gets that shiv, and it's just like, yeah, what can you do? He's just splitting like a madman, and then one of the options you can also do is getting like a hole breaker, which he did not do in the game I saw. And then it's just like, I'm not even going to interact with the Renekton. I'm not going to interact with you. I'm just going to push, and you're going to take longer to clear the hole breaker minion than I'm going to take to clear the rest of the wave, and I will eventually get your turret. It's going to take a while, but I'll get the turret. And so that's not the most fun. As a bit of a level 2 spike on bot.
Ooh, yeah, they did get level 2 first, but of course now equalizing the level 2 situation. Galaxy potentially called out. The Ignite comes out, and that is going to be a nice kill into Sin. First blood for Rudy's bot laner super early into the game. This Xayah is looking good.
Yeah, Galaxy and Blank hitting level 2 first. Galaxy kind of missed the knock-up, which is a little important, but even then, even if he had hit it, I think there's still so much power in that lane's 2v2. Maybe if Ezreal has a nice and stacked passive when the fight starts, it's a little bit different, but in that case, Galaxy just ends up dying on the way out. He doesn't have the E or anything like that to get to safety. And that's the first blood going on over to Sin already, trying to get that snowball going down in the bot lane. Maybe if he didn't have the D-Blade, you know, now this time he could go and come back with a, you know, BF sword or something, but instead it would be a simple 2 longswords. And he makes his way back out on towards the map. Rather unfortunate for Tyron, who's cleared his way all the way down bot, and there's already been a kill, so he's got nothing to do.
Yeah, for sure. And Synapse going to be left alone here for quite a while in top lane, and already some really nice trade into Erling. I mean, just getting so much poke down, and like Sejuani clearing out the bot side of the map, going to be in top lane like no time soon at all.
I don't know enough about what I assume is football to understand the reference on Akaz's name of Erling Haaland. Is there a footballer called Erling Haaland or something like that?
I don't watch football either, so I wouldn't know. One thing I do know for sure is he's getting dangerously low into Synapse, and he has to back off, forcing out the back end to TP potentially. Oh, whoa.
We got here a replay. A little bit of a replay action, I think.
Oh, there's a replay moment happening right now. Oh, we get to see the replay and everything. Oh, that's so nice. The production value quality over here in UKEL is absolutely god tier right now. Thank you so much for everybody in the production crew, of course.
I'm going to choose to believe that that's what this is. I think there may have just been a bit of an oopsie whoopsie, but that's okay.
Oh, I see.
Oh, now we're back. It was a replay.
Wait,
I got
back.
nothing. Okay, there's been some technical difficulties that have been being ironed on out. That's all right. Didn't miss anything too major. In fact, we got a nice little wave stacked up down bot. Have that one all picked up for Sin and Jamsu. And yeah, Akaz did have to
Blank caught out over here. Blank going a bit low, about half HP, but Galaxy is like behind as well. Oh, Tyron is coming out, or Tynan is coming out from the side over here. So the flash comes in. Galaxy goes down again, and this time the kill going to Tyron, of course.
Oh, I tell you what, Tyron had the opportunity to pick Karthus here, and he didn't. And what you need to know about Tyron, you're a bit of a newcomer to the scene here, is he plays Karthus, he plays Evelyn, and if those two are banned, then his jungler, then his coach subs him out and steps in instead. I don't remember which team that was, but it was very funny when it did happen in one of the UK tournaments. So Tyron, expanding his pool here, coming out and picking up the Sejuani by choice, as he gets a bit of pressure over on that mid side and could be looking towards starting up that their dragon. It was spotted, but I don't think there's a lot of contest available.
Yeah. Ooh, wait. Synapse going very low here. Erling maybe getting a kill. Ooh, gets the auto attack, but Synapse with just a slither of HP is able to escape. But Ruddy on the other side is like, yeah, whatever. We'll get the dragon over here. Bam. Gets the Chemtech as the first Drake. Second Drake will be Cloud.
Oh. Good lord. Synapse managing to sneak his way on out of that one. Trying to remember, he did this build before, I think, but he finishes the Shiv, where you get like the Kershas and the Sheen. I think he finished the Shiv first. That one makes a little bit more sense. Fortunately, though, he doesn't have the TP, so he is going to lose a little bit here, but it's a cannon wave, so the cannon's going to tank a fair bit of that turret and keep the melees nice and alive for him. Whilst this was going on, T-Time got a bit of an invade. Not too sure if he actually caught any camps there, and he's not going to get any vision down either, but oh no, he does. He puts a little ward under himself there over on the menu map, so that will be good to know when exactly that blue's being picked up. Maybe something can be coordinated elsewhere on the map.
For sure. Otherwise over here, I mean, in the mid lane, not too much going on at the moment. It seems like both mid laners, of course, being like more stable, like control mages and stuff like that. They're just doing some little pokes and stuff like that. But I am interested to see once the Herald timing comes into play, if there's going to be some big skirmishes involving these mid laners and how well they will perform, of course. T-Time and Galaxy trying to bring the action to mid lane, perhaps.
Brexit, no.
Ooh, okay, gets the ult over here. Brixton getting it on Brexit. Oh, the flash W comes out for Galaxy, but Brexit using her ult out just to be able to escape there.
Very nice get on out of that one and instantly throws the E right back down to re-engage.
Oh, Brixton, he doesn't have anything to run away, so he has to use the flash. But this time, they are going in on Tyron. Oh, nice! Hook from the side of Jamsu, and Jamsu getting the kill. Is he going to get another kill? Brexit gets the kill on Galaxy, and just like that, Arcadia's team is falling apart over here. Another nice hook. Jamsu is absolutely completely out of control. T-Time running away in the speed of light, but of course, Sin is there to pick up everything else, and that's just going to be such a nice skirmish victory for Ruddy. 5-0 right now against Arcadia.
Oh, it might need to Ruddy up. Oh, it's not looking good for Arcadia already. Always have the opportunity for Synapse to be a menace, but off the back of that, Sin finds himself even more kills. Love the turnaround from Brexit there as well. Just, it's a bit scary when there are so many people nearby, but he's like, hang on, they just wasted, the flash for W's probably still on cooldown as well from Galaxy. There's no shockwave. Just send it, gets the re-engage. Tyrant can come and clean on up, and they'll be rewarded with a Herald as well. This one's going to take a hot minute to do. They don't have the most damage. Tyrant will eventually turn up, which will help. but Tea Time doesn't have a ward and doesn't have smite, so no opportunity to steal that one there.
Oh,
So
we get
a
the
nice little
replay
look.
over here, of course.
I mean, it's
No, but yeah.
it's a bit of a rough one for Arcadia here. I want to say Arkaraf, but he's not actually in the game. This Jamsu just gets a nice little roam, comes on up, connects off the back
this
of
was
that fight,
such
and
a-
again, yeah, it's just Brexit getting a good re-engage there, and everyone being in position to collapse. Just good map movements as a team.
Yeah, I just feel like Jams has played so well over here with the first initial hook and the second hook as well, just kind of securing all 3 kills for Ruddy Esports, and they're going to feel super good about this because now they get the Herald as well. I mean, this is everything they want in the early game, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, you really couldn't ask for a lot more out of your early game again. You do have to be a little bit careful. At the end of the day, you do have an immobile ADC up against, you know, a Trundle or a Can, and you also have the opportunity of just yoinking everything away from Sejuani just to make a quick and easy pick, get her down to negative armor and magic resist with that Trundle, and Synapse is going to be splitting like a menace. So even though we're down 2,500 gold in under 10 minutes, which isn't great for Arcadia, there is still opportunity for them to find themselves a bit of a foothold in this game. It's just probably not going to be through the bot lane.
Oh yeah, and I mean, if anything, this makes me more excited about the game because this allows for potential more base races and split push scenarios in which you get to see Arcadia's finest games where they just like completely clutch it out in those scenarios. So I'm looking forward to perhaps that kind of thing going on because Synapse, I mean, we saw it on that game where he won. Like he just won just sheer split pushing, like nothing else really.
He did have a cheeky backdoor, it's true. He manages to set this wave up. Don't think that one's going to freeze perfectly. I'm not actually 100% sure what happens when it's 2 casters and a melee. But he still ultimately got the wave in a pretty nice spot. Although I don't think Akers has to be too worried. I think he can just sort of dash in and try to clear the wave out. He has enough health, and that Dominus should be coming up relatively soon, but not quite just yet. Ooh.
Oh my god, that's so cheeky
Akers.
from Synapse.
He's fine.
He's such a cheeky player, just going in for those extra pokes as much as he can.
Oh, Akers doesn't know he's on a ward. Oh, he thinks he snuck it. He thinks he's cheeky.
Oh,
This
and
could be a
meanwhile
kill
there
for
is a Herald
Synapse.
here in the bot. Oh wait, but he gets the kill on Synapse, so he is gonna get a kill at least, even if he goes down here. Gonna be super worth it for him. Tea Time does get the revenge kill, of course, but there is that bot lane play that we kind of have to look at too. But oh my god, there's action everywhere in the Rift so far. Brixton just going down against Brexit and Tyrant, so nice play from Ruddy so far. And with that, Ruddy Esports gonna secure the second Drake.
Yeah, they'll admit they were on over. Something happened over on mid during that play, and I'm not actually 100% saw how Synapse went down there. Especially with the stun coming out so late when he knew that Akers was in that bush, but it doesn't really matter. The kill got traded on over anyway. And as we said, that Drake gets secured also. What's going to be the play for now? I think everyone's just going to take nice, calm little resets and a bit of a cross-map punish there as Tea Time picks up the Gromp. Should be spotted out there by Akers, so we'll have a bit of an idea of the timer of that Gromp spawn, although I don't think it will really matter too much. Tyrant probably just going to either clear bot to top or reset, and then he's just going to go top side anyway, so does it really matter if we know the timer? Probably not.
Yeah, Arcadia struggling a bit here in the early game, of course, and kind of looking at Sin, like looking at this Xayah, have to feel really good about it because like 15 CS up, 2 kills, and of course getting all that turret play from the Herald bot.
Oh yeah.
Already has the Kraken Slayer as well. Of course, look at that gold lead over there, 1,500, and last time I checked, BF sword is about 1,300. So boom, that's exactly how Sin is able to afford such an expensive item. And yeah, no, he's a true carry right now.
That's a lot of gold going on over, and oh, lovely stuff for Akers there as well.
Ooh,
Now he's got himself the what do you call it? The whip. He can clear out that wave, which makes it pretty hard for Synapse Sprinter to actually go ahead and get these plates. And the thing about the split push LeBlanc is it's not really about the plates in lane. You definitely are item reliant before you just become that absolute menace that really just has no real weakness in a side lane. But it still would be nice to get a couple if you could. And it's looking like Synapse probably isn't going to be able to. But again, we just look down the bot lane. That is a finished Kraken Slayer and a BF Sword up against, you know, some pretty weak components for Blank. So this should be the first turret being picked up for Sin, and Jamsu may even see a dive come on through. Although Tyrant shows his face in mid. Oh.
Okay, they back off from it. I mean, I kind of get it. They didn't get
Is
the
there a dive
ultimate, so
bot?
no need to go in. But wait, Tyrant has to now face T-Time. Can't be slowed though, so he is just running away for now. But of course, that pillar comes in. Tyrant has to flash out just to get out of the way. And meanwhile, Gale actually just got caught off, so he gets killed by Sin and Jamsu. I wonder how that happened, but we can't talk about that too much because now T-Time is coming in with Brixton together. But oh, a nice response from Tyrant, making sure that they can't go. Oh, and Brixton TPing in, and just like that, Brixton is going so low. Oh, but of course Orianna is able to run away in the speed of Usain Bolt right now, trying to just get away from this situation. So a lot of action going on, but not too many kills except for Galaxy. And of course a bot lane turret kill.
Oh, Blank, you gotta be careful here as that.
Ooh.
Jesus Louises. Very close coming out there from Jamsu. The turret does fall, and they manage to get the plates as well, as those all end up falling off. In terms of the bot lane play, pretty sure that Jamsu just walked up, pressed Ignite and ult, and Galaxy went down. And yeah, we should have seen Brixton going down as well, but Brexit couldn't quite connect that Q, couldn't get the slow. And then, yeah, that's the power of something like Orianna's Dissonance, where, you know, you have that Orianna gets something and you lose something. You know, she's getting faster, you're getting slower. That's a bit of a double dip there to get her out. But ultimately, now we're probably dealing with what I would assume is pretty close to a 2-item Xayah, wherever they've gone. Am I crazy that I just can't see them on the map at all? Oh, they're literally underneath Nautilus. That's what it was. All right. I thought there was something because they've recalled with like a load of gold. I was like, oh, we're going to get something big, but like, it's fine. All right. The point is they're pushing it mid. We're going to get a Herald.
Yep, this Herald seems pretty set on for the side of Ruddy Esports. And wait, but it seems like Arcadeia wants to fight this. They are posturing at least for a fight. Galaxy and Brixton kind of trying to look for any angles they can go in. T-Time. Ooh, Jamsu just flashed going in on the Ezreal over here, and the fight is kind of scattered, but it's all centering up over here. And Tyrant gets to kill a Galaxy, but now, oh my god, so much things going on. I can't even recall what's going on because there's just, wow, Sin! But Sin is just too strong, and Sin just gets so many kills. But it is, in the end, kind of even. Oh, Jamsu trying to go in with an angle over here, but misses his shot, and Sin has to back up because now it's Brixton and Blank together, and they are potentially going to secure this Herald from that.
Oh, they're going to try pick it up. Can Sin get it? He cannot. It does go on over to Blank, but it's pretty close. It's under 100 health. Synapse almost getting taken off on the backside of the fight as well, I think, but damn, that's crazy. You think that would not be a good fight for Arcadeia, but yeah, ends up that Ezreal and
like
Orianna
I think it was 4 kills for Arcadia and 2 kills for Ruddy Esports, so that was really good for Arcadia. And look at the gold lead; it was about 4 to 5k, but now it's down to 2k. This is exactly what Arcadia wanted.
Very nice, and they get the Herald as well, which is going to be an extra couple hundred to try and close that gap. We've got to be a bit careful. Let's not overshoot here at the Drake lads. I mean, yeah, we look at the ultimate cooldowns. They're not exactly there.
Now this time is Ruddy trying to come in, looking for a potential angle to go in, of course, into Arcadia's front line or back line, whichever one is Jamsu decides to hook. It is this time going to be the front line, and that is going to be, or technically the back line. Synapse going down. T-Time getting so low because Sin is absolutely not touched, and Sin completely shattering the front line over here for Arcadia, and Arcadia has to back off, and that's going to be another Drake going out for Ruddy Eastward. Their third Drake, a Dragon Soul point.
Yeah, fellas, just because we won the last fight, it doesn't mean we're ahead. Arcadia a little bit too keen on that one. Hang about Brexit, looking for a little something. Not going to find it. Neither will Akers, but the turret does go down, and I believe the Herald... they didn't even get it. Arcadia got the Herald, didn't they? So we're not going to be pushing onto a tier 2 anytime soon, but ultimately that's a Drake we can give up, lads. Like, we don't have the ults, so it was a pretty perfect fight to bring the game back to even. That doesn't mean that we're winning after that there Herald. And so with that advantage seemingly sort of thrown by the wayside. Blank playing very aggressively here.
Ooh, maybe too aggressively. Just gets stunned and just goes down. Quite a bit of a misplay. The ult comes out, but without Blank alive, of course, there is no more DPS follow-up, so Sin just goes away with half HP. Completely fine. And this is something I kind of want to talk about. I feel like it's going to be so hard for... yeah, a little bit of stuff. Oh, wait a second. This is a serious 1v1. Oh, my God. The stopwatch comes out, but is it going to be enough? Ooh, and Synapse gets the solo kill into Brexit. Wow.
I was terrified. I thought the cannon was going to... I thought he was trying to just set up, easy chain. you know, to hit as the Zhonya's ends. It's getting body blocked by the cannon, but Synapse finds a way around it, snaps back. Gets the extra, you know, Mimic W. Now Brixton trying to find out, I know, Aka's here.
Oh, but now Tyrant over here on the side, helping out. Like, Acker does get the heal out, so he's able to go away, but now the TP coming out as a bit of reinforcements, forcing Tyrant out of this fight. But in the end, no kill gonna happen here. My bad, I completely forgot about the fact that T-Time is... Yeah, oh my god, that auto-attack damage with the static shift. Wait, but now Acker is caught out. Oh no, my bad, not Acker. Synapse is caught out. Sin is godlike. My god, someone needs to stop this man. Kind of... Oh my god, the action keeps going on. Okay, never mind. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shamsu, for not going in on that too much. But, yeah, wow, kind of crazy.
Yeah, to be fair, it gets confusing when people's names aren't their names, which is why I usually just ignore it, such as by calling Crisis Brexit instead. But I'll make a special exception personally for Akers. I've been casting that man since day one. And it's not looking great for him in this game in particular. But, well, let's go with the rest of Ruddy. What is crazy is I thought the Synapse must have had like a finished Triforce or something to put out that much damage onto Akers in just one auto at the end there. But no, that was all just the Shift and Sheen proc. So, a lot of damage coming on through. Shouldn't be too meaningful. Again, you're not going to be getting kills with that LeBlanc later on, but if you pick up the Hull Breaker, you are going to be getting turrets.
Yeah, for sure. Something we're definitely going to have to look out for. And Sin over here trying to maybe cheekily steal the red. Oh, wait. Was that that wasn't the red steal, right?
Ah, I've got no clue. I mean, Sin has a red.
Yeah. No, but
Trundle's got one too, so...
Yeah. No, but like one thing I kind of want to talk about was Sin is playing so well. It really feels like Arcadia's struggling to just catch Sin off guard at any point in the game. Like it's really going to be important to take him down, because if Sin gets to DPS, I feel like you can't win any fight as Arcadia.
Well, T-Time doesn't have flash, so if they want to steal the Baron, they got to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, they are backing off from this. Maybe tried to look for a dance, but didn't see the angle after Jamsu missed his hook, of course.
Arcadia, they keep the inside track off the back of that place, so they should be able to get some good damage onto this mid turret. It's a bit high, so they won't be able to finish it off. Thought it was a little bit lower, I can't lie, but they actually don't get that much damage off at all. They get engaged on.
Oh, wait, but Brexit with the engage too low, so Blank is completely not caught out, and he's safe on the backline over here. But they do get Oriana, so she does go down. Galaxy's going down too, and yes, it really just seems like at the moment, the wallet on the side of Ruddy Esports is too big right now. Okay, Jamsu with a little cute miss in the hook, but it's completely okay. That hook's all right. It's still a decisive victory for the side of Ruddy. That's probably gonna, secure them the Baron.
Yeah, should be turning into a Baron. You think someone would want to go and make a little play for that turret? No, never mind. The wave was tiny. That makes sense. So they're not even going to be able to pick up the mid lane turret in exchange as Ruddy get the engage and they get the Baron. I mean, let's be honest. The engage, it wasn't all that. Bit of a self-ult from Brexit, bit of a missed ult from Tyrant. But they just have enough damage at this point that you don't even need the CC, as long as Sin is autoing something and Akers is getting involved, you're still going to be able to find out those kills. They've picked themselves up the Baron, they've reset their back out onto the map, and now they're going to try and play for the Infernal Soul.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how, because of course I'm not a very good League of Legends player, but it really feels like Arcadia needs to find a way to catch Sin off guard if they're going to keep going into these fights and stuff like that, because like once again, Sin's DPS is crazy. This man deals more damage than I've done to my bank account this year, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty rough one. It's pretty, it's going to be pretty difficult. There's maybe options with the Trundle, but... Well,
speaking of the Trundle, yeah, he's just dead.
Hate to see it. I mean, you can get Sin, but the problem is that you don't have like a flank or anything like that, so everyone's just got to run in face first, which is exactly what the Xayah wants. Maybe if Galaxy finds something without being immediately CC locked by any of the other 4 members of the team, and then you can set up like a pillar to stop the the disengage, and you have options, but I don't think the damage is there, and I don't think the backline access is there to really help Arcadia pull that one off, as right now their mid lane turret is being taken out. The inhib should be exposed, and that's going to make it pretty difficult for Synapse Sprinter to split.
Oh, Brixton caught out. Oh, and of course Galaxy trying to save Brixton's life. He does potentially in the end save it, but in the cost of his own life. Synapse is here in the fight, a little cute poke, and immediately backing off, not wanting to engage into any of that.
I mean, the damage isn't quite there, you know, for the squad. Ooh, another hook, very close for Jamsu. But no one can really do anything to these tanks. Tyrant as well with the Warmogs. He can just take all the poke in the world, back off for a couple of seconds to get up. Synapse Sprinter maybe trying to get backline, but...
Oh, yeah, no, it's just too much shredding from the front to back on the side of Ruddy Esports, and that's just another easy kill. They do poke all they want, and they maybe get Brexit low, but in the end, it just feels so safe for the side of Ruddy Esports.
Yeah, there's really just not a lot going on for the team. Synapse dashing on in, does of course have the W2 snap back, and well, you see, when Blank does connect a Q onto Sin, it does a meaningful amount of damage, but those Qs are few and far between, and Sin even has a little bit of lifesteal as well, or just from Legend there to try and poke up, so...
It's too tough. Ooh, and Jamsu over here trying to go in. I mean, they're just playing so aggressively and so well, Ruddy Esports, right now. They're not overextending too much. They're being just opportunistic, and it really is just choking out Arcadeia, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, they know they don't need to do anything too crazy, and by keeping up the pressure, by continuing on these pushes, you stop Synapse Sprinter from being able to split, which is sort of the out for Arcadeia here. It's not much of an out, but it is almost one. And that's not even an option because you're never giving him an opportunity to get onto the map before you're just going to his whole base.
Flash is used by T-Time, trying to get Brexit, but no, it just didn't work out. There just wasn't much to go after.
There's just no follow-up. It's your jungle. You need someone else to get involved. Whenever Synapse is with the team, that's also going to be pretty rough. It's a good chunk from Brixton, but it's not really going to mean anything. Ultimately, if you really want, I think Brexit has TP available. We'll find out when those come back. And yeah, realistically, what's going on now? We also don't have the flash on the Trundle for potential like Baron steal. I mean, Elder steal's off the table. But, you know, you won't have a way into the pit, so it's again across the board not looking good, bruv.
Yeah, no, for sure not. I mean, it really feels like Arcadeia is just maybe having a bit of a hard time communicating with their team exactly how they want to win. It does kind of make me think about Zika's commentary on like how this team comp might have maybe been a bit too difficult to pull off, or at least the direction they want to go. Now they're just being sieged down in this bot lane tower, of course.
I mean, I don't think they're communicating on how to win. I think they're communicating on how to not lose in the next 2 minutes.
Oh, yeah. My bad.
Never a situation you want to be in, to be sure, but yeah, it's looking a bit rough. And honestly, you know, there's a fair bit of credit to Ruddy here, where, Angerbout.
Oh, wow.
He's alright.
Oh my god, but Blank getting caught out this time, and there's just so much going on that Blank goes down, and it's an absolute annihilation, an absolute slaughterhouse over here for the side of Ruddy Esports. Arcadeia doesn't have any members left. Yes, you get the good ults. Yes, you get nice pokes here and there, but in the end, it doesn't matter because Sin is so healthy, and Sin is dealing so much damage and hasn't been caught off a single time yet, so in the end, it seems like Ruddy Esports might just be able to win this game straight off. Synapse with a bit of a valiant effort over here, just trying to get the minions off, but there are still minions coming in from the bot lane over here, and Brixton is going to go down. In the end, Synapse might go down too, but in the end, what are we sure of? That the Nexus will probably go down? Yeah, for sure it goes down. For sure it goes down, right?
Yeah, Sin should be able to pick this one up, unless he's pretty low.
Wait a second.
Angerbout.
I mean, no, Sin is too strong. Sin is way too strong, man. That man is an absolute, like... He's just an absolute truck at the moment, just hitting everybody with so much speed.
Yeah. Well, they gave it a go at the end, but ultimately, Ruddy, you know, just dominating from day one, both in that game and in the tournament so far. It's just the second that 2v2, level 2, level 1, goes downhill for Arcadeia, and then they try to take the fight. Honestly, you probably shouldn't versus versus a Nautilus when you're a Rakan. And then we miss the knock-up, and it's like, Ezreal's not ramps, and suddenly you're dead. And then everyone else on Ruddy can go, great. This is Sin's game. I am chilling. And you'll see a lot of the times in leagues like, UKL and Four Nations, that doesn't actually happen. Where, like, you know, your bot lane is winning, and your top lane is like, aha, I'm going to go crazy. And then they just, like, start throwing, and you're like, wait, no, just let Sin carry. But we saw that perfectly well here today, you know, Ruddy. And also last game as well with Bear Tree. We're going, yeah, okay, fine. Sin's popping off, we're chilling, and we're just going to sort of win every fight off the back of that as long as we don't give anything up elsewhere.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, Ruddy, super impressive showing, and so far in this case, it seems like at least the invited teams are 2-1 up against the teams that had to go through the open qualifier. So we'll have to see how things go on the 4th game if the open qualifier team can even out the score. So we'll see you guys after a break.
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade at Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a fluke. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Yo, look, I ain't saying that I'm rich, cause if I'm honest, I've never been. But when I look at all these other kids, I feel just a little bit ahead of them. You should know the business is competitive. There's a lot of people that I'm better than. Even veterans ain't got the knowledge I do. I've been reinvesting all I ever spent. Stop pretending like you poppin'. Who been out here making profit? Told my mama that I got this. I wonder if she noticed what my job is. I don't know how I'ma make it, but I know no matter what, I'm finna find a way. All my homies finna eat and I ain't letting no one on my team look at an empty plate. Yeah. Went from a boy to a man, ayy. Every day been making plans, ayy. They don't really understand, ayy. Gotta look out for the family. I won't fall for any scam, yeah. Only worry about the fans, yeah. I won't compromise the brand, yeah. I've been saving up the bands, whoa.
After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. Rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah, rappers spending money in some really funny ways, man. I promise you ain't really getting paid. Yeah, show a couple bands flexing on the Instagram, and nobody getting fans that way. Yeah, well you really dumb if you spending all your funds on some clothes and your tape need work. Yeah, you ain't gonna stand if you ain't a businessman, man. I promise you the plan ain't gonna work. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. After game number 3, Ruddy Esports took a commanding victory over Arcadeia. Showed us the class, showed us the veterancy and the experience there, and Arcadeia struggled to put those pieces together. But as a quick, just instant thoughts, reactions coming out of that, we do have a replay to give us some indication of how the early game went. It was fairly Ruddy favored, but Temporal, we did have some signs of life from Arcadia around the Rift Herald.
Yeah, there was 1 or 2. Lovely engage here from Galaxy. Just keeps everything at bay just a little bit longer into the shockwave. That's sort of what we were looking for when Arcadia did want to come together. However, there were some issues that, as we sort of see the LeBlanc picked off at the side, Sin just mowing the clone down. Once again, this team wasn't really meant to come together. And while Blank will sort of extend this one out, that's one advantage the Ezreal has over the Xayah. Tends to have a bit more longevity, and the DPS goes over many more seconds rather than that one big spike. It was really tough for Arcadia to stay apart and draw Ruddy into their lanes when all Ruddy had to do was run it down mid.
Yeah, their comp did exactly what they wanted it to do, but as you mentioned, Sin going a bit crazy in that fight, trying to kill anyone and everyone within arm's reach. If we had to pick a player to really highlight, Sin really stands out there, Sheikah. He had such an insane Xayah game, and against a known Xayah enjoyer in Blank as well.
Yeah, I mean, a beautiful game from Sin all across the board. 13-0-6, I think was the final score for Sin, with that 32,000 damage, 10k more than anybody on Arcadia. Absolute stomper of a game, and Blank is known to be this Zyrophelios player. It's very interesting that he managed to get himself caught by the feathers on numerous occasions. You'd think forefront of your mind as someone who does enjoy this champion, gotta be aware of those feathers. They hurt a lot.
They be stinging, that's for sure. It may be indicative of just the problems that Arcadia had. They did not look warmed up. They looked a bit out of sorts here. We had some struggles with signups up in the top lane. He did get some good pushing down, but the trades were tough. And as you say, the bot lane trade's not going ideally. Those strong side lanes just not quite showing up today. So maybe Arcadia just need to warm up a little bit getting into the rest of the split. But I want to pass it back to you, Temporal, just to talk about how these comps played out, because we set out expectations as to what we thought Ruddy was supposed to do, what we thought Arcadia was supposed to do. Just talk to us about how that played out on the Rift in the end.
This LeBlanc is meant to draw people to side lanes, sort of like the Alawi we saw earlier, where, multiple people have to answer or the wave just comes in quicker. And that was shown kind of working in the early game with a bit of an advantage for the LeBlanc, between 10 and 20 CS. And as soon as everyone sort of rushed together, it collapsed away massively. Akaz was more proactive on the Renekton and was in getting engages, being parts of fights. And the LeBlanc can't do that on her own. And while she was a complete nuisance, it wasn't enough to stop the Ruddy train running up mid. And that's all they needed to do, really. So the simpler composition here sort of won out. And it's clear that Arcadian maybe need to practice the counter to their composition instead of just finding success with it. Unless they're going to turn it into a draft trap rather than an early round LeBlanc.
Yeah, the early LeBlanc, we love to see it. It did not work out here today, sadly. But maybe we'll see it come back a little bit more polished later on. With that, as Ijunko alluded to in the post game quickly there, the invited teams are now 2-1 over our qualified teams. Tempest Gaming, the only qualifying team to have taken that win so far, as we head into our last game of the day, DMG versus Venomcrest. And now we spoke a bit at length about DMG, about the just weird amount of resources that they have coming in, with the comparative lack of knowledge we have of these players, versus Venomcrest, which is a name and a brand that people who've been in the NLC ecosystem will know very well. They've been around a long time, doing a lot of in-house streams, giving a lot of opportunities for players and talent alike to get their footing kind of settled here. So DMG being the invite, being the big name, as it were, versus Venomcrest fighting the way through the losers bracket. Sheikah, do you have any initial expectations as to an advantage team, as to someone you expect to come out on top here? Obviously, I know DMG without that much knowledge, but maybe just based on what you've seen out of Venomcrest thus far.
I think Venomcrest are coming in with a good shot. I mean, they showed very, very good things in the the open quals. But let's just take a quick look at this DMG roster. See if we can actually recognize any of the names with them in front of us, right? We're looking at.
We'll stare very hard.
Joke's on you. I've had them in front of me all night, and I still don't.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at. You got Pighead, Shroudy Rowdy, Jinyu, Yang, and Steven, and none of these names ring any bells for me. I'll be honest.
I love the
How
range
exotic
that we
are
have.
like 4 of those names, like
Yeah.
Pighead, Jinyu. It's like Steven.
I just love the energy difference coming there from literally just Steven vibing down in bot lane to an actual Pighead in top lane, potentially coming in very hot there. So we'll see how pig-headed the gameplay ends up being. You know, if he ends up taking Sejuani top, then perhaps we'll see where that came from. But for now, we'll have to wait and see. Let's instead look at Venomcrest, something we have a bit more knowledge about, reminiscent of that first game. But she could tell us a little bit about this Venomcrest roster from what you can see, from what you know of these players.
Eno, Bartoldi, Dandy, KZ, and Fastlane. We talked a little bit about them at the top of the day. But this is a team that largely ran the gauntlet in open quals, fell to Arcadeia from the upper bracket, had to go through they had to go through both Nuclear Vikings and there was another one.
Checking this as well. It was so they lost to Arcadia in the upper. I think they only had to face Nuclear in losers. I think they made it to like second last round in uppers. Yeah, and then went down to take their customary shot at Nuclear Vikings.
So, you know, very strong showings, very good roster throughout. I have my concerns about the bot lane, but they proved me wrong in open quals, and I'm extremely ready for them to prove me wrong now they are here in Div 1. And Temporal, you mentioned earlier how you were a bit concerned for this mid-jungle duo. And again, I think this is their chance to prove something. They're up against DMG, a team that none of us really know much of anything about. So if they are going to make a statement piece, this game is the game to do it.
Not only that, Venomcrest, I believe, are running with a super sub today. Fastlegged not able to make the game. So we have Little Pants in the substitute support position. And of course, the 2 people next to me will know that name as the support for the Demise Academy roster of UKEL Spring 2021. The only team that took Hive to 5 games. Made me sweat for it, Little Pants.
Yeah, they did. They really made it go the distance. I think Little Pants did some PG Nats time as well, just kind of randomly. I think he just went to Italy on a holiday and played some League of Legends. So he is surprisingly well traveled. Is Little Pants coming here, and a bit of a fan favorite, I'm sure. Definitely still able to play Rel, so it's like Fastlane is still there, that's for sure. And we'll see what the synergy is like there, because honestly, it's something that we saw out of Venomcrest. When they did have problems, it often looked like it was problems from them not being on the same page. From Fastlane seeing the angle for the perfect Rel W-ult engage, and everyone else is going, we just wanted to push this wave, man. I was warding. Sorry, I couldn't be there. So we'll see if they are able to be on the same page here today. Of course, into DMG, a roster that is quite freshly put together, it seems. So might be a bit more solo queuey, a bit more easy to pry apart by that team play, as has so often been the winning strategy here today, is to just play together.
Void, isn't it? What do they play? What do they do? What do they want? What do you want, DMG?
What are you asking from us? We don't speak. You know, we cannot communicate right now. We just don't know what you need. So for the one thing I think, just to finish up on Venomcrest, that stood out to me as well was Inno in the top lane. I wanted to get this across, that it's a guy who has had a fair amount of experience in the Nordics region, hasn't really found the success yet, similar to KZ, but Inno was a player in those open qualify series who could create plays ahead of time and then execute on them, and the team could follow up. We're seeing pings into a lane, then he TPs into a flank position, chases it down and executes the play, and it's not just I see an angle, I instantly go. You know, there is a bit more forethought there, a bit more of a strategic mindset perhaps coming in, where we go, I see an angle, this is a play we can make, we're going to set it up like this and then go and execute on it. So that was very impressive to me, just something that I saw from Venomcrest in from qualifiers, and something that I love to see in these teams. So maybe we'll see a little bit more of that here today. Otherwise, perhaps they will just get giga-gapped by super server imports. Who knows? Like, we'll see what they have to come forward. Does that? I guess we'll go to either of you guys. Let's go with you, Temporal, for Venomcrest specifically, since DMG we can't speak too much more on. Where do you think the power is in this roster? Obviously, I like Inno, and KZ has been around a long time, and maybe it's time to step up there. Where do you think they should be playing through to find that success?
If my boy Steven isn't ready for the UK storm that is KZ Little Pants bot lane, absolute terror.
The history.
Pretty much UKLC ready. You know, if that's our power level, if we're going back in UK time, which is the division that we kind of have here, but kind of NLC2 as well, sort of about that power level. Quite exciting. We're going to see either Engage from Little Pence is going to be an Alistair type or a Rel type, like you mentioned, or maybe a Janna. You know, he has been known to be Enchanter Enjoyer. Fu's not here to double that up with him, but I think it's going to be pretty interesting. I'm looking to KZ to sort of play through the game how we saw the Xayah play through for Ruddy last game, Sin taking off and sort of pushing through. That's a genre of UK AD carry. We can definitely put Blank from last game in as well. KZ used to be the archetype for that. He used to be the one who defined that family. Excited to see if he still got it.
Yeah, that's what we want to see, right? We want to see if they can finally break through. As I mentioned, there's been a lot of longevity there, but never found the trophy, never found that deep playoffs run just yet. And, you know, he's always had that quality and that potential to pick up, but hasn't quite made that last leap just yet. And this season could be the one where he makes that stick, as Venomcrest would love to get off right here today. We've seen so far over the course of today, it's our last game, of course. Has there been much kind of stepping out of the norm for either of you guys? We'll come to you first, Chica. Like, in terms of expectations for play level, for results even, has anything really surprised you massively here today, or has it been more or less what we would have expected from what little we did know?
I think, shockingly enough, I'm seeing a lot of teams almost play worse than they did in open quals in a lot of situations. I'm not sure if it's, you know, first game of the split, never played against these teams before, jitters, could be anything, but I'm seeing a lower level of play than I did in open quals, and that's concerning for the teams that did qualify, because if you can't kind of step yourselves up to match these invited teams, who on paper may not necessarily be as strong of a team as you for different reasons, be it they haven't played together as long, be it you have all of open quals under your belt as a team, whatever. Things are then going to start to get very worrisome as the invited teams are the ones that should continue to advance without much strength behind the invited teams anyway.
For me, that normally comes down to like the sort of, you've got in that Swiss format, you've got, you know, you've got your boys, you're playing some games, maybe you get Div 1, maybe you get 2, maybe you wash out entirely.
Yeah.
Now it's officials time. Pressure's on. There's only so many games. You got to play your round robin carefully. And if you're not prepared for that, as well as the game you wanted to play and the game your opponents maybe want to play, you got to sort of have that scouting expectation first week. There's no data on DMG. What are we going to do about it? That's a huge test. Venomcrest will sort of be up against that in a way that Arcadeia maybe just showed us that Swiss team maybe wasn't ready for.
Yeah. As a coach, obviously you're both coaches, and I'd love to get both of your thoughts on this, but Temporal, to you first. When you're coming up against a team that you know nothing about, how do you approach that? Like, what is the best way, in your opinion, to approach that?
Make sure you got something in the back pocket. If they've seen your games, and no doubt you can go through and watch the SDN qualify games, you kind of know what you're expecting. But when you've got no idea coming forward, you want at least one pivot away from what you do bread and butter, maybe change out one champion and go forwards from there. And that just gives you a flexibility where your opponents have sort of got it through prep, and it gets it there through prep against the patch rather than against the team. That's quite important because that can never change. It's inflexible.
Yeah. And how about you, Shika? If you had to go up against the Void, as we have styled them, how do you draft against the Void? You know, I guess is the question.
You have to be aware of any pocket pick from solo queue. If there's something like a random, I don't know, a random Rek'Sai.
LeBlanc top?
Yeah, a random LeBlanc top or a random Rek'Sai mid or something in there, you have to be ready for it and like have the respect for it and say, okay, well, this is something that we don't know how to play into, so do we want to risk leaving it open? Do we want to take it away? How do we want to play this? And what options do we have to play against it? If you're not constantly scouting for these interesting picks that could make an appearance, you're going to get blindsided, and the second you're blindsided, you're already at a disadvantage in playing, likely significantly worse than you would be as if compared to if you were going in completely aware of the situation you find yourself in.
Yeah,
to
always
bring back our
potentially.
meme and buy more time. for Callum. As we are almost in drafts for this game. The newscopter is coming in. It's fast-legged, the man on the bench for Venomcrest, watching at home with his leg in a cast, or maybe he's on holiday. Hope you're well, fast-legged. And with a report in chat, the Venomcrest have prepared the spice for week 1, because then you can just sub Little Pants out, and then you know your opponents just don't know what to expect anymore. Venomcrest say they're bringing spicy picks, so I'm quite excited. Yeah,
for sure. That would be good to see, honestly. I'm wondering which lane that is going to come out of, because Little Pants, you know, he plays the enchanters, he can play a fair few things, but he's not going to be playing Singe support, you know, he's not going to play like Sylas support or anything too crazy down there.
Oh no, you said the words! This is where we'd have the QI alarm. We did have it, because Little Pants may have put a message in a semi-public Discord server earlier saying they're not prepared for my Singe support.
I actually swear I had no idea.
He has no idea. Trajan's not in that server. He's not in there.
No, I didn't say it 3 times into a mirror though, so it's fine. We should be okay as long as I don't mention it again.
I've got a mirror there. Do you want to?
Singed. Singed.
Cover it. Cut Sheikah's cam so I can't see it. Okay, right, let's look at the draft in front of us as we are getting into it. Still some bans that we have seen throughout today, just so Poppy on one side. The Rel still earned their taken away from Steven, and the Aurelia too. So a bit of scouting looks like a bit of solo queue account scouting, and that Aurelia still a threat potentially from the solo lanes of DMG.
Most importantly, with 5 bans in and no Singed ban, that's incredible. We can't wait. Really interesting.
No one say it again. No one say it again. We've used that 2 times to say it.
too many chemists. Too many banned chemists. Maokai banned away a few games earlier. Totally not a surprise. Still a really great jungler. The ultimate just really, really powerful. I've just noticed Steven has ICL in his name. I do wonder if he's at Imperial College London. That might help with my scouting in the week.
I think they are. I think at least some or all are from the collegiate scene to some degree, or at least
exciting.
4. So, and that the UK collegiate scene always has, as we said before, these gems just hanging out to be discovered.
Ready to become cabbages.
Ready to be grown into beautiful cabbages when they're ready to keep that streak alive. Just imagine the Cabbage Corp, like Insomnia 78, and it's just an entirely like Chinese national university squad, and it's just not even Pop. Pop's the only guy still there. He's like 40, and he's
just put a patent down.
Exactly, just lead them to victory.
From Venomcrest side, I think that Jace is likely to go in, and yeah, we're getting the poke composition. Bit of a risk into the Maokai that can come towards it, and also we're going even further long range of the Rumble. We could see an Azir to sort of pair this out and sort of get that control, that long range access.
Yeah, and we'll see if this Kiana ends up being locked in and it is full team fight, but it seems to be generally some long range tools they have at least to avoid sitting in front of Dragon getting hit by Kai'Sa W's and Shock Blasts all day, which I love as the answer, but it is very much on them to find that angle and to make that work, because if we're going to go that deep into the poke comp, I don't know if it starts becoming too much, but I assume we will see that.
They just don't want to be on the same screen as each other. That's incredible. I do like that we didn't pivot into Assassins. That's really risky, and the Little Pants Alistar is Harvard.
Yeah, that is what we want to see, man. The classic coming back in.
Mess with the bull, you get the horns.
Exactly. We do not. Don't mess with the bull, and don't mess with Mrs. Little Pants either. In the chat, she will come after you. That is a classic of the UK scene. The biggest chat fan I've ever seen, and I have to have respect for that.
Little Pants' biggest fan. We never did find out who you are. We hope you're still out there enjoying Four Nations.
Yeah, please come back to see your guy right on our screens in front of you as we go into the...
in the LeBlanc ban there. Eno has played some Jace before, but I still would presume that's going towards mid lane in this composition. You can't sacrifice the mid 2v2. And with the Rumble already in, I wouldn't be leaning into Jace in the top side. Might be a slight miss there. The Sejuani, even more long range engage paired away. Someone's got to pick Xayah. Surely.
Someone's got to pick Belveth, apparently, but we'll see what goes on. So for Eno, he did seem very much usually going towards utility, going to tanks, going to engages or the Cassante. We've seen this Gragas before. This was a champion that I really loved his play on in the open qualifier, so I think this is a good setup for him. Obviously, the great disengage as well, and burst when required. As now we'll see what that mid laner presumably ends up being, and it's actually the Kiana. They just kicked the can down the road a bit. We have gone to Assassin's Temporal.
I hope that goes well. That could maybe not go well, especially if you're gonna tempt anti-synergy with the Bard or further sort of things that take people off the board. The way of Kiana, you know, you've got this access. We should now be looking at ways to like hold it down. So if the jungle slot were open, we'd be looking at Jarvan, that sort of thing. Instead, the Tahm Kench will get the Kiana out of trouble. She's still a victim of this poke though. That is now a big target for Venomcrest, and Ezekiel losing it. That Cassante R5 is a waste.
Yeah, we've completely pivoted away here. Gragas into the jungle,
Olaf was
Cassante into
open,
top lane.
friends.
Yeah, Sheikah, how do you feel? Give me this read on the Venomcrest route. Have we yeeted it at the last point, or what do you think the game plan is here?
I'm so sad. You had a good poke comp going. You just picked an all-in champion who wants to go like lose half his health and ult someone away from the damage dealers.
Is that the real poke though? You get behind the enemy and poke them into your team. You throw a wall.
You prod them into your team.
Yeah,
whereby they then die.
but I mean, who are you bringing out? If you bring a Tahm
No
Kench, they get out. If you bring
maybe
an
two.
Ashe,
Maybe you get a 2-for-1.
if you bring
maybe
an
you get
Ashe,
2-for-1.
she probably, she dies, but she just ults someone in the face. You bring a Kiana, everybody's dead. Everybody's just dead.
Yeah.
Like, it's so dangerous to go for this Cassante here. But, I mean, you mentioned it earlier, Trajan, on this Cassante can do work. So, I'll be interested to see if he can prove that this game.
Yeah, and that
I was
core
so excited for
Yeah.
like the few top counters into Rumble that really take him to task. And it's like, oh, you've picked the safe mage top laner, and if you can play Riven, great. If you can't play Olaf. And I know that's like anti-Sinji with Tahm Kench, but then you can just go sides. Really frustrating.
Yeah, so a bit of a fumble potentially in the last seconds of the draft of Venomcrest. They do still have this strong poke core, and if they can maneuver with the pieces they have, they might be able to make DMG's life just a bit unlivable. And we'll see the main key that I think we're looking for of DMG is how does this Kiana go? How does that wind up? The rest of the draft seems to make a fair bit of sense. Maokai Rumble, heavy AP top side. They needed some AD, and we're like, well, let's get ourselves an assassin, and this could be great pick and catch potential with the long range engage from Ashe and Rumble and Maokai into Kiana with flanks potentially, or it could fall apart and they could get poked and die before they get a chance. So we will finally get some data either way on DMG. We can say this.
I suppose there is a risk if the Cassante's mega tanky, that like he can't be poked or the poke becomes inefficient. But it relies on very weird lane arrangements and then like maybe flashing, and it's hard to get an insect when you're still like in front of your team.
Yeah,
a bit hard.
Cassante's only so wide. Yeah,
It's an escape. Well, he's also unstoppable and has 5 dashes and pays 15 mana for an arc up and
400 armor and
the rest of the copy paste.
Exactly. So who knows? We shall see if Inno is up to the task here in this game. And I think that I remember vividly a Jace Kai'Sa comp. I think it was by Paragon. I think it might have been against Tempest, right? She could just pulling a comp like this and then just 5v5ing with it over and over again, and not waiting to pick, right? They would have the Jarvan jungle, who they wouldn't give them a chance to poke down. They would overcommit and not really use the comp to its best. So we have seen a bit of that today, and we'll see if they can operate this poke comp as it should be, if they've thought this through the strategy and have put enough hours into it to give us, to play it how it should be played, I suppose. And then with DMG, who knows, man? It's Kiana. We'll see.
It is potential they've left themselves open with the Kiana to like more counterplay than they should have against them. If that was a Zed, I'd argue there'd be 0 counterplay.
Yeah.
And most Kiana players tend to play a bit of Zed.
Yeah, I mean, if they just like killing people, right? It doesn't matter who they just want to see that big K number just go up. And it does seem to be a champion now that has become just ultimate pocket pick. There are Kiana players and there are everyone else, so they might just be absolutely styling on them, and we'll see if that comes through. But we are going to get into the game shortly, our last game of the day, and we'll see if Venomcrest can get this win down. Can DMG can light the league on fire with this complete mystery roster they have posted up before us, and keep the invited teams on top, I guess. After today, our Venomcrest can even those stats up. And I think our next game to plan forward just a little bit will be on Thursday. Mondays and Thursdays are the general UKL games of the other schedule days for this split. And we have seen, I think, some strong teams that look a cut above and some that are struggling, right? We've seen some of them that can go in that top echelon, that top half, and some that might need a little bit of work. But we'll find out which camp these teams are going into here in the final game of the day. Doctor, Annie Jonko, take it away, guys. Give it the last game.
All right, thank you very much over there from the analyst desk. And we are going to be here for our final game of the day. For UKEL Division 1, it's going to be DMG on the blue side versus Venomcrest on the red side. And I'm your caster, Agent Cohen. Joined by me once again is Doctor. Doctor, you feeling good, man?
Oh, we're doing good. Ready for our fourth and final game of the day. And comps are looking a little funky, a little weird, as we, you know, alluded to earlier on, or at least the desk did. I'm excited to see how this one pans out.
For sure. I mean, it really feels like the familiar Venomcrest versus the unfamiliar. Like, I have no idea. Like, and at least the difference is that at least when we saw Verzik's match, we got to see like Verzik's players play in the open qualifiers, so we kind of knew what kind of playstyle they liked. But DMG just completely no data, no idea. I'm super excited to see what they bring to the table.
It's always the case, isn't it? There's always a team you know nothing about and a team you know everything about. DMG, again, I mean, we really do just have China's finest. I'm not sure exactly how many players of the team are Chinese nationals. I know according to Leaguepedia, well, according to Leaguepedia, it's either 3 or 4. But I'm going to make an assumption that also Yang, that, well, despite having a British flag next to their name on, on Leaguepedia, that name does not infer to me, you know, strong Celtic origin. So who's to say? I mean, hey,
it could also be that they're like Chinese natives, but they are British citizens essentially.
Oh, 100%, yeah. To be clear, everyone in this tournament, well, look, no one's playing the tournament from China. This we know, and yeah, as far as the like residency rules go and everything, it's. I mean, I'm pretty sure that if you're a student, like say you're a Chinese student studying in the UK and this is like your first league, I'm pretty sure that that's fine. You can just accept like UK citizenship if it's your first ever time playing. And if it's not, you only have to play for like half a split or something like that. So it should be fine. We're not having any shenanigans of people, you know, evading the system. Pretty confident that all 5 of them are here in the UK and ready to tear up the UK scene. As right now we're trying to tear up the jungle. Ooh, get involved. Oh, with Bark. Oh, we're not doing it, fellas. Oh, we can't be doing it. No, we're sitting here waiting to pick off the Gragas. We're not starting it up, surely.
Oh, wow. Yeah, no, they are starting up. And, of course, Balding Bard, like Venomcrest, do know this. So they're trying to go for a little bit of encirclement. Boom! Gets... Oh, my God. That's so much CC. We're so early into the game, and we're already in a really nice skirmish. Basically a team fight. And that's just 3 kills so easily given to Venomcrest Esports. And... I mean, you can't ask for a better start. I was going to say, like, I hope for a really close game, but this is, like, as good as it gets.
And we pick it up nice and easy. A very minor thing I just want to bring up real quick before I lose it. Oh, we have a replay. Okay, brilliant.
Oh, my God.
So, Crazy Invade, not sure what plans. Watch I go Val here. Autos. He cancels the auto, like, twice, and I choose to believe that was because he knew he was only going to get 1 chance before Yang was going to run out of, you know, auto range, out of the, the W range. And so he just wanted to make sure to get as many ticks of the W because Yang had Ghost on. And I don't think he had the cooldown to go back to cannon. Alternatively, man just cancelled his auto a lot of times. But I choose to believe that was intentional. What I don't really know about the intentionality of was that their invade. I love the concept. But then actually not waiting for the Gragas to start, you know, the blue and going in ourselves, just getting sort of collapsed on. That part I'm not too in love with.
Yeah, no, it kind of feels like they got a bit impatient, like maybe waiting like 2-3 seconds, like, oh, you will just go and start it up already. But it really didn't work out because Venomcrest had vision over there and they were able to set it up with a nice encirclement of a flank angle, like, you know, reminiscence of Hannibal himself, essentially.
Getting nice and involved as well. Speaking of which, bit of fight breaking on out over here. And Bart's got to be a little careful. Does have the flash. Nice connect on the route there, although I think that might have been the auto-targeting from the E. But still, we get the flash out of Bart, which is not usually something that happens, you know, when you get pressured by a Maokai in River. But the Kiana roams are getting involved.
In that first skirmish, it was Balding Bart, of course, who got 2 kills, and of course, Igo Val getting a kill himself as well, so that's gotta feel really nice for Venomcrest. This Gragas, I mean, if he gets some items in, he could definitely start one-shotting people, especially the back line, like such immobile carries like the Ashe, I feel like.
Oh, very much so. I mean, I'm not even too sure why we sort of stopped seeing the massive priority in the AP Gragas that was sort of happening around about spring. But one thing that was always major about AP Gragas jungle, just full AP, was the use of his flash. You know, he had to play around his flash cooldown, and the most important thing was getting a strong early gank with that flash. Because if you had to use your flash defensively, it was Jova. This is what has now happened. Balding Bart has used the flash defensively, but he did get 2 kills, which we love. So it kind of balances out, but then also at the same time, he spent all the gold he got onto Mercs. So I feel like there's a world where this is a very snowballable position for Balding Bart. I'm not sure if it's the one we're currently living in, and we'll have to wait and see as he moves up closer to level 6 and might be able to find some, you know, aggressive plays, maybe diving down onto bot lane.
Yeah, you can just see how aggressively he's posturing over here with such confidence. 2 kills under his belt, going very aggressively in. Maybe Shouty Rowdy has to back off from this. I think, did Balding Bart get the gold there? I think so, right?
Not 100% sure. Didn't quite catch it.
Nonetheless, he's being super aggressive. He's being very annoying, and DMG just kind of have to suck it up.
He's getting involved, and that's really what it's all about. As he picks himself up the chickens here as well. Is that going to get him level 6? I'm not quite sure. Should be pretty close, but no, not quite enough. So we can't go for the crazy. Get the chickens, hit level 6 instantly, just E over the wall and ult the Kiana, who is, you know, pretty low. Could have been potential for a kill there. This is kind of rough for him now because he has to go back into his jungle and pick up the Gromp, and then it's like, now I'm going to hit 6 and I'm too far away to actually do anything with it. Because you want to, when you have this much of an XP lead, you want to hit 6, use the ult instantly, and then maybe you can even get it up, you know, for a second cast before Shroudy even gets his first off. But it does not seem to be the case in the game right now. So he's going to recall, probably just pick up a Dark Seal, make sure that that level 6 gank is impactful.
For sure. I mean, otherwise a nice little, maybe a bit of like a caveat for the side of DMG. Some advantage over here on the top side with Pighead using the ultimate here just to like kind of get a nice bit of poke on Ino. But I was gonna say that Pighead was a bit ahead in farm for sure.
Yeah, very much. I think ulting just to crash the wave there. Because he's scared. He knows the Balding Bart should be making his way up towards the top side. Having last seen him bot, I think your options are he's full clearing up, or he, you know, just did low on cap and reset and then ran to the Krugs. Would have been what I would have assumed if I'm Pighead there. But he doesn't actually recall. I thought that was the plan. He was just going to push that one out, reset. Instead, maybe he's waiting for an item, so he just wanted to sort of lurk, make it look like he'd recalled, and then he's going to be able to push that extra wave. This is going to make him on a little bit of a weird timer for the Herald, as he is delayed in his recall. But given that Shroudy is pathing away from that, that's probably not something that DMG were looking to contest anyway.
Otherwise, the Dragon is up. It is going to be a Cloud Drake and a Herald, of course, here as well, going down by Balding Bart. It seems like there's not really going to be much contention. I mean, they really are. Venomcrest really seems to be wanting to like go as far as they can with the fact that this Gragas has such a nice lead early on in the game. Just make sure they have prio in every one of these early neutral objectives.
Very much so. I mean, you want to try and get it wherever you can. Now, it looks like it's going to be a bit of an even trade in terms of prio, though, because, you know, the Herald already having been picked up by Venomcrest. You'd think that maybe DMG would push bot a little bit harder to try and shove this one in, go for a very fast Drake, but should not matter because Bart, not getting involved on the bot side of the map, instead makes his way up top, but takes the cone around. So not looking to dive, probably just wants to try and drop the Herald, maybe wait for a Rumble ult, but he's really lurking a lot when Pighead has no real reason to push forward. Well, he's going to do it anyway, though.
Oh yeah, they're being very patient.
Oh no!
They're spending quite a lot of time. Whoa, the ult goes all the way around though. Can Balding Bart get here in time? Oh, it is so much damage coming out for Ino, but Pighead able to get out. Oh, nice, nice ultimate coming out from Balding Bard. That one barrel came out and boom, completely deleted Pighead's HP, and just like that, that is a nice kill for the Cassante. But of course, with this Venomcrest, kind of saying, okay, you know what? With that whole business going on, we're just gonna take Dragon then, and they do get the Dragon in that case.
Alright, well, we'll be able to trade that one over at the very least, but Pighead's not going to be too happy about this. You know, a massive amount of CS being lost, waves being crashed, Herald coming down, and lovely stuff. They managed to pick up 2 plates before getting down the Herald, so they're getting real good value out of that there. True damage. Is Ino going to stay for another wave? It's a little bit greedy. Not so much greedy, but it's just going to take him a while to do. You know, he's low on mana, he doesn't have a Bammies, and maybe Pighead can cancel out a recall if he wants, but at the same time that may have pushed over to get a nice item. So we'll see how that one turns out, and we'll see what the response is for Shroudy, because the Drake is nice, but it's not 4 plates and a kill nice. We'll see if he might want to look for a dive on bot, but there is a ward in try.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how this thing goes. Shroudy is over here being patient, trying to look for a gank, but otherwise, like, overall in the game, just in the early game, Venom Esports is playing really well. With that 3 early kills and now they're getting that kill and like 4 plates on the top side, both bot and top side of the map, feeling really comfortable, feeling really good, it feels like.
You're kind of chilling across the board, as we see items starting to be finished up. Okay, I'll say it again. We've got an opportunity for a big snowball coming out here from Bart. He's just finished up his Night Harvester now. He's sitting strong. He's got the Dark Seal stacks, or Dark Harvest stacks, no Dark Seal. And he's got his ult coming up as well. Just start sending it. Start getting that classic AP Gragas snowball going. What I do hate to see is that, get all that gold top, spent it all entirely on resists. But, admittedly, he is versus a Rumble, and he is playing Cassante. You don't really need to actually build any damage. Because the Bammies would be nice for some wave clear, but Bart and Brian over on the other side of the map, so they're making their way in. Oh, hang on, Ash Arrow on mid. Oh, is it gonna hit?
Oh, wait.
Oh, it missed.
Oh, it doesn't hit. It misses by a bit. Ooh. Meanwhile, on the bot side over here, Shouty Rowdy is caught out, and he's just gonna go down. Balding Bard is on a killing spree, another kill for him, and that's just Venomcrest just extending their lead by just taking advantage of the fact that they're just so much stronger. The wallet hurts so much when it's attached to a handle, and over here, Steven is caught out too. Yeah, he goes a bit low. Okay, Steven's gonna get out. My bad, Steven.
Yeah, walks his way on out of there, but cannot really hang about. I was going to say something. What? Okay, never mind. I got confused. I got stun locked by a notification on my screen. Shout out to Ego Speed, who's playing F1 Manager on Steam right now. There's all hang about, Brian.
Nice! Aggressive play over there from the side of Brian the Lion over here. Like, it was another name.
Oh.
I can't remember, but I can't talk about it too much because Saber Avalon gets a nice Kiana ultimate and gets a revenge kill, but 80 carry for support, I still like betted on the 80 carry.
It's worse than that. I mean, Inoino is just going to grab himself first turret up in top lane. He's got himself free reign of that lane. Hang about. Oh, what's going on here?
Oh my god! That's so much damage, but wait. Oh, Steven is the one who gets the shutdown. A little bit unfortunate, but can they get the rest of the kills? Igo Val gets stunned down, and that's going to be another kill. A kill going down to Pighead, so a little bit of relief there, but overall, Venomcrest just coming out so much far ahead, and it's so unfortunate that in the end, the shutdown goes to Steven for the shutdown on the Jace, that is.
I saw the opportunity for KZ there. If he maybe connects that W, it just flashes on in. You can try and turn it around Vigo Val. You can really try and take over at that point, but he's not trying to commit too hard, too crazy, lose both his sums for no reason. And, Val does go down. As he said, though, the shutdown going on over to Kench. I mean, it could be worse, especially when you're versus, a pretty poke-heavy team. The aim of the team here is, Jace and Kai'Sa will poke you down. Alistair and Gragas will disengage your engage. Oh, sorry. Alistair and Gragas. They'll disengage you, or they'll try and find the pick if you're out of position. And Cassante's kind of just there. Having a Kench who's able to, walk up and absorb that poke and then just heal off of his E, that's always going to be nice if he's able to get that tanky. So we're not too unhappy about the state of his damage. As Ashot connects on through, and Steven's been delivered.
Oh man, and yeah, Ryan the Lion trying to back up over here, but it's just going to be a kill going on to Yang. I was about to, after you were done talking, like kind of like commend Brian on how well he was playing for being a substitute. But I mean, now with this play, I mean, he's still playing really well. Like, it's still a point to mention, of course.
I think that play might have been a little bit on bar.
Yeah.
Surely he could have, you know, tried to dodge the Ash ult, but at the end of the day, having Steven hand deliver to you doesn't help. Admittedly, it was a long-range Ash ult, so he was going to get that full, like, 3-second plus stun. Probably didn't matter too much that the Kench ended up on top of him. But still, you know, we can't really be letting that one slide. Now the Drake has spawned and it is being started. Oh, Inoisu. How do you say it? Kasante, he's teleported on down.
Oh wait, they are going in aggressive. They want to look for an angle. Oh my god, KZ gets absolutely disgustingly assassinated over here. Pigget goes low, well, goes down as well. So there's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Ino gets the angle on Yang, so Yang has to flash away. And Yang is so low, but Yang is able to survive with a slither of HP, but his teams are not surviving at all. And that means that slowly but surely, Venomcrest is cleaning up DMG Esports. Shouty Rowdy, just another victim over here, is able to back off, at least get away, but all of his teammates are dead, and Venomcrest just winning so much from this whole exchange.
It's crazy. I mean, you'd think with KZ getting just obliterated at the start of that fight, that it would be pretty over for Venomcrest, but managed to turn it around. They just have enough damage coming on through, and enough items put through to Bart and to Igo Val, but they can just take out those squishies, and we're not really at a point where, you know, Shroudy is going to be that massive, you know, immortal frontline. And likewise for Pighead, I think he didn't have the best ult. He had an okay ult, but it just wasn't the perfect one. And it means that the fight just ends up going on over to Venomcrest. They just have an advantage, and well, really, they're using it. It's not great analysis, it must be said. We are 4 games in, but that is sort of where we're at. If you have the gold, if you have the damage, yeah, we can take a couple of crazy fights.
And this time that crazy fight worked out, and since the Herald is up, maybe we're gonna see another crazy fight coming out. But this time DMG, we're gonna have to wonder if they want to fight this at all. Like, I don't feel like it's the right timing. I feel like DMG needs a bit more items, needs a bit more gold under their belt, or at least a really nice pick. But their team isn't super designed to get like those crazy individual picks, I feel like.
I mean, not a crazy amount, but you definitely have the opportunity. You just have to try and find it, and you have to try and set it up yourself, right? Try and get a bit of vision control. That's what it's really all about when it comes to picks. It's not about just sending the CC, sending the ult. It's about creating the opportunity. There's really a lot more setup that goes into it. Unless your team really is just like, you know, Camille, Galio, Jarvan, and Ashe, and then it is just pressing ult. That one's pretty simple. But in these kinds of situations...
Speaking of the Ashe ult, that one just narrowly missing Balding Bard over there. I'm not really sure if they could have followed up anyways, with the Alistar just so close by.
God. You know, I miss the old... Oh! Bomba!
Oh, nice!
I don't know if that too much, because Yang went sideways, but... I mean, ultimately, you have to put that Devour down before the ult hits, so... Yeah, better safe than sorry, but... Yeah, I miss the old days of... It was like Ultimate Hunter and just max CDR Ashe. I say the old days, I don't think anyone played it except for Execution Saber. But it was like 30-second cooldown Ashe ult, and solo queue especially, you just send it just straight down mid. Like,
wait, what season was this?
It was a while ago, to be honest. It was like maybe season 10.
I mean, I've been playing since like... Or you mean like competitively, or?
No, it was like 100% just like a solo queue thing. There was definitely CDR Ashes, but no one was taking Hail of Blades plus Ultimate Hunter, which is how you could get it down to 30 seconds.
I think I remember that time too. I think I remember.
Pretty, I think it was mostly just Saber playing it, but it was kind of cool. And Hail of Blades Ash did make a lot of sense because then it would stack you up to get your focus stacks.
Yeah.
From with Lethal Tempo, it's like once you've got Lethal Tempo proc, well, then you also have, you know, Ranger's Focus proc. You don't really need like both at the same time, but simpler times. I think we should bring it back. I don't play enough Ashe to know how to make that work, but it's just ultimately just again having a 30-second cooldown your ult. It's just funny. Not something we're going to be seeing too much of this game, however.
Is this when Axiomark was out as well? So
no,
if you get a kill, then you just...
No, way before that. Well, I say way before. I mean, honestly, at that point, the Axiomark gets to be a little bit overkill. It's like, you know,
This
already
is true,
30
this is
seconds.
true.
We're taking, what, 6 more off of it? The fight's already over. That's sort of the thing. It's like, your ult being, like, 10 seconds earlier doesn't really matter. What matters is if you're getting 1 cast or 2 casters in a fight. But if it's Ashe ult, you can just send it down mid and you can make the fight. And if you miss it, it's 30 seconds. You haven't really got to worry too much.
I mean, yeah, the pokes are starting to hurt from the side of Venomcrest.
Bomba!
Oh my god, it's just terrorizing
Oh.
Yang so hard that Yang just has to back off with a slither of HP. And I mean, with this, of course, the dragon is up in like, you know, like kind of soonish and stuff like that. So we're really gonna have to see if DMG can get out of the situation, because they do want to get that third dragon up, because it does give them dragon point, but it's just looking so tough for them.
It's not looking great. It's not looking great. It's also not looking great for my mind. Game 4. It's late. I'm losing it. But
Yeah, no, my brain has also turned a little
4
bit.
games is usually where I sort of start to cap out, but we do find ourselves make our way on over towards the Drake. As you said, denying that point away from DMG. I assume that turret is still up, so it should be traded by Saber up in the top lane. Ooh, hang about, nice little rumble off.
Ooh, wait,
Flashing
again,
in.
just flashing in, going extremely aggressive. And the actual, not even needed, a shutdown going over to Pighead, and Pighead feeling real good about that. I always love to see like Rumble in competitive play. I feel like these players are so good at playing Rumble. It's just like, it's always entertaining to watch what they can do with this chat. The sheer amount of DPS they can like output.
God, I just love the flash. I just love the 100% from I Go Val there. What that was is he just sees the Ashe ult and just presses flash. No regard to where his mouse is, just presses flash. Maybe he had some fancy insect plan. He's going to flash behind him and, you know, hammer him one way and meet up with Bart the other way. But, guys, just, you love to see it. You really do. Unfortunately, you know, for I Go Val, he does go down. But for Drake is picked up, and that's the one that really matters. And good lord, it's we're looking to stack ourselves up a couple of Hex Drakes. Not really what you want if you're on DMG, when you're going to start having, you know, the Kai'Sa poke and the Jace poke on even lower cooldown. Again, as to what I was saying about, you know, the 2-in-1 cooldown. If you can get Jace's Q down to the point where you're firing 2-in-1 gate, you're having a great time. You can do that with CDR normally, so I don't know if you can maybe get up to 3 if you have 4 stacks of Hexol in like a normal build. That remains to be seen, but it's still going to be scary in either case.
Yeah. And as the game kind of drags on to the mid-late game of this stage over here, do you feel like in DMG's team comp there is a bit of an out for them, as the game goes on more towards late game, where their carries will become stronger, or is it always gonna be like a bit Venomcrest favor, like we're currently seeing right now? Oh wait, I Go Val just taking it instead.
Yeah, we got nothing going on. For DMG, it's all going to come down to if Saber can hit a flank. They have really nice engage, sure. But the problem is that it's all very front focused. Things like the Maokai ult, the Ashe ult, those are just going to hit the, they're going to hit the Cassante, they're going to hit the Alistair, who's going to instantly cleanse it. Cassante's just going to beat Cassante and not really care they got hit by it. That's going to be a bit of a problem. If you can get behind them with Saber, if you can find a flank and take out, you know, maybe the Jace at the start of a fight, then it's going to go crazy. But right now, the real problem
I think we're going to see a
is
fight
Baron.
relatively soon, maybe. Okay, never mind. They heard me. They said, nah, you know what? We're just not going to fight. We're just going to let you guys talk a bit more about the game state and stuff like that. But at least the siege potentially mid? Oh, not that either.
Yeah, you hate to see this. Saber kind of needs to go split. He needs to go down bot, has the TP available. You don't want to just be grouping with your team as the Kiana. I say it's the Quinoa for some reason, but hey. It's weird. You do want to group with them, but you just don't want to be like with them, you know, because in that situation, if a fight breaks out, you're just hitting a tank, and that's not what you love. So whilst you do want to 5v5, you're not a split push menace. The way you get to the 5v5 is by split pushing and then moving in through the jungle, and that's what we need to see Saber do. Because again, there's just sort of really so much on the Kiana to actually make these fights winnable. And then the other thing to note is that even if you do take out, you know, I Go Val or KZ, and you manage to live through the, the initial sort of burst of the Gragas, if you use all your CC and you have nothing left to stop the Cassante, once he's ulted, it gets a little bit scary.
Yeah, no, these team fights are going to be tough for DMG, but it's going to be interesting to see if they can go navigate their way through that. Of course, with the Kiana, I mean, I really do agree with you about Saber, and you know, Kiana always has that X clutch factor, right? What if he gets that ultimate that hits like all members of the team, then they just immediately win the fight and potentially just win the entire game off that one single fight, because we are getting to that point of the game where, oh wait, was that a misclick by Balding Bard? I think
yeah,
that
he was trying to ward. He had a
Ooh,
I think he had a
big
pink ward on the button next to it. You hate to see it. Unfortunate usage of that. Don't think he can afford a full Zhonya's. Don't know if it was actually seen by DMG though. Oh,
wait a second. Shouty Rowdy is called out and just going down so low. And Ino is there to finish it off. Oh, what a nice ult for Saber Avalon. But there isn't enough follow-up because Pighead, his like TP came out a bit too late, so his ultimate timing didn't really work out. Ino is getting chased a bit. Oh, but in the end, it's just a lot of damage trade, but only one kill going on for the side, with Shouty Rowdy being the one falling down.
Oh, and you can see a little bit of indecisiveness there coming through from DMG. I mean, sort of exactly how we thought it might go. Yang throws out the ult, it just goes straight into an Alistar. Yang can't even hit, doesn't have the range to get over that wall. And you could see that Pighead was kind of holding the ult, waiting for the perfect opportunity, and then throws it down at, not at the very end, but as the CC starts to run out. And, you know, Pighead just commits to that one when the rest of the team does, and they say, fine, we'll just kill the Alistar and call it a day. Then, you know, they at least get something.
Ooh, wait, Pighead. Ooh, just Flash goes in so crazy aggressively. Wait a second. Ryan the Lion got he got thrown the other side of the map from the blast plant over there, so he just goes down. The Dragon is up kind of soon, and the Baron is up, of course, if DMG wants to do anything with this. It is a 5v4 situation at the moment, and with the Alistar gone, that's a lot of PO, that's a lot of CC gone from their side.
And that is also someone who can just sit there and face tank the Ashe ult. Also being taken off the table. The Rumble ult is now available, so if the CC goes through onto one of the tanks, they may still die. Saber!
Oh my god, Saber Avalon just gets the kill on KZ. KZ not able to do anything. Ino is stunned as well. And just like this, Venomcrest don't have the members to continue on with this Dragon. And because they were in the Dragon pit, they all get caught off. And that's a decisive enough teamfight victory for DMG, getting the Dragon right there.
DMG now putting themselves on Soul Point. Lovely bit of zoning coming out from the Rumble ult and from the Maokai ult there to push everyone away. Again, you could argue it wasn't 100% necessary, but that's not the important question. Because they did manage to get it. That's really
Ooh, and now they're going for the Baron.
Now it might be important. Now, hang on, fellas. We don't have...
Oh my god, hold on a second. Hold on a second.
We can't keep Gragas out. Oh, it's a bit of a 50-50.
Oh my god, wait, this is actually so tense because if they get this, it's a comeback.
It's
a comeback. Oh, wait, Avalon gets the ultimate over here. Balding Bar can't go to the Nasher pit. And just like that, DMG gets the Baron, and DMG, they're now looking towards perhaps a nice comeback victory over here. The gold lead has now shrunken.
A wise spot going through Rip. You're Gragas, you could just go over the wall. I don't know, maybe he thought that the Baron would take a bit longer. It wasn't 100% on the DPS there, because, you know, when he stood on the worst possible position to be in, just like whenever you're trying to contest a Baron, is sort of on that corner, where he is exactly right now. That's the worst place to be, because, you know, it takes the longest to get to the pit. But here, if he just backs off and just runs up, he can Ian and try for a steal. He had a little bit of vision. He knew sort of the rough rate of DPS, but yeah, I don't know. Rough times for Balding Button not being able to try steal, because that could have been a pure 50-50, maybe even a little bit better, because he could try and ult Shroudy out, but ultimately he can't make it happen. The Baron does go on over to DMG, and they have, I think, arguably now brought this game back to an even state. However, as we were saying earlier, when it comes to the comps, there is still a fair bit of pressure onto DMG. It's not, you know, impossible or anything like that. It's just they have certain things they need to do and things to play around, whereas Venomcrest just sort of go smile and play their champions the way their champions are played.
That's true, but so far Saber has been stepping up in these moments when it's important. He must have heard us in the broadcast that we want him to play well. Oh! Wait, my god, KZ and the Maokai ult coming out. That's so much CC and so much damage going through. Ino trying to get a nice engage. The cast spreads everybody out. Ooh, and Shadow Avalon trying to go in. But, oh, he gets saved by Steven. And now Steven is getting slowed, so he is... Ooh, okay, but now it seems like Venomcrest backs off from that. So, like you said, still have to be super careful. That is a little bit of a teamfight victory for the side of Venomcrest.
It's a good attempt on the engage there, but a lot committed onto KZ's cleanse. Things like, you know, the Rumble ult is half of it's just inside the turret. KZ can walk out and people can body block the Maokai ult. Again, Rumble ult actually does insane damage to tanks, so you shouldn't be worried about just throwing it on top of whoever is going to be hit by the Maokai ult. Instead, we're trying to sort of take out KZ from a distance. Doesn't really work. Rest of the team ends up getting pushed back. Shroudy goes down as well. It doesn't cost too much, you know, outright to DMG, but that is a lot of time lost that they could have been using this Baron for.
Yeah, at least they're going to get a 1 turret from the Baron. But we do have to look topside over here because Pighead is potentially caught out. Okay, yeah, Pighead just goes down. We didn't get to really see it, but that is a nice clean kill there. So they're going to get a push over here on the top side. Perhaps DMD trying to respond with a push on the mid side, but I feel like mid side is defended pretty well. Gets 1 power.
It's gonna go down eventually. Not made of health at their turret. We'll see. Ooh, what's Saber trying? He might be cooking up a little something. But no, the recall comes on through. Igo Val is out, and the Baron has run out. So even after picking it up, DMG didn't really manage to find too much. Now they're a bit of a sticky situation. Oh, what is interesting, as I haven't really noticed before, is that Yang did go for the Triforce, but then he also went Lethal Tempo, and I, again, don't know too much about Ashe, but my understanding is a sort of one or the other, because he's got this kind of on-hit build with the Hurricane and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, Pighead's just sort of dead, that's okay. What I want to know is, how is Yang going to get through these tanks? Because you look at this build, and instead of Triforce, it's like a blade. You're a machine. You know, Ino is just done for. Yeah, there are a lot of options you have, especially once you've got the Hurricane as well, to just melt the front line. And the Triforce, it's like, maybe that was just something to help you get through the earlier stages of the game. I don't know a thing about Ashe. What I do know is he has now got the Hurricane, so he's got a fair bit of frontliner damage. Again, if the team's just not afraid to sort of commit the occasional Maokai ult onto something like the Gragas and then just keep committing to the kill after that.
Yeah, I mean, at least for me, one thing I'm super happy about this game is for, oh, never mind, Shouty Rowdy using his ult.
Oh, good combo.
Team fight over KZ. It gets so low and KZ just dies to Pighead. Their carry is dead already. And Igo Val has to use the stopwatch, but he's surrounded by everybody, so the 2 carries from the side of Venomcrest are dead. And Yang is killing Brian the Lion and saying bye-bye, get out of here. And just like that, they're probably going to get this dragon, and that means it's going to be the Dragon Soul for DMG.
Alright, then move on over. They're gonna go ahead and pick themselves up that Hex Soul. In the meantime, they also get the top lane turret. That is technically 550 gold they robbed themselves, but still nice to have. And they're moving on into mid as well. This is W's across the board for DMG. They'll pick themselves up that second tier 2. And what was crazy is before that fight, I was, was about to say, fellas, stop going so hard on the backline, stop going so hard on KZ. That is Saber's job. Let Saber do that. But, as the Rumble, as the Ashe, you don't need to be afraid to hit the frontliners. You're really the only ones that are going to be able to get through them. And as I'm thinking about this and getting ready to say it, we see Yang hit this nutty ult through onto KZ, masking it in the W animation, and Pighead just drops the ult instantly. Knowing that KZ doesn't have the cleanse up this time around, he knows he can just get that one hit through. And Yang, I mean, the fight has completely sort of dissolved once that ult hits onto KZ. So Yang is free to just, pop a ghost and run straight into the middle of the fight. He can just start gunning everyone down. That fight's not going to happen again. KZ does now have the cleanse, but now it definitely got a lot of gold in the pocket of DMG. Again, just from a comp point of view, they are still going to struggle ever so slightly.
Yeah, and I mean now, honestly, the thing I want to talk about is the momentum shift, how Venomcrest must be feeling right now. Because let's be honest, early in the game, they were absolutely dominating through DMG. They were looking, this was going to look like another kind of decisive series. We've seen 3 decisive games so far, but this time it's looking out to be a quite close series over here with DMG potentially getting the momentum on their side. And now with this Dragon Soul, this Hextech Soul, they're looking so nice and comfortable. But of course, they'll have to be careful. This is the late game part of League of Legends. Anything can happen and anyone can die.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of worth knowing that, Venomcrest don't really know how the gold is still pretty even. They may feel like they're really behind, having lost 3 fights in a row, which is why they're now seemingly pretty happy just to give up this Baron. Maybe they want to fight now it's been taken.
Ooh, wait, but now the ultimate comes out, and Ino is the one who's caught out this time. The Unstoppable will come out, but oh, wait a second. Oh my gosh, Shouty Rowdy just gets taken all the way out, and Brian the Lion in the meantime used the ultimate, so he didn't go down at all. So far, it's a 1-for-0 for the side of Venomcrest, and DMG are on the wrong side of the map, but they at least have the Baron back, and now a strategic pause coming out. I love it when they do the strategic pauses.
Strategic pauses is a strong word. We don't have strategic pauses in this league, so yeah, it's a technical pause, most definitely. Most rough about this fight here is that again, the Rumble ult doesn't like quite connect, and then Shroudy Rowdy does just give. Oh, we're back in. Okay.
Oh my God, we're back in again. It's so quick. These even the pauses are so quick in this game.
Mamma mia. Alright, what's the plan going to be here? Oh, well, this is a classic spectator bug. Don't worry about this one, fellas. Nothing to see here. Forgot about that. Just once there's ever been an in-game pause, spectator will usually just have a little bit of a buffer at some point, and that's where it chose to happen. Fortunately, not in the middle of anything important, as... Well, with that Baron, DMG are now going to try and retake control of mid, and well, we have to kind of hope that Saber doesn't take the portal here. He might be in a bit of trouble if he does. Oh, he's taking it. Oh, he's taking the portal. Oh, no. Oh, golly. Oh, Saber. Oh, he's gotten away with it. Brian walked away in case it's going to die. Oh, KZ's not gonna die.
My God. He uses the flash, too. Oh, nice sidestep. Is he going to get out of the situation, though? Yes, I think he is in the end, but that is the flash used. He still does have to cleanse, but that's just the flash gone for whatever next fight they do for the next 5 minutes.
You assume that when you see that ball thing, Majiggy, you know, the Kiana flying across the river, KZ is screaming, Brian, oh buddy, oh pal, this is the freest kill of our life. But Brian just sort of keeps walking away. KZ gets left alone. He loses the flash. The flash not too important. The cleanse is really the one that is the game changer here. But the other thing is that there's only so many times that Ashe ult is going to hit KZ before eventually people start blocking it, right? And the times that the Ashe ult does connect onto KZ and his cleanse is down, those have been very important. But you know, you're not going to hit that same ult 10 times in one game, so the MG again, they could be in a bit of trouble in terms of, you know, crushing the fights in the same fashion. If people are more likely to bot for KZ, and he now has the cleanse up as well.
Yes, okay, nice Ashe ult. I mean, at this point, the Ashe ult can just be used as poke, but my God, these pokes are lethal. Look how low everybody's on the side of Venomcrest. Ooh, they do get Steven over here. Oh my God, but of course, Steven getting the ult over there on Yang, so Yang gets out. Oh, wait, why is everybody so low? Oh my God, KZ! He almost got way many kills than he should have over there. Oh wow, this game is so tense. It's on a knife's edge. Everybody gets super low, but in the end, it's only the carries that go down.
Where did KZ's shield go? I'd love to see that one back again if we're given the opportunity to. I mean, again, I don't want to say it, but it is kind of like a slightly misplaced Rumble. Oh, I think because I think that they thought, because I thought that the stun would last a lot longer on the Jace. What happened to KZ? I just want to see where KZ's shield went. Did it all just go to like a flame spitter or something? Because you're expecting that to be huge when he jumps on in. What is it? He jumps in. It just got completely tapped by... I have no clue what hit it. I have no clue what got rid of his shield there.
Could it be the Kiana?
Maybe. I think he just got hit by like 3 things at once. It just sort of body blocked him as he went in, like a Kench Q, a Ashe W, and maybe like a Rumble E or something, and it just sort of
But isn't the shield like really humongous?
It's a really big shield. Like it's it's like 2k at level 16 with an AB build, but...
Or maybe the shield is like programmed to like it appears after Kai'Sa has landed and she hasn't like fully landed yet, and she just immediately dies.
I think it turns up instantly. You could be right, but I think it's the second you press it.
Yeah, I mean that it would make sense for it to do it like
the
Kai'Sa mentioned over here. It is the Elder Dragon though. I mean, so we got another fight in our hand. This game has been nothing but banger fights, left like back and forth. Ooh, wait, Shouty Rowdy over here with a flank angle. They don't know that he is there. Okay, now they do. Oh no! Vega just gets caught off over here. And yes, oh my God, yes, the Malphite ult comes out, but in the end, it's not gonna do much to the side of Venomcrest, and maybe they can secure this Elder Dragon. Oh my God, this game can't get more exciting over here.
And that Rumble ult is pretty important, but we'll see if Saber can still try to find something. Again, he's sort of in the front. He's not getting that flank angle he wants. He may end up just pushing us out, trying for a split. I mean, he probably just wants to push that wave. All right, he's going to come back. Can he get into position? Bart also trying maybe for a flank, ends up choosing to join the team. Bighead is here in 30 seconds. That's not really long enough. The Saber's just getting a bit of poke, getting those procs off, but
I thought Venomcrest was a poke comp, but Saber over here doing his own bit of poking. Okay,
Oh, he's
they
in.
do get spotted up. Oh my god, he just goes in. Oh, and he shuts down Brian over here, but he doesn't get anything on KZ. And oh my god, that's gonna be Venomcrest getting the Elder Dragon. And now they're gonna look to try to see if they can end this game over here, or at least win decisively enough. Because with that Elder buff, they're so lethal, everybody from the side of Venomcrest. But so far, they're backing off properly. Oh, nice ult coming out for Pighead, but in the end, it's not enough damage coming out. Oh my god, a shutdown. Like, this series is crazy with how even it is. How is Saber not dead? Whoa, Saber! Oh my god, are they gonna get the kill on Igo Val as well? Oh my god!
Is Yang gonna find him out?
Wait! They're gonna keep going! They're gonna keep going! Oh my god, he misses the ult. Igo Val, did he get the kill? Yes, he gets the kill on Yang, but he goes down to Pighead in the end. Oh my god!
Wait, how often do you see that team pick up the Elder and then still end up going down? Watch it back, but we're already halfway through the fight at this point. This is once Pighead turns up and just gets the ult off just to buy a bit of time, push people back, and the fight is so sort of scattered that the thing obviously about the Elder is, it's burn, it's damage over time. You won't be hitting as many people as you want, but what has really ended up happening here is that Venomcrest are just hitting like one guy at a time whilst slowly being chipped down by Pig and Yang. And so even though they have the Elder, they're not really able to use it. They're being picked off, and yeah, we managed to tap down the Ashe here, get her out, but it's still all 5 members losing that Elder.
Oh my god. This is a crazy series so far. This is absolutely bananas, Doctor. I need a prescription. I need a medication at this point.
Oh, alright, well, I'm not legally allowed to give those out. I mean,
That's okay,
I'm from Glastonbury. I know a guy, but it's legally I must before I get sued for my name. Hang about that. Oh my god, I got confused for a second. I thought Kench was on the other team. I just see a Kench underneath Ashe. Oh, I'm so cooked. I just see the circle
okay.
and I'm ready.
My brain is mush too. I genuinely thought a fight was gonna break out there too.
Mamma mia. Well, we have control of the river for Venomcrest at least, and that is a pretty good thing. It means that Saber is going to struggle to find a flank. Oh.
Okay, Ashe gets the ult down. Okay, Igo Val goes kind of like around a quarter HP now. Like we know that Venomcrest has the poke, but just the fact that they have the Hexic Soul is giving DMG quite a bit of poke themselves as well. Ooh, Yang gets W'd.
Oh, I like that.
It's always dangerous with the Kaiser.
Yeah, I love that. The place just W over towards Yang, anticipating KZ to ult on through. Fortunately, Pighead's ult is going to be back up pretty soon, as is Yang's. Again, like I said before, these jungle ults have just not been the most optimal across the fights, and
he's gonna get it soon though. He's gonna get it in less than 5 seconds,
but like I think they're the difference maker in the fights when they do end up coming out pretty well, and when they don't. As Ashe ult available as well. It's like nothing ever happened.
The Maokai ult comes down. Brian the line is called. I have to use the ultimate, so he does get the damage reduction. Ooh, this time a nice ultimate coming out, and basically the carries on the side of Venomcrest goes to half HP this time. Look at Igo Val, goes so low, and no, the backline just can't go forward anymore. But of course they get the kill on Saber Avalon because he went a bit too early. But Pighead is dealing so much damage, and Steven is helping out Yang as much as he can, but Yang cannot handle through all of this. Wait a second, it is Venomcrest who in the end is going to win this fight, but did they win it decisively enough that they can get anything significant? Maybe the Baron, but I don't know if they can win the game.
I mean, they can try for the Baron, but it's going to take them a really long time, and Pighead's going to have his ult back up if he wants to contest it. Yeah, the TP coming through is going to give it away to him, but they're going to try it. He's going to be able to think about contesting this one, but
he does have
a lot
ult.
of vision. I mean, Boarding Bar can try Old Way. He can give it a go, but he's not going to try. But I mean, again, that fight, it's like we send out the Ashe ult, it gets hit by Alistar, he cleanses it. But that's fine. The Ashe ult is pretty low cooldown. The Alistar ult very important, and a longer cooldown. We can just wait. But instead, we commit. We drop the Maokai ult onto an ulting Alistar. We send in the Equalizer, half of which goes into a wall, and now we've thrown everything just into an Alistar, who's still just sitting there nice and unbreakable, and it's like, well, alright, great. We haven't really got a lot going on. KZ tried to make something happen of it, tried to turn that fight around. He just gets tapped down by Pighead, but because so much has been committed onto, again, an Alistar, it's just complete opportunity for Ino to take over the fight, which is what we said earlier, right? Where Saber has to take out both the carries, but then also you still need to have enough CC and the Rumble ult to deal with the ulting Cassante. And well, we saw the carries get taken out. We didn't see anyone deal with the Cassante, and that's sort of why the fight ends up going a little bit rough for DMG. And I mean, obviously, look, we're 45 minutes in. The pressure's pretty high at this point. The nerves are pretty high, but it's been across the whole game. We've been doing the same thing, fellas. Like, surely we can cook a little bit and figure out that is a bit of a weakness of ours.
I mean, looking at the itemization from both teams, everybody's like so full build. Like, these fights are going to get lethal. The damage is absolutely out of control. Both KZ and Yang feeling so good about their builds and dealing way too much damage if they ever get a chance to. But at least from that fight, KZ came out ahead. And it's so weird, right? Because this game is so back and forth. Venomcrest had the advantage. Then it was DMG with a nice comeback fight into the Baron. And now it's Venomcrest again with this potential Baron push. Like, this game, like, I have no idea how it's going to go at this point.
It's literally, the fights are just 100% at this point decided by Equalizer and arguably the Crystal Arrow as well. Because, yeah, when they connect it onto a cleanseless KZ, he's just dead, the fight's just over. But then you have fights like the last one where half
we get a second Elder fight attempt over here. Ooh, Saber Avalon.
Okay, now we wait. We walk away. Walk away, fellas. Just wait for the Ash ult to come back up. It's fine. Let it reset.
Oh my god, but they're instead going in because they can't hear their coach saying that to them. Oh, the equalizer comes out. What does the equalizer do? It doesn't do anything. Wait, but Saber Avalon is on the side. They are chasing after Saber Avalon, of course.
He's not worth it, lads. Just walk away. He's not worth it.
Oh my god.
He's not worth it.
Okay, look, we've almost got the Ash Arrow up.
Oh
Higgard's got like another 20 seconds on his. Who cares? If they want to go push mid, then you can start it up. It's fine, like, or just allow it. Okay, this is fine. Rumble can reset, he can hold the wave as well. Bumba went nowhere. Excellent, perfect. Just allow it. It's fine.
My god, this game, I don't even know what to commentate anymore. I'm just like standing in awe about what's going on here in the map, and I'm just like, what do I even talk about? Okay, maybe they're gonna start the Elder again, and this time all the ults are available from the side of DMG again, because we're at that stage of the game where everybody has so much ability haste, of course. Venomcrest is starting up this dragon. It is going quite low. It's a half HP already. We'll see if, oh my god! They are ready for the response over here! They're going in! Saber whips the ultimate, but this time the Kench gets the Elder Dragon! And I think this might mean that DMG starts winning the fight over here, because everybody from the side of Venomcrest got way too low, and it is an ace, and because there is a push on bot lane, DMG are going to somehow win this fight from the jaws of defeat in the early game. They go push ahead, and then they get pushed behind because they kind of drew some team fights, and then they push ahead again, and then they get pushed back again, and this time finally they were able to clutch it out with a win over Venomcrest. So in the end, yes, it is confirmed the invited teams are better at the moment, it seems like, overall than the qualifying teams. And my god, what a match, Doctor!
There's no way! There's no world that Steven steals that. What? That doesn't make any sense. There's a cage. It's not Wally in this game. Like, oh my days. I'm sitting here thinking like, ooh, juicy little flank, you know, for the Kiana. I see that ward. Oh, wait a minute. There's a massive wave top. Kiana probably could have just backdoored. Looks like it's probably over for, you know, looks like it's over for DMG. And then suddenly, whoop, you know, he gets a cheeky little steal, picks himself up an Elder. And I don't know how the rest of the fight went. I wasn't watching. I just saw the thing. I didn't see the actual fight itself. I just see the tongue. That's all that really matters ultimately. As I didn't even know you could reach Elder from that point. I guess when you have enough health, you can on Kench. But oh, that's what we want to see. This is UK League of Legends. This is what it's all about. This is why we brought back, you know, the Four Nations. Oh god, high quality gameplay across the board. And of course, we'll be back in a few minutes for our final analyst desk of the night to break it all down for you.
sound, gotta leave my
Yeah. Yeah. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. People wanna talk that talk in reality. You have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight. You ain't behind the scenes. Trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you tryna eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey, you tryna cut out a piece of my pie, and I asked you politely, what's it that you offer me? Yeah, I produce all my own beats, and I have no intention of losing my publisher. Yeah, independent individual, boy, I've been eating off passive residuals. Yeah, let's be professional. Thanks for your time, but I had to decline at that principle. I've been scheming up a plan, hey. I've been saving all I can, hey. You could call me David Ramsey. The way I handle these bands, hey. We ain't messing with the old model. New era, new kid, we full throttle. Just know that the come up is not a flaw. My amigos, they focus, know what to do. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. After I get it, I reinvest. Stack and put it back in it.
Ooh, baby. UK Esports is back. We're so back. It's happened. We had a fairly standard day of games, but then they just dropped that one on us for game number 4. Absolutely insane stuff. DMG taking the win over Venomcrest. Sadly, they cannot join their main team in success today. We have to give quick congratulations to the main team from Venomcrest for promoting into NLC Division 1 just earlier today. But it was all DMG here. After about 20 minutes, it started to get very, very messy. Let's take a look at some replays. We do have Doctor here joining us fresh off that insane day and that insane game. But let's take a look at our first replay. Okay, Temporal, let's take a look at this invade. Okay, what's going on here, man? What's the thinking? What's the plan?
Early doors, Venomcrest were just a little bit fast to move out of lane, and they completely caught DMG unawares. A quick takedown onto the jungle and just snowballed out of control. 3 quick kills set the pace of the early game with Venomcrest in control.
Yeah, it felt like, you know, there was just maybe just no respect coming out of DMG or Venomcrest. Oh, this is a comp game, you know, we're on voice chat. We will simply rotate to this play, and they just collapsed on them and crushed them very hard. And I thought, I was very worried for DMG at that point. I thought maybe this 5-man roster of people we don't know is going to just collapse, right? Maybe it's just a shock here, but sadly for Venomcrest it was not the case. I guess, Doctor, just before we go on to replay number 2, what sense did you get from inside that game as to how DMG were moving around the map and playing as a team? Like, is this someone that everyone needs to be scared of, or was this just an absolute shenanigan that they come out on top of?
I'm leaning. Well, it's hard to say. I mean, for that first play, I was like, okay, this is a pretty nice invade. Like, it's sort of standard, but like you don't see it very often. It's nothing crazy, but it's not common. But then you usually wait for them to start the blue, because they'll waste a cooldown, which is pretty important early on. You know, you got 10 seconds on Kragus' E, you're chilling. But then later on into the game, it's like, okay, we kind of wanted to see, you know, Saber taking a bit more of like a, not side lane, but again, just trying to get those flanks, trying to get behind. And the game was just this sort of ARAM situation. Maybe that's because it was poke, which means there was an opportunity to set up vision to allow Saber to get behind. You know, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on that. So ultimately, I want to see, you know, more games from them and more comps to really get a good read on their understanding of moving around the map, because there's a couple of things I would have liked to have seen differently today.
Yeah, as we head further into our second replay, this one was about 31.5 minutes into the game, where DMG had a major tipping point to really start cutting into that lead and opening this game back up. Temporal, talk to us a little bit more about this dragon fight. I think this is actually early, it's about 15 minutes in, but we did see some stuff out of Kiana here.
Yeah, that was a really flash ultimate, really like cute moves from Saber on the map. We will see one later maybe where the Baron was stolen off the back of it as well. And you can kind of see what the Cassante was here for. Cassante, I think, and Kiana, both concessions of composition. They don't fit with their own compositions. But in situations like this, where it's a bit scrappy, it allows you to play it forwards, or the Kiana allowed everyone to slow everyone down. And that was sort of the extra flavor on top from these teams trying to play poke compositions. So we sort of see a bit of success there for the Cassante, and Eno did reasonably well throughout this game.
Yeah, certainly something that Eno is happy to pick up, and we were expecting them to give him the Gragas, right? We'd seen it before, we thought it was great, nice matchup into the Rumble, but then they thought, no, it's going to Bart's hands, and early on that certainly looked like a good call. Looks like Bartoldi was doing absolutely crazy work on it, and Eno did manage to get some nice catches on the Cassante, especially that mid game as well. But we must cast our eyes forward to the final fight of the game. We simply must address this.
Here. Huge gap.
So, some things occurred, and then we wound up here. Doctor, I'll give it to this one again. You can take another look at this fight.
What do you want from me? Is a Kench pressed Q?
Man,
I don't know.
He's not even in the pit. He's not even in the pit.
I didn't see the rest of the fight. I mean, it's just, I was looking at the Kench. That's really all that matters. Would the fight have been won otherwise? I mean, maybe. Like, what we saw across all of those fights across the whole game is there a CC lock onto KZ and then a Rumble ult on top of it? If the Rumble ult kills KZ, the problem is then there's a Cassante going crazy. So you had to deal with that second threat where Cassante just waits until all the, basically Rumble ult has been popped, and then he pops his own ult. And I think in that fight, maybe there was an opportunity for Cassante to go crazy if he was the one with the Elder. But at the same time, he was already pretty low. Maybe he would have just been run down by the Ashe and it would have gone in DMG's favor anyway. But I think just the mental damage of losing the Elder at that point, you don't go, oh, come on, lads, we've won this. You go, fellas. It's not looking good. You stop really worrying about the fight at that point. Once you just see that Tom Kench has killed Elder Drake, you're like, right, well, it's a bit of a dungle
half
gif.
Second just brain lag, where you're like, what was that? Just saying your own kill.
Like, we spotted that. Yeah, that's ours.
You got one team screaming at their jungler, and you got the other team going, let's go, lads! It's like, ultimately, the vibes are really more important than the actual, team fight, micro implications.
That's how we do it here in the UKL. It's all about the vibes, okay? You see that, Elder? It's about the vibes. And ultimately, it was enough for DMG to run it down for the win there. But let's take a quick look back at the day as a whole. Banger game to finish it off. But before then, we did have some much more different affairs early on. You can see 2 wins each for red side and blue side. And then 3-1 are the invited teams proving their worth here today. I was previously going to ask you guys, what was your favorite game of the day? I feel like it's a bit of a moot point now after that game. I don't think anyone's probably not going to say game 4. So instead, we'll just look at the standings, okay? So we have at the top here, Belfast Storm, DMG Esports, Ruddy Esports, and Tempest Gaming with their first win on the board. And Arcadeia, Lionscreed Academy, Venomcrest, and Verzik still looking for the win. Temporal, let me ask you, which of those 4 teams that are yet to find that win, which do you feel the best about? Which do you feel like they have the most to bring and you expect them to still do well even though they didn't get this win here today?
Venomcrest got so close. And they're playing with substitutes. The composition was a little awry of what I'd expect from Poke. Especially when you mix Poke with Gragas, things start to get difficult. And then... Cassante on top, it's sort of leaning into hybrid, which is really hard to execute. So I think they're most likely to reverse their fates and end up closer to the middle of the table.
Yeah, and then for Doctor, I'm going to give you the more evil question that's so you can get you some extra haters here. Which of the 4 teams that won do you think is the most fraudulent? Which of them do you think is likely to struggle despite getting that win?
DMG, surely, right? Like, they're only just making the same mistake for 40 minutes straight.
Yeah.
And then we got a good Kench tongue baby and it doesn't even matter. But, for the first sort of 40 minutes of it, it was fellas. It's been real. Yeah, it's been fun. Hasn't been real fun. Gotta be hitting those, those Rumble ults on the right places. And it's not even the fact that I'm actually just bullying this Rumble so much, but it's not that. It's just the fact that it was the exact same thing. Like, you do it once or twice, you're like, unlucky. But it was just 40 minutes of the same exact team fight, and then it was, did we hit KZ? Yes, great, we've won. Yeah. Oh, he cleansed it, or we threw everything onto an Alistar. And it's just at no point in the 40 minutes did we go, lads, I think we might need
There was
to
a really
take a
good
bit of
flash
a-
stopwatch from the Rumble that sort of really twisted the game in the middle. That was, it looked like they weren't going to do it, and then they caught 3 with like a flash overheat.
Yeah, it's like when you get the big
Rumble,
flash
he
into
de-
the
he
people
definitely
because you
was the
hit
difference.
KZ, great.
Yeah.
1 out of
Yeah.
12 times, that ult worked phenomenally. The
Yeah.
other 11 times, did we not think...
The game was about
should
him,
we,
for
like-
better or worse.
like,
Rumble was the centerpiece.
yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
So we
maybe
shall
if you-
see after this first week. They still get the win at the end of the day. Tom
Maybe.
Kench, Tung, or no DMG walk away happy enough, and we'll see if they can. I guess what they will show us, as you kind of said before, Doctor. We need to get a hard read on this team at some point, but it's just too early after a game like that. Conclusions are difficult. For now, though, that is going to be us for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us here at the revival of the UKEL. Hashtag shaping UK Esports. Hashtag UK Esports is back. You know what it's about. Please follow everyone at the UK or at the UKL on Twitter. Thank you so much, Temporal, for joining me on the desk. Sheikah as well, despite the fact she had to step away. Doctor for handling this absolute mess of a day. And Ijunko as well for just having an explosive debut on the UKL casting stage. We love to hear it, and we can't wait to hear some more. Next show is Thursday, 5 p.m. BST. Everyone, please be there. And thanks, of course, to Project Gap and the UKL for putting this show on, for doing the production, for giving us all these, as Temporal put it, shiny new toys to play with. We love it. We've got so much quality coming forward, and it's only going to get better, guys. So please stick around. Have a great rest of your evening. We will see you on Thursday. We'll see you then.